Chapter 565. At this moment, Xiao Han indeed wanted to take advantage of the situation and extort money from Tao Tai. Yes, what Tao Tai did in the Ami Empire was indeed absurd. But seriously speaking, it wasn't a heinous crime that would incur the wrath of the heavens. Moreover, he also subdued the demon. Originally, Xiao Han did not intend to give this quota to Tao Tai. After all, there were too many monks but not enough gruel. To be able to pick a group of pure immortals who did not cause any damage to the plane and had no bad records to enter the second round of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure was naturally perfect. But after seeing Tao Tai with his own eyes, Xiao Han was very impressed by his simplicity and kindness. Logically speaking, an immortal who was not weak should not condescend to a mortal like Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han made up his mind to be lenient and give Tao Ming a spot as well. However, it was not right to give Tao Tai a quota just like that. Xiao Han's current cultivation realm had reached various bottlenecks. He must take immortal pills and immortal medicines to break through the shackles and ascend. After a few years, he would be able to compete with many immortals in the second layer of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. This was not a trivial matter. However, it was impossible for a mortal like Xiao Han to get immortal pills and immortal medicines out of thin air. He could only do it from these immortals who had descended. Since this Taotia's weakness was in Xiao Han's hands, Xiao Han would not be polite. "I'm just extorting this Tao Tai. It's not a big deal. These immortal pills and immortal medicines are nothing to an immortal who has descended with a great treasure." Xiao Han smiled slightly. "Ah, immortal pills and immortal medicines can atone for my sins? Brother Xiao Han, immortal pills and immortal herbs can atone for my sins. I, Tao Tai, have no objections. I agree with you with both hands. But I don't have any immortal pills or immortal herbs. This is very difficult." Tao Tai suddenly slapped his forehead, and his face was completely drawn. "Brother Xiao Han, immortal pills and immortal herbs can atone for my sins." "No way." Xiao Han shook his head repeatedly. "Mr. Tao Tai, you're lying. You've descended from the immortal world to compete with the other sects in the immortal world. How could you not bring along immortal pills and immortal medicines for emergencies?" Brother Xiao Han, it's mainly because I eat too much. That's why the sect doesn't give me immortal pills and immortal medicines. I can't help but eat them all. When I was young, I would always bring a lot of immortal pills and immortal medicines with me. However, the moment I went out, I would eat all of them. I remember one time, I almost died because I took too many immortal pills. From then on, I would never bring any immortal pills with me." "That works too. Do you have any magic treasures or immortal weapons on you?" Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. Also not," Tao Tai said with a sullen face. "You don't have any immortal elixirs, immortal medicines, magic treasures or immortal weapons. How are you going to fight with the beauties of the other immortal realm sects? Truly absurd." Xiao Han said indignantly. "Brother Xiao Han, don't be angry. Listen to my explanation," Tao Tai said nervously. "Because my strength is a little bit stronger than an immortal of the same level. Moreover, I am a magical treasure." Taoist Zi patted his bulging belly as he spoke. "This place is a magic treasure. It can swallow anything." Xiao Han said with great difficulty. "Mr. Tao Tai, what can you use to atone for your crime? It seems that I can't get this quota." "Wait, Brother Xiao Han. Hold on." Tao Tai immediately screamed. "How about this, Brother Xiao Han? Give me a few days." "Ha!" Xiao Han was stunned. "If that's the case, I'll immediately go and look for the immortals who have descended from the other sects in the immortal world and ask them for some immortal pills and immortal medicines. My strength is stronger than them. I think they will give me some face." Tao Tai said in panic. "That works too." Xiao Han was surprised. "Why not?" Tao Tai said while licking his lips. "However, Brother Xiao Han, there are many types of immortal pills and immortal medicines. What kind of immortal pills do you need?" Xiao Han nodded slightly and thought for a few breaths. Then he said, "Earth attribute and thunder attribute immortal pills. If there are immortal pills that can increase mental strength, that would be the best." Earth attribute, thunder attribute, mental strength attribute. Tao Tai repeated and then nodded heavily. All right. I will remember it. Brother Xiao Han, please wait for a few days. I, Tao Tai, will go and find these immortal pills and come back to atone for my crime. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Tao Tai's fat and huge body directly turned into a ray of immortal light and disappeared into the sky. He came and went without a trace. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao, congratulations on your successful extortion. Jia Lanzi finally laughed. Heh. Xiao Han laughed dryly. I don't know if Tao Tai can bring back the immortal pills to atone for his crime. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Tao Tai will not return empty-handed. In fact, among the immortals who descended to this plane, his combat strength is among the best. Even if other immortals don't give it to him, he will snatch the immortal pills for you. Jia Lanzi said with absolute certainty. After a pause, Jia Lanzi asked doubtfully. Brother Xiao, you want Earth Attribute and Thunder Attribute immortal pills. Don't tell me you want to refine your immortal body? TSK, you have immortal body. If you can swallow the immortal pills and refine your immortal body, it will be a miracle that is rarely seen. Heh. Xiao Han only smiled at Jia Lanzi's question and did not deny it. Just like that, after Tao Tai left the Ami Empire to search for immortal pills for Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi stayed in the Ami Empire for the time being. The emperor was naturally attentive. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest when dealing with Xiao Han, the leader of this plane. The departure of Tao Tai, the king of appetite, caused the people of the entire Ami Empire to heave a long sigh of relief. The whole country celebrated, singing and dancing. In a flash, Tao Tai had already left the Ami Empire for 7 days. On this afternoon, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi sat in the imperial garden of the imperial palace, chatting with each other. This Tao Tai has been gone for several days, but there is still no reply. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. It seems that when he went to ask for the immortal pills, everything went wrong and he was rejected. Brother Xiao, don't be anxious. Jia Lanzi smiled. Wait patiently for a few more days. After a pause, Jia Lanzi continued. However, Brother Xiao, if this weirdo Tao Tai really does ask for the immortal pills and immortal medicines for you, then, you should give him a place, right? Of course. Xiao Han said decisively. Brother Jia Lanzi, how can this Xiao not keep his word? Since I have made a promise to Tao Tai, I will not go back on my word. And in this way, in the few years before the opening of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, how is Brother Xiao going to settle down Tao Tai? It is impossible to keep him in the Ami Empire, right? Moreover, I am afraid that no empire in the secular world can support this Tao Tai, the king of appetite. Well, when the time comes, send Tao Tai to the Devil Hero region. Let him live comfortably in the Devil Hero Tower, and provide him with food every day. Xiao Han seemed to have a plan. Brother Jia Lanzi, with my financial resources and the financial resources of the entire Devil Hero region, it is not a big problem to support Tao Tai for a few years. That's good. Jia Lanzi also nodded and smiled. At this moment, he's back. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi said almost at the same time. Their eyes also looked at the sky almost at the same time. They saw 7 colored rays flickering in the sky, and immortal qi was faintly discernible. Tao Tai's fat body was already faintly discernible in the clouds. However, beside Tao Tai, there was a green-clothed youth standing. Pure immortal qi also flowed in the cells of his pores. As Tao Tai descended, he laughed heartily. Brother Xiao Han, I, Tao Tai, am back. At this moment, standing in front of Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi, besides Tao Tai, was the green-clothed youth. This green-clothed youth had eyes like an eagle, and he had a peerless and ambitious spirit. Moreover, the aura of his body was round and bright. At a glance, one could tell that he was an extremely tyrannical immortal. Brother Xiao, I am a disciple of the Deep Earth sect in the immortal world, Xianxia. The green-clothed youth smiled slightly and then looked deeply at Xiao Han. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and he could not help but nod repeatedly. Sure enough, Brother Xiao, you have the embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal body with lightning and earth attributes. No wonder you asked Brother Tao Tai to search for the 2 immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes. As expected, You want to refine your immortal body. Good ambition. To refine and forge an immortal body for mortals. Brother Xiao indeed has great ambition. No wonder you are the leader of this plane. A dragon and phoenix among mortals. Brother Xianxia, you think too highly of me. Xiao Han frowned slightly and then looked at Tao Tai. Brother Tao Tai. Brother Xiao Han, listen to me. Tao Tai licked his lips and said, a few days ago, I left the Ami Empire to look for other immortals who descended from the immortal world to ask for immortal pills. I found a few immortals, and they happened to not have immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes. After searching for a long time, I finally found Xianxia. Immortal pills? Xiao Han looked at Tao Tai. Brother Xiao Han. Immortal pills. I don't have any. Tao Tai spread his hands. However, Xianxia found out that Brother Xiao Han needs immortal pills with these two attributes. Therefore, he wants to go with me to see you. Xianxia said that he will definitely satisfy Brother Xiao Han. Am I right, Xianxia? Tao Tai winked at Xianxia. Xianxia said with a smile. Brother Xiao. Brother Tao Tai has already told me about the matter of you inspecting us immortals and distributing the quotas according to your discretion. I, Xianxia, absolutely support this matter. The current situation seems to be that there are too many monks and not enough gruel. Therefore, I, Xianxia, am afraid that some immortals who descended will come empty-handed and have made a wasted trip. If I want to get a quota from Brother Xiao, I will naturally have to pay a price. This is understandable. Therefore, Brother Xiao, I, Xianxia, am willing to pay the price and ask for 2 quotas. I will ask for one for Brother Tao Tai and one for me. Xianxia. What do you think? Xianxi's words were full of confidence as if he had a resource that would definitely move Xiao Han. He was not worried that Xiao Han would not give him a quota. Oh. If you can really offer a price that I, Xiao Han, am satisfied with, then it won't be a problem to give Brother Tao Tai and Brother Xianxia a quota each. Now, Xiao Han finally tasted the pleasure of raising the price and hoarding a rare commodity. Brother Xianxia, could it be that you have a large number of immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes? Ha ha ha. Immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes? I don't. Xianxia laughed. However, I have this. Suddenly, Xianxia took out an earthen yellow ball. It was about the size of a fist. However, the yellow ball was overflowing with light, and the silhouette of a chain of mountains flashed across it. Countless mountains and mountain ranges rolled past it. It was as if there were tens of thousands of majestic mountain ranges sealed within the yellow ball. It was extremely shocking. The surface of the yellow ball was engraved with dense immortal characters, and it was shrouded in immortal aura. A thick and solid earth element aura gushed out and spread out violently, causing the earth attribute gene in Xiao Han's bloodline to stir. Shockingly, rings of yellow light were emitted from the surface of Xiao Han's body. It turned out to be a yellow ball in Xianxi's hand. The aura it emitted had directly triggered Xiao Han's earth elemental physique. It's an earth attribute treasure. Xiao Han was well aware of this. At this moment, Jianghu, who was standing behind Xiao Han, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Brother Xiao, this is an immortal treasure, the earth god's demon subduing pearl. Xianxia looked at Xiao Han confidently. I'll use this immortal treasure to exchange for 2 quotas to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. That should be enough, right? To be continued. Chapter 566. HM? The Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl? Xiao Han was stunned. Watermark advertisement test. He had wanted a medicinal pill, but he did not expect Xianxia to give him a Dharma treasure. Furthermore, this magic treasure, be it in terms of appearance or aura, was definitely extraordinary. In addition, even Jianghu, who had been calm all this while, could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Oh! Xianxia looked at Jianghu in surprise, but he did not notice anything amiss. He quickly turned to look at Xiao Han and said, Brother Xiao, listen to me. Brother Xiao, listen to me. Xianxia sorted out his thoughts before he began to speak. This Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl is an extremely powerful magic treasure of my sect, the Deep Earth Sect. Our Hutu sect mainly cultivates Earth Attribute Celestial Arts. Originally, our sect had a lot of Earth Attribute Celestial pills. However, I didn't bring any celestial pills with me this time. It's fine. This earth god demon subduing and demon subduing pearl was created by the wise sages of our sect. They collected 188,888 immortal mountains filled with spirit chi, and refined 188,888 meteorites from outer space for countless years before they were able to create this magical treasure. There are 188,888 souls of immortal mountains sealed in this bead. Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Indeed. Therefore, the earth elemental essence contained in this earth god's devil subduing and demon suppressing pearl is richer than countless immortal pills. The earth elemental essence in it already shows signs of becoming a spirit and a monster. Xianxia fiddled with the pearl in his hand. The mountains in it kept tumbling and pressing down on the universe. This is the Dharma treasure. This is the Dharma treasure. Once it's used, it can directly crush the enemy into powder. To be honest, this is one of the few life-saving celestial artifacts bestowed upon me by the sect after I descended to this world. Normally, I wouldn't give it to anyone easily, but I owed Brother Tao Tai a favor back in the immortal world. Now, I'm going to give it to him. Now, I'll use it to repay him. Moreover, I must go on an expedition in a few years. I can't return empty-handed. I'll definitely get a spot from Brother Xiao. I'll also take on the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. However, I can't ask Brother Xiao to give me a spot for free. It's better to rely on myself than others. Since the spots are limited, I'll use this Dharma treasure. Since the spots are limited, I'll use this Dharma treasure. Brother Xiao, you're searching for earth-attributed and lightning-attributed immortal pills because you want to temper your immortal body. Although this earth god's demon subduing pearl is not an immortal pill, if you can refine it, your earth immortal physique will be extremely condensed, thick, and flawless. Success. Xianxia looked at Xiao Han with burning eyes. However, it's not that I, Xianxia, look down on Brother Xiao, but I'm afraid that Brother Xiao's mortal body won't be able to endure the refinement of the earth god's demon subduing pearl, and your body will explode. Even in the celestial world, one must be a level 3 or level 4 true immortal who cultivates an earth immortal technique in order to refine it. Of course, you don't have to refine it. I'll give this Dharma treasure to Brother Xiao. With Brother Xiao's embryonic earth immortal body, you'll be able to refine it with your blood. Brother Xiao will probably be able to unleash 1% of this Dharma treasure's power. Whether you refine it to refine your immortal body or refine it with your blood and make it your own Dharma treasure, it's all up to you. Of course, if Brother Xiao insists on refining this earth subduing the demon subduing pearl, I'll stand guard at the side. If Brother Xiao fails to refine it and suffers a backlash, I'll immediately make a move to save Brother Xiao. Xianxia said seriously. So that's how it is. Xiao Han muttered to himself. So, not only can I consume immortal pills to refine my immortal body, but I can also refine Dharma treasures. This Dharma treasure, the earth subduing the demon subduing pearl, contains an enormous amount of starry sky earth energy essence. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Earth Emperor body refining pills. If I refine and absorb this Dharma treasure completely, I'll definitely refine the starry sky dominator body and become the first mortal to refine a true immortal body in the mortal world. However, will I be able to refine it successfully? Xiao Han was also full of doubts. However, Xiao Han would definitely not miss out on this heaven-defying Dharma treasure. All right. Deal. I'll use this earth attribute Dharma treasure, the earth subduing the demon subduing the pearl to exchange for 2 slots to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. It's fair and just. That's great. Both sides took what they needed. Xianxia also nodded. At this moment, Xiao Han nodded at Jialanzi and said, Brother Jialan, please record the names of Xianxia and Tao Tai Zi. All right. Jialanzi smiled and removed his cloak, revealing his true appearance. Ah! So it's you, Jialanzi. Tao Tai Zi and Xianxia screamed at the same time when they saw Jialanzi. Jialanzi, I didn't expect you to be together with Brother Xiao Han. Even I, Tao Tai Zi, didn't notice you. Amazing, your concealment skill is truly extraordinary. You're worthy of being the leader of the younger generation in the immortal world. I, Tao Tai Zi, admire you. Tao Tai Zi shook his head and said, Xianxia was also shocked. No wonder Brother Xiao dared to make the decision to allocate the names to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. So you have Jialanzi's support. Let's cut to the chase. Brother Taotai, Brother Xiyang, you'll each get a name. Jialanzi took out a jade book and a jade brush and began recording seriously. All right, it's been recorded. Brother Taotai, Brother Xiyang, before the opening of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you can go to the Unity Mountain Range and find Xiao Han. Very good. Xiangxi nodded his head in satisfaction and handed the magic treasure, Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl, to Xiao Han. This divine pearl was extremely heavy in his hand, and Xiao Han almost couldn't hold it. Moreover, when he held it in his hand, Xiao Han's state of mind became extremely calm. His entire being actually gave birth to a subtle sense of confidence. Moreover, his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely compatible with heaven and earth. There was a feeling of touching the great Tao of nature. It's really magical. Xiao Han was secretly impressed. Brother Taotai, Brother Xiyang, after this matter, I still have to search for other immortals with Brother Jialan to decide who the remaining names belong to. Let's part ways here. Xiao Han carefully put the pearl into his storage ring. Brother Xiyang, this magic treasure. Should I refine it or use it with a drop of my blood? I'll discuss it with Brother Jialan before making a decision. As for Brother Taotai, Xiao Han smiled and looked at Taotai Zi. Brother Taotai, this Ami Empire has been eaten to the bottom by you. You can't stay here any longer. Oh. Taotai Zi patted his shriveled belly with extreme disappointment and murmured. Looks like I'll have to endure hunger for a few more years. Bitter miserable. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed heartily. Brother Taotai, since you've descended to this plane, I'll naturally do my duty as a host. You can go to our plane's Devil Hero region now. There will naturally be people who will treat you with great hospitality. You'll be able to enjoy endless delicacies. What? Taotai Zi cried out in surprise. Brother Xiao Han, can I eat to my heart's content? Yes, of course you can. Although I'm poor, I don't have to worry about Brother Taotai eating me to my poverty. Xiao Han teased. Ha 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 ha. Jialan Zi and Xiyang Zi couldn't help but laugh heartily. A ray of cold light flew across the sky and flashed before disappearing. Xiao Han and Jialan Zi sat cross-legged on the cold ice subterranean dragon's head that was formed by their true qi. Brother Xiao, congratulations on successfully obtaining a magical treasure from the immortal world. This is quite a big blow. Jialan Zi said with a smile. Hee. This is really an unexpected harvest. Xiao Han's brows also relaxed. He never thought that the plan to extort an immortal would go so smoothly. To be honest, Brother Xiao, the immortal world sect that Xiangxi belongs to, the Deep Earth sect, might not have a great overall strength and can barely be ranked in the middle. However, the Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl is indeed one of the few magical treasures unique to the Deep Earth sect. It's also quite famous in the immortal world. Xiangxi is a level 2 true immortal, but with the Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl and his immortal force, it's not impossible for him to fight against a level 3 true immortal. Of course, if a senior disciple or an elder of the Deep Earth sect personally uses this magical treasure, its power will be even greater. In order to obtain the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, the Deep Earth sect has already put in a lot of effort. However, Brother Xiao, you've benefited from it. Such an extraordinary magical treasure has still fallen into your hands in the end. Jialan Zi also had a lot of thoughts. This Xiangxi is also quite a character. He gave away a magical treasure just like that. This boldness is indeed the character of an ambitious and ruthless person. In the immortal world, this person is a person who kills without hesitation. However, he doesn't have a bad record. Xiangxi is not bad. He would rather use a magical treasure to exchange for a quota than to threaten a mortal like me. In the beginning, he and Taotai didn't know that Brother Jialan Zi was hiding beside me. They didn't have any misgivings and could have easily captured me and asked for a quota. Although I don't really understand Xiangxi, this person is at least open and aboveboard, Xiao Han said emotionally. This is called without sacrificing the child, one cannot trap the wolf, Jialan Zi said half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, from this point of view, Xiangxi definitely has more than one life-saving magical treasure on him. With such boldness, he must be very confident in obtaining something in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Even if he gets 1 or 2 magical treasures, the loss of the Earth God's demon subduing pearl can be completely ignored. Instead, he might even make a huge profit. However, Brother Xiao, do you really intend to refine the Earth God's demon subduing pearl? Jialonzi's eyes stared at Xiao Han. Refining a magical treasure from the immortal world is no small matter. It is even more difficult than consuming and refining immortal pills. As long as I can refine this Earth God's demon subduing pearl and absorb it into my body, I can at least condense a level 1 immortal body, right? Xiao Han licked his lips and his eyes emitted a light that was eager to make a move. Chapter 567. Level 1 Immortal Physique. Equivalent to a Level 1 True Immortal. Every Level 1 True Immortal's immortal physique can be called a Level 1 Immortal Physique. A Level 1 Immortal Physique's pure physical strength is about 1 to 10 Immortal Dragon Power. In other words, it is 10 trillion ding to 100 trillion ding in the mortal world. As long as one reaches a Level 1 Immortal Physique, no mortal in the mortal world can break their defense. However, Xiao Han's current physical strength is only 5 trillion ding, far from enough to forge a Level 1 Immortal Physique. Brother Xiao, this Earth God Demon Suppressing Pearl, is a magic treasure with some fame in the immortal world. Even a Level 1 or Level 2 True Immortal cannot refine it. One must reach Level 3 or even Level 4 True Immortal, and have the Earth and Starry Sky attribute in their bloodline to try to refine it. Moreover, even a Level 4 True Immortal would need to spend several years of hard work to completely refine the Earth God's demon-suppressing orb. Jia Lonzi said. If Brother Xiao can refine this Earth God demon-suppressing pearl, you can easily create a Level 2 Immortal Physique without any suspense. Moreover, the Immortal Physique created by refining the Earth God demon-suppressing pearl is a special Immortal Physique. Its quality is superior to ordinary Immortal Physiques. For example, the Earth attribute's Starry Sky Sovereign Physique is at least twice as good as ordinary Level 1 Immortal Physiques. It's just that. Jia Lanzi laughed. Brother Xiao, if you say that you can consume immortal pills, this is already shocking news. If it spreads to the immortal world, even countless immortal emperors would be shocked. But if you can even refine an immortal artifact, that would be a rare thing. Immortal refining an immortal artifact. Teska, I don't even dare to think about it. Xiao Han also understood that there were differences between immortal physiques. Ordinary immortal physiques. Special immortal physiques. For example, Xiao Han's current 2 embryonic forms of immortal physiques, Thunder God Tyrant Body and Starry Sky Sovereign Physique, once completed. Then, the quality would be superior to ordinary immortal physiques of the same level. Special immortal physiques. The future is boundless. Brother Xiao. Cultivate. Step by step, follow the rules. Steady and steady. The most taboo is to advance rashly. Jia Lanzi said earnestly. Brother Xiao, why don't you refine Immortal Physique Demon Suppressing Pearl for now? Refine it into your magic treasure. With your mortal aptitude, you won't be able to perfectly unleash the full power of this magic treasure, but it's enough for you to protect yourself. Brother Jialon is very knowledgeable. What you said is very reasonable. Then, let us look for the immortals who are scattered all over the world again. Reward the good and punish the evil, bestow a quota or banish them. As for the demon-suppressing pearl of the Earth God, it was the demon-suppressing pearl. I'm not in a hurry to refine it into my magic treasure. Xiao Han temporarily restrained himself from mentioning the matter of refining the Earth God's demon-subduing orb in front of Jia Lanzi. However, in the depths of Xiao Han's heart, there was an unbearable itch. Swish! The frozen nightmare dragon streaked across the horizon. Xiao Han's spirit fluctuated. It spread out like a fishing net. They spread out to every corner of the plain, searching for the aura of immortals. Xiao Han said with a smile as he continued to search. Brother Jialon, if every immortal we find is as pure, open-minded, and upright as the clairvoyant, Tao Tai, and breathing soil, then our next mission will be much easier. However, then again, if every immortal follows the rules and gets the quota as they wish, then the quota in my hands will not be enough for distribution. Jialon said with a smile. Looking for immortals. Just like this, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi trekked across mountains and rivers, covering more than half of the southern region. In a few days, they found a total of 5 immortals. Among them, there were 3 male immortals and 2 female immortals. These 5 immortals had extremely gentle temperaments. After seeing Xiao Han, they also treated him with respect. Moreover, after they descended to this plane, they all followed the rules and didn't do anything out of line. This made Xiao Han unable to find any flaws in these immortals. The 5 quotas were distributed to these 5 immortals respectively. Now, there were a total of 8 immortals who obtained the quota to enter the second level of the Great Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure from Xiao Han. There were still 192 quotas left for the immortals that Xiao Han reserved for the immortals. In these few days, when Xiao Han was alone, he would take out the demon-suppressing orb from time to time and play with it over and over again. He almost couldn't put it down. There were several times when Xiao Han almost couldn't restrain himself and tried to refine it. However, the demon-suppressing orb's aura was too fierce and overbearing. It was far from what the Earth Emperor body-enhancing pill could compare to. Every wisp of the demon-suppressing orb's aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressuring Xiao Han to the point of suffocation. Moreover, it gave Xiao Han an illusion that even if he had the indestructible golden body, if he tried to refine the demon-suppressing orb rashly, he would be in danger of exploding and dying. Unfortunately, the strength of my physical body is now only 5 trillion cauldrons. It's too shallow. Even with the indestructible golden body, it can't withstand the power of this immortal artifact. If I'm not careful, I'll explode. That's not fun. It seems that I have to think of the best refining method before I can do it. Xiao Han stopped at the edge of the cliff several times and reminded himself not to be impulsive. As Brother Jialon said, an immortal artifact is an immortal artifact. It's not that easy to refine it. Moreover, Xiao Han had now rejected the idea of refining the demon-suppressing orb with his blood again and refining it into his own magic treasure. After all, he was immortal. If he forced himself to use the immortal artifact, he wouldn't be able to exert much power. Therefore, in Xiao Han's opinion, the demon-suppressing orb could only be used to refine the immortal body. There was no other way. If I can find a way to refine the demon-suppressing orb, then I can create at least a level 2 immortal body. And a special immortal body, which is comparable to an ordinary level 3 immortal body. The ones who descended this time are all level 2 true immortals. If I, Xiao Han, can have a level 2 special immortal body, I might be able to deal with them. A few years later, when I reach the second level of the Great Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure, I, Xiao Han, won't be at the mercy of the immortals. Xiao Han racked his brains on the way to find the immortals. East Region. Dragon Scale Empire. The night of the full moon. The peak of the imperial city. At this time, a cold young man in green with a sword on his back had a look of ridicule and ruthlessness in his eyes. The aura around him was as sharp as a heavenly sword, and a sword light chilled 19 continents. Moreover, streaks of ancient sword chi were ejected from his cell pores, producing the rise and fall of the sun, the ebb and flow of the tide, and many strange phenomena. Around his body, jade-like veins were washed out. Moreover, the sword chi emitted from his body. It was both good and evil. It was very terrifying. This green-clothed swordsman's eyes were extremely proud. Looking down at the world, he looked at a middle-aged swordsman standing in front of him. That middle-aged swordsman also had an extraordinary aura, but in front of the green-clothed swordsman. However, it appeared dim and dull. At this time, the middle-aged swordsman's face was painted with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy, and there was a look of resentment in his eyes. Under the imperial city, a dense crowd of people were watching the confrontation between the green-clothed swordsman and the middle-aged swordsman. Every onlooker looked at the green-clothed swordsman with eyes full of hatred. However, none of them dared to say anything even though they were angry. They didn't dare to say anything. Young man, I admit that you are a rare genius in the way of the sword. Who exactly are you? In our plane, there is no such person as you. The middle-aged swordsman gritted his teeth and said, On our ranking list of demon heroes, there is no such person as you. You came to the Dragon Scale Empire a few days ago and wantonly looked for swordsmen to compete with you. It's normal to compete with swords. However, your attacks are too vicious. Those who compete with you can't escape death. In just a few days, 58 swordsmen have died in your hands. Among them, there are a few demon swordsmen who also died an unnatural death. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. The green-clothed cold young swordsman scoffed. The guys from your plane are all ignorant. Since you have chosen to cultivate the way of the sword, you must be prepared to die. Die under the sword of others. This is called inferior skill. Moreover, I have already completely suppressed the trash swordsman from your plane when I competed with him. Just by relying on my understanding and skill of the sword, I can easily kill you. You don't deserve to use the sword. After pausing for a moment, the green-clothed swordsman raised his eyes and looked at the cold night sky. I want to challenge all the sword cultivators in your plane. I will punish and execute each and every one of them who don't deserve to use the sword. In your plane, the insignificant mortals actually built a temple to worship that Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what is he? An ant. Worse than a pig or a dog. How dare he accept worship? Tisk, since he is called the leader of this plane sooner or later, he will know that I have challenged all the sword cultivators in his plane. At that time, he will come and beg me not to torture and kill trash like you. Humph, what is my identity? Since I've come to this plane, the only reason why Xiao Han would come to me like a dog begging to see me is because I won't condescend to look for him personally. At that time, he must kneel down and beg me, kowtow. Then I will consider whether to kill all the sword cultivators in this plane. Presumptuous! How dare you insult leader Xiao Han? The middle-aged swordsman couldn't hold it in anymore. He flew into a rage and finally scolded. You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should know that the sword is the way of a gentleman. A sword cultivator should be broad-minded and benevolent. But you bully and kill those who are weaker than you. This is not the way of the sword. This is the way of evil. You are simply out of control. The heavens won't tolerate it. People like you will definitely be punished by the heavens. You are worse than a pig or a dog. The green-clothed swordsman was already furious. In my eyes, each and every one of you is like a beast. You dare to talk to me about the heavens? What is the heavens? You will never understand. Never understand. And I know the heavens better than you. The heavens will never pity you weaklings. Beasts. Now, I will let you see the power of the heavens. Of course, this is only a tiny bit of my power. It is only the tip of the iceberg of my killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-clothed swordsman used his right index finger as a sword and formed a sword seal. Astonishingly! Starlight, moonlight, space, time, all of them gathered at his fingertips. Between heaven and earth, there was darkness. Only the green-clothed swordsman's sword tip emitted a ray of light. This was a demonic light. Mortals! This is your so-called heavens. Pooh! A stunning ray of light shot out from the green-clothed swordsman's fingertip. Space exploded. The shattered and distorted space instantly turned the middle-aged swordsman into fine powder, leaving not even a speck of dust. Waves of powerful sword aura rippled in all directions, spreading out like ripples. Hua, 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 below the imperial city, the spectators didn't even have time to react before their bodies were minced into pieces by the aftershock of the sword chi. They exploded one after another, like fireworks exploding in all directions. Mortals, this is the heavens. The green-clothed swordsman sneered and flew into the air, leaving the imperial city. Chapter 568. Eastern Region. Watermark advertisement test Xiao Han and Jianghu had already arrived at the eastern region from the southern region. In the southern region, Xiao Han found a total of 8 immortals and distributed 8 spots to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Brother Jianghu, it seems that only a small number of immortals are staying in the southern region. Xiao Han looked at Jianghu with a smile. Brother Jianghu, this is the eastern region. It has the largest territory, the most countries, the most prosperous sects, and the wealthiest people. The eastern region is much larger than the southern region. The eastern region is indeed magnificent. Its territory is several times larger than the southern region. The difference between the southern region and the eastern region is like the difference between a small village and a big city. No wonder so many immortals have gathered in the eastern region. Jianghu said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, he slightly spread out his spiritual force and exclaimed. There are many immortals hiding in the eastern region. I found a lot of immortal energy hibernating in the mortal world. Brother Xiao, Don't alert them. Let's look for these immortals one by one. Xianxia said hurriedly. I know. Xiao Han's spiritual force began to spread out and scan them one by one. Surprisingly. Xiao Han's expression changed dramatically. Originally, Xiao Han had been relaxed and at ease. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's expression turned cold and furious. The muscles at the corner of his eyes kept twitching. His pupils shrank and revealed a murderous intent. Oh! Xianxia's eyes also focused. I didn't expect to meet a black sheep in the end. Xiao Han's gaze focused on the Dragon Scale Empire in a corner of the eastern region. At this moment, in the sky above the Dragon Scale Empire, the aura of death lingered. Many vengeful spirits had not yet dissipated. It seemed that in the void, there were faint howls of unwillingness, anger, and roars. Mournful roars. In the other countries of the eastern region, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. However, in the Dragon Scale Empire alone, there were many goose feather-like snowflakes flying in the air. The entire Dragon Scale Empire was simply in an atmosphere of depression and indignation. The atmosphere was lifeless. Moreover, a strand of immortal chi rushed out from the layers of death chi in the Dragon Scale Empire. This strand of immortal energy possessed a type of unrestrained sharpness. It rushed into the heavens without any misgivings. If the godly diviner that Xiao Han encountered was described as gentle, Tao Tie's immortal chi was mellow, and Shi Yang's immortal chi was arrogant. In that case, the celestial chi rushing out of the Dragon Scale Empire was very domineering. No one know me. Unbridled. Moreover, this immortal chi contained a murderous intent that was as deep as the ocean. Woo, woo, woo woo woo. The resentment of the wronged souls hovered above the Dragon Scale Empire. They wanted to rush towards that strand of immortal energy, tear at it, take revenge. However, with a slight twist of the immortal energy, all of the vengeful spirits and resentment were completely turned into nothingness. Damn it! Suddenly, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse. Finally, I've met an immortal who's gone on a killing spree in the mortal world. Killing mortals in such a dignified manner. Damn it! Xiao Han was so angry that his whole body was trembling. After his spirit wave condensed like a beam of light and shone into the Dragon Scale Empire, after careful observation, he roughly knew the number of mortals that died in the Dragon Scale Empire in a few days. Tens of thousands of people died. Xiao Han was furious. Xianxia's face was also extremely cold, and a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He's really a disgrace to our immortal world. He's not a big figure in the immortal world. I'm afraid he's been suppressed for a long time and can't vent his anger. Now that he's descended to the mortal world, he's killing mortals without restraint. This is purely a performance of incompetence. Brother Xiao, I think I already know who that guy is. Forget it. We'll directly enter the country that's been harmed by that guy. We'll directly deprive him of the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Expel him. Expel? He killed tens of thousands of people in a few days. Aren't the lives of mortals important? Just deprive him of the quota and expel him? Xiao Han said ruthlessly. Brother Xiao. What do you mean? Xianxia's eyes slightly narrowed. Kill. Xiao Han said resolutely. Kill this immortal. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Since I've already promised Brother Xiao, an immortal who has committed a crime in the mortal world should be punished. Then I'll do it later. Go! Xiao Han angrily rode the true chi-chilling ice chi dragon and directly descended to the Dragon Scale Empire. Dragon Scale Empire. Dragon Scale Ocean. At the bottom of a vast ocean. At this moment, at the bottom of the ocean, a green-robed man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, a sharp sword was inserted into the reef at the bottom of the ocean. Gugugu, gugugu. The green-robed man's aura was forced out, suppressing the seawater so much that it was pushed away in all directions and bubbled. Some giant sea sharks, sea whales, and octopuses did not dare to approach the green-robed man. The aura emitted by the green-robed man was like that of a primordial divine beast or a heaven-defying killing god, causing these giant sea beasts to stay far away. Oh! Suddenly, the green-robed man opened his eyes and sword light burst out. Pooh! 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 In all directions, countless giant sea whales, giant sea turtles, and octopuses were cut into pieces, causing their blood to spurt out. Just now, there was a strand of mind energy scanning the dragon scale empire from 10,000 li away. This strand of mind energy is so powerful that it could detect the fluctuation of my immortal chi, and it also scanned this area. However, this mind energy is not released by an immortal. It's a mortal. The green-robed man's eyes were burning with excitement, and his face looked extremely demonic. Ha! In this plane, only a mortal with such a powerful mind energy is able to do so. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Plane leader? Ruler of a plane? Trash. In front of me, this Xiao Han is worse than a pig or a dog. He does have a place to enter the second layer of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. However, who is he? I'm a mortal, and I'm a perfected immortal. How can a perfected immortal visit a mortal? Now, I'm going on a killing spree in this country to force Xiao Han to show himself. When the time comes, I want to be in this country. Humiliate their leader Xiao Han, in front of all the mortals. You want me to stop killing? Then, Xiao Han, kneel before me. Ha 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 ha. It was the voice of the green-clothed man. He was a little hysterical. At this moment, memories of the past flashed through the green-clothed man's mind. Divine Sword Son. Your swordsmanship is not good enough, yet you dare to invite me to the life and death arena. Now you have lost. However, we're both disciples of the sword sect, and I'm your senior brother as well. So I won't take your life. However, I can spare you from death, but I can't spare you from punishment. I'll punish you to kneel before the entrance to the sect. Everyone in sword sect. Look at how ugly you are. Ha ha. A white-robed sword cultivator stabbed the green-robed divine sword master to the ground. Ho, ho, ho! The divine sword child let out a bestial howl. Divine Sword Son, I know you're not convinced. However, if you don't kneel this time, I'll tear you into pieces. You lost in the life and death arena, so it's natural for me to kill you. Are you going to kneel or not? I'll kneel. The divine sword son's body trembled. He slowly lowered his head, and the anger in his eyes was enough to drown everything. Dragon Scale Empire. Imperial City. Outside the Imperial City, hundreds of thousands of people were crying. The whole Imperial City was covered with broken corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi walked straight into the Imperial Palace with solemn expressions. Sigh, it actually caused such a tragedy. Jia Lanzi shook his head repeatedly. That guy, in terms of crime, should be beheaded. Xiao Han walked without saying a word. Occasionally, there would be sword chi ripples in the air, carrying with them the mysteries of swordsmanship and the smell of immortal chi. Xiao Han also used his hands to break them. Inside the Imperial Palace. Leader Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. You must uphold justice for our Dragon Scale Empire. The Emperor of the Dragon Scale Empire was dressed in mourning clothes, crying incessantly. All the civil and military officials, concubines, maids, and eunuchs were also crying. Moreover, all of their faces were filled with extreme fear and despair. The Dragon Scale Empire was full of people, and the Imperial Palace was in mourning. At this moment, Xiao Han was trying his best to comfort the people who were about to faint from crying. As for Jia Lanzi, his whole body was wrapped in layers of thick linen cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes. His aura was like that of wood and stone. In Jia Lanzi's eyes, there was also anger brewing. Leader Xiao Han, that guy. As soon as he came to our Dragon Scale Empire, he looked for people to compete with. His methods are extremely cruel. Those who compete with him will definitely die. He killed 58 of the most famous sword cultivators in our country, and yesterday, he also killed a demon hero. Yesterday, his sword chi ripples caused great destruction. He tortured and killed tens of thousands of innocent people. Many tragedies happened last night. Leader Xiao Han, now our country is in a great panic. We have already asked for help from the Demon Hero Tower. Moreover, tonight, that guy will come out again to provoke us. Leader Xiao Han, you must save our country. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely not let that guy go. Xiao Han said while gnashing his teeth. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice came out of nowhere and resounded in the Imperial Palace of the Dragon Scale Empire. You are Xiao Han, right? Ha 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 ha. You are just a mere mortal. You think that just because you have some talent, you will not let me go? Ha 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 ha. Today, I will make you kneel in front of me in front of all the mortals in the world. Lick my toes. Ha 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 ha. Trash. As soon as this voice came out, the emperor and all the people in the imperial palace trembled like chickens. They were scared out of their wits, as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Leader Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. It is this guy. The emperor said with his eyes wide open. Damn, don't play tricks on me. Come out. Xiao Han's whole body was full of vigor, like a god descending to the world. Come out. As you wish. The voice said indifferently. The next moment, boom! Above the imperial palace of the Dragon Scale Empire, a huge whirlpool of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. The wind and clouds surged in all directions. A green-robed young man with a sword on his back slowly walked out of the whirlpool of sword chi and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Xiao Han, today, I want you to kneel. Chapter 569. A powerful aura descended and enveloped the entire Dragon Scale Empire. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the Dragon Scale Empire felt suffocated. The huge Dragon Scale Empire fell into silence. In the void, the huge whirlpool of sword chi swept over everything. Many jade-like immortal patterns emerged from it, which were dazzling and dazzling, making all living beings worship them. But soon, the green-robed swordsman's body devoured the whirlpool of sword chi like a funnel. He walked through the void, dignified like an abyss or a sea. His gaze high up above, looking down on all life, carrying a great deal of disdain, a great deal of wildness. The next moment, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared on the green-robed swordsman. In an instant, snowflakes filled the sky, and the sword chi was overwhelming. The green-robed young man was like a peerless swordsman who could destroy the world. He stood proudly in the sky full of cold snow, lonely, arrogant, indifferent, and disdainful. He pulled out his sword and looked around, unable to find an opponent. His aura alone was not something that mortals could compare with. There were many martial artists in the Dragon Scale Empire, including some evil heroes. However, under the cover of the green-robed swordsman's aura, these martial artists were all scared out of their wits and completely suppressed, not daring to show their faces. The green-robed swordsman glanced around in the void. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the Dragon Scale Empire seemed to feel that the green-robed swordsman was staring at them, and they all knelt down. Ha! The green-robed swordsman enjoyed the prestige of coming to the mortal world. Here, he could obtain great dignity, an invincible dignity. Whoever he wanted to make kneel down must kneel. Whoever he wanted to kill must die. Whoever he wanted to kill must die. The feeling of controlling the fate of mortals. It's very subtle. The green-robed swordsman smiled slightly. But it feels good. Xiao Han. Come out. Kneel. Surrender. In the imperial palace of the Dragon Scale Empire, Xiao Han couldn't bear it anymore. At the thought of how this immortal had come down to the lower realm and wreaked havoc, torturing and killing tens of thousands of innocent people, Xiao Han's killing intent soared to the skies. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the other party was an immortal or not. He directly moved and rushed out. Xianxia silently followed behind Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han flew up into the sky and confronted the green-clothed swordsman. At this moment, an earthen yellow aura surged around Xiao Han's body. The thick starry sky's earth physique was extremely compatible with the gray space, causing Xiao Han to release the aura of a natural heavenly Tao. Thin and dense electric arcs, like dragons and snakes, slithered out of every pore and cell in Xiao Han's body. It was as if every pore and cell of Xiao Han's body was brewing an invincible world of thunder. Moreover, the 70 acupoints in Xiao Han's body began to rumble as boundless true qi surged within them, forming a raging vortex of true qi, brilliant and resplendent. Xiao Han's powerful flesh shell and true qi caused his body to shine brilliantly. He also released an unparalleled aura. In terms of qi, even though Xiao Han could not completely compete with the green-robed swordsman, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Perhaps in the entire mortal world, there was no one else who could not be completely overwhelmed by the aura of an immortal, and could instead remain unfazed by it, other than Xiao Han. As for Xianxia, he still covered his face and concealed his aura. He stood behind Xiao Han like a piece of dry stone. Oh, You are the leader of countless ants in this plain. At this moment, the green-robed swordsman looked at Xiao Han with a sneer. He was the ruler of the world, looking down on all living things. When he looked at Xiao Han, it was like an invincible monarch looking at a pitiful beggar. Indeed, you have some talent. Among the mortals, you should be considered outstanding. You are just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. The green-robed swordsman pointed at Xiao Han. You are just an ant, yet you dare to build a temple in the mortal world and accept worship. Such great prestige. Dog's guts. Who gave you the guts to do this? However, Xiao Han, you are not a complete idiot. You are probably a little clever. You actually know to take the initiative to pay respect to me. That's right. If you think that because you have the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you are fearless and want to wait for us immortals to beg you, then you are too naive. Mortals are mortals. Immortals are immortals. Immortals rule everything, and mortals are like pigs and dogs. Xiao Han, if you did not come today, I would have slaughtered all the living beings in this country. All right, Xiao Han, promise me a few things now, and I can stop the slaughter. The green-robed swordsman smiled at Xiao Han. His expression and tone were as if he had everything under control and was in perfect control of the situation. At this moment, Xiao Han forcibly suppressed the violent killing intent in his heart. His expression became even more calm as water as he looked at the green-robed swordsman indifferently. Indeed, Xiao Han was indeed fearless. First, although the green-robed swordsman was aggressive, he did not dare to kill Xiao Han. Not only did the green-robed swordsman not dare to kill Xiao Han, but any of the immortals that descended did not dare to make a move. Whoever killed Xiao Han would definitely be torn to pieces by the other immortals. Second, Jia Lanzi was behind Xiao Han. This green-robed swordsman had yet to see through Jia Lanzi's true identity. This meant that the green-robed swordsman's cultivation was probably not as good as Jia Lanzi's. Once Jia Lanzi attacked, it was very likely that the green-robed swordsman would be killed. Third, Xiao Han's heart had long been immersed in the immortal Qi talisman. Moreover, Xiao Han had once been suppressed by the demon god's soul. Compared to the terrifying and invincible demon god's soul, this green-robed swordsman was very immature. One man and one immortal, facing each other with equal harshness. What do you want me to promise you before you are willing to stop the slaughter? Xiao Han asked in a slightly mocking tone. First, demolish all the temples that you built in the secular world. Second, kneel and kowtow in front of everyone and beg for my forgiveness. Third, give me the quota that you have to enter the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. I will distribute it. These are roughly the 3 conditions. If you agree to all of them, then I will allow you to be my servant. You must know. You are just a mortal. A nobody like a sesame seed or a mung bean. It is your fortune to be able to be my servant. If you become my servant, when I achieve my grand plan in the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure and obtain many immortal treasures, I will also reward you with a meal. The green-robed swordsman said complacently. These conditions? Xiao Han was angry but also felt that it was ridiculous. Let's not talk about the other conditions first. How can I give you the quota for the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure? The 2 immortal keys have already been refined into my body and integrated with my blood and cells. How can I take them out and give them to you? Ha 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 ha. Idiot. The green-robed swordsman snorted disdainfully. Open your soul and let me plant a sword imprint in your soul. From now on, you will be under my control and become my puppet. If you have the intention to resist, I will be able to punish you. In this way, the immortal keys that you have refined into your body and all the quotas will be in my hands. As he spoke, the green-robed swordsman's voice became low. He raised his eyes and stared at the clouds in the sky. His eyes revealed a burning greed and desire. His voice was so low that it could not be heard. If I can control Xiao Han and make him my slave, then I can take the opportunity to ask other immortals, or even auction the quota to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. In this way, I can make a lot of money. Hee. At this moment? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the funniest, most ridiculous joke in the world. Xiao Han, you dog, what are you laughing at? The green-robed swordsman was enraged. Immortals. Are they all so stupid? Xiao Han smiled and looked at the green-robed swordsman. Immortal, is there something wrong with your head? You actually want to turn me into your slave to control me? You want to auction the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure? Ha ha ha. What an idiot. I also have a few things to tell you here. First, you will be deprived of the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Second, you have tortured and killed mortals in the mortal world. Your sin is unforgivable. Therefore, you will definitely die. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Really ridiculous. Deprive my quota? And you want me to die? Xiao Han. Oh, your expression is so calm. All right, I know. You must think that I don't dare to kill you because your body has the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. So, you think that I will not dare to kill you? Ha ha. Xiao Han, going against me is the same as going against the heavens. Do you know? You are just a mortal. If you go against the heavens, your end will be extremely miserable. Turn into ashes. Who are you? I'm afraid you are just an ordinary level 2 true immortal in the immortal world. How dare you call yourself the heavens? If you are really the heavens, you will also die after committing such a bloody crime. If you are the heavens, I, Xiao Han, will go against the heavens. Xiao Han's aura also soared. You are courting death. The green-robed swordsman's eyes were cold. You are so arrogant. It seems that you have not seen the power of an immortal, so you don't know what is good for you and don't know when to stop. Now, I will show you the difference between a mortal and an immortal. While speaking, the green-robed swordsman's right hand put on the hilt of the sword on his back. Suddenly, the aura of the green-robed swordsman rose rapidly and began to soar crazily. Rays of sword light burst out from the green-robed swordsman's body. These sword lights were extremely fast. The sword chi was like thunder and could destroy ghosts and gods. The aura of a sword immortal spread out wantonly and locked on to Xiao Han. The whole dragon scale empire was completely covered by the sword chi. Everyone was in danger. Everyone was in despair. It was as if they were facing an apocalypse. A catastrophe. Mortal, take one of my swords. This sword will destroy your confidence. It will plant a seed of despair in the depths of your heart. It will make you develop inner demons. In this life, you will live under this shadow forever. In this way, your cultivation will decline if you don't improve, and you will not be able to become an immortal in the future. Although I won't kill you, this sword will make you wish you were dead. The green-robed swordsman said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 570. This green-robed swordsman was indeed vicious and cruel. He did not dare to kill Xiao Han, but he also wanted to slash at Xiao Han. This slash was extremely sinister, and it was meant to destroy Xiao Han's faith. For a martial artist, there was nothing more important than confidence. In other words, the green-robed swordsman wanted to cripple Xiao Han with a single slash. At this time, Jia Lanzi was still standing behind Xiao Han like a rock, not making a move. In a split second, various thoughts flashed through Jia Lanzi's mind. This divine swordsman humiliated Brother Xiao in front of him, trying to use his power to suppress and control Brother Xiao. Between Brother Xiao and him, there is already enmity. Now, he threatened to cripple Brother Xiao with a single slash, which is tantamount to declaring war on Brother Xiao. If I act rashly and block it for Brother Xiao, with Brother Xiao's temperament, it will indeed be disadvantageous. If Brother Xiao can block this slash, it will be the opposite. It will be of great benefit to Brother Xiao's future cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Han knew that he was facing an attack from an immortal. He had to use all his strength to block this attack. Boom! Xiao Han's entire body was like a raging river, and his true energy was also surging intensely. More importantly, Xiao Han's mental energy was completely concentrated, and the solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness began to compress. Compress. Compress again. Xiao Han's current state had already reached its peak. Moreover, he had entered a strange state. Everything around him seemed to be far away from him, and he no longer cared about life or death, or success or failure. Even Jia Lanzi behind him. All of them had been ignored by Xiao Han, the highly compressed mental energy star. This caused Xiao Han's thinking and reaction speed to increase exponentially, and he even developed a mysterious sixth sense. It was as if he could vaguely capture the trajectory and arc of the green-robed swordsman's slash. Although Xiao Han was invincible in the secular world, Jia Lanzi wasn't a match for him. After understanding the power of an immortal, Xiao Han knew his limits. It was impossible for him to take a blow from the green-robed swordsman head-on with his current abilities. Although he had a special dual-attribute embryonic immortal physique and the indestructible golden body, it was very likely that his body would be pierced by the sharpness of the sword. Even if he managed to withstand it, the sword chi would invade his body. It would also destroy Xiao Han's life force. He could only hide. However, if he wanted to dodge this attack, the best way was to summon his demonic chi and cast a demonic technique, such as illusory movement. That way, there was an 80% chance that he would be able to dodge. However, Jia Lanzi was by Xiao Han's side to protect him, so Xiao Han didn't dare to recklessly use his demonic powers or demonic techniques. He didn't want Jia Lanzi to see through him. It was better to be safe than sorry. So, Xiao Han's greatest reliance now was his mental strength. What tyrannical spiritual power! After Xiao Chen strengthened his mental energy, not only were his attacks as fast as lightning, but he could also casually execute techniques. Furthermore, with his saber intent, he could even move his saber at will. Moreover, when his mental energy was strong enough, his reaction speed was also as fast as the speed of light. I'll use my mental energy to dodge this immortal's sword. Humph. You're dreaming if you want to destroy my faith. On the other hand, if this sword doesn't kill me, then this immortal will be useless. Wasn't it a great humiliation for an immortal to return empty-handed after unleashing a sword strike against a mortal? Extraordinary humiliation? Fine. You want to destroy me, so I'll destroy you instead. Although I, Xiao Han, am immortal, far inferior to an immortal in many aspects. I'm afraid that even a perfected immortal can't compare to me in terms of mental energy. Yes. I'll play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. Use my mental energy to dodge this sword. Xiao Han's thoughts became clearer and clearer. It was as if he could see everything clearly. As a result, in a split second, Xiao Han had already sorted out his thoughts and come up with a plan to deal with it. Xiao Han, accept your punishment. At this moment, the Divine Sword Prince finally finished his preparation and slashed out with an earth-shattering sword. Although the Divine Sword Prince was arrogant, he was no fool. He knew that if he couldn't destroy Xiao Han's confidence, then he would be the one whose confidence would be destroyed. The Divine Sword Prince could also see that Xiao Han was invincible in the mortal world. With his skills, if he ascended to the immortal realm, he would be able to defeat some of the weakest level 1 perfected immortals. Therefore, the Divine Sword Prince used a little bit of immortal chi in this sword in order to establish an invincible position. Xiao Han, you ant. Although my level of life far surpasses yours and I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant, I won't go so far as to use immortal chi to hurt you and bully the weak. In that case, you will be defeated by my understanding and talent in the sword Dao. I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. This sword will cripple you. Xiao, the sword came for the kill. The sword god descends. This sword slashed out a long river of sword chi. On this long river of sword chi, there were turtles, snakes, dragons, tigers, and countless immortal chi. With a slight shake, thousands of shadows appeared. Each shadow was a peerless swordsman holding a sword and practicing a powerful sword art. This sword actually contained tens of thousands of sets of brilliant sword techniques. Every move and every style was the best in the world, oppressing the mortal world, shocking the heavens and earth, and killing gods and ghosts. In a breath's time, the sword was already close to Xiao Han's body. Thousands of exquisite and profound sword arts almost sealed off all of Xiao Han's escape routes. This sword looked like a single sword, but it was actually the amalgamation of thousands of swords. The essence was extracted and the impurities were removed to obtain a powerful sword art. This sword contained the curve of the Tao. Between the exquisite workmanship, there was an ethereal feeling of the work of the gods. It was impossible for mortals to defend against this sword. They couldn't dodge this sword either. They could only stretch out their necks and accept the punishment. At this moment, Jia Lanzi, who was standing behind Xiao Han, could not help but exclaim in a low voice. All his immortal chi gathered in his right hand, ready to block this sword for Xiao Han at any time. This was because Jia Lanzi could see that this sword from Divine Swordsman was definitely not to be trifled with. It was not a casual attack, but one that had been prepared for a long time and contained some immortal qi. This sword is almost unsolvable by mortals. The sword sect of the immortal world focuses on sword Dao. There are countless sword immortals under them. Indeed, they live up to their reputation. This is divine swordsman's sword art. 10,000 swords return to origin. Everywhere it goes, it becomes a chaotic universe, a world of swords. Although Brother Zhao's potential is endless, potential is still potential. It seems that he will definitely not be able to block this sword. Jia Lanzi's vision was profound. He also judged that Xiao Han would not be able to survive this sword. And at this moment, Xiao Han. When facing Divine Swordsman's sword, Xiao Han finally understood the terror of sword immortals. Xiao Han also knew that Divine Swordsman's sword did not contain much immortal qi, but the profoundness of this sword was beyond Xiao Han's understanding. This sword blossomed with a resplendent luster, and space was torn apart like silk. Within the sword qi, there was a decadent sound that could take one's life. It was like the twilight of the gods. Space and time were frozen. In the frozen space, countless sword qi penetrated, practicing an extremely gentle and lingering sword technique. It was like traces of spring rain, seeping into the night, hiding in one's dreams, causing one to unknowingly die. An extremely terrifying feeling crept up Xiao Han's spine. This caused Xiao Han's back to be covered in a cold sweat. Imminent danger. Xiao Han knew that life and death were hanging by a thread. The most critical moment had arrived. Boom! The solid mental power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness compressed again. It shrank to the size of a peanut. This caused Xiao Han's thinking speed and reaction speed to double. His mind became clearer and clearer. His mind became clear. Xiao Han was actually extremely calm. Divine Swordsman's peerless invincible sword technique, and endless sword qi, in Xiao Han's eyes, slowed down. Moreover, a subtle sixth sense had also descended upon Xiao Han's soul, allowing him to vaguely make premonitions. Xiao Han! Get hit! Divine Swordsman's cold and arrogant voice rang in Xiao Han's ears. At this moment, I've grasped it. This is the only flaw in this sword technique. Xiao Han's mental power was highly concentrated, and he actually saw the only way out of this sword technique. In the blink of an eye, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Xiao Han's body flashed, and from a completely unimaginable angle, he flashed out of the dense and deadly sword lights. This was the only flaw. He was actually found by Xiao Han. What? Divine Swordsman's sword technique was already finished, and Xiao Han dodged at the most critical moment. This caused Divine Swordsman to have no time to change his technique, and no time to fix the flaw in the sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the sword that was about to injure Xiao Han completely missed. This caused the immortal qi in Divine Swordsman's body to become somewhat chaotic, as if he had punched a cotton ball. He dodged it. He actually dodged this sword technique? Jia Lanzi was also extremely shocked. He had originally wanted to block this sword technique for Xiao Han. He had already determined that Xiao Han could only bow his head in submission under this sword technique. However, Xiao Han had dodged at the critical moment. Brother Xiao calculated the only flaw in this sword technique, and his prediction of the sword's trajectory was extremely accurate. When dodging this sword technique, in fact, a moment later or a moment earlier would have made a difference. If I was a bit late, I wouldn't have been able to dodge the edge of the sword, and if I was a bit early, I would have sent my body to this sword, allowing myself to be slaughtered. Furthermore, Brother Zhao's grasp of timing is also perfect. Amazing. Too amazing. Mortals, even level 1 true immortals of the celestial world, would not be able to dodge this sword technique, but Brother Zhao's exquisite calculation allowed him to successfully dodge it. Amazing. Too amazing. This is enough to show how tyrannical Brother Zhao's soul and mental strength are. Only when one's thinking and reaction speed has reached a certain realm can one make such exquisite calculations in the blink of an eye. Utterly defeated. This sword technique completely defeated Divine Swordsman. He used the sword technique of the Celestial World Sword Sect and a trace of immortal qi to attack Brother Xiao, but he actually failed. If an immortal wants to attack a mortal, he must succeed. Once he fails, his immortal heart will be affected, leaving a flaw that will greatly hinder his future cultivation. An immortal failing to kill a mortal with one sword technique is a great humiliation in the celestial world. If the sect finds out about this, divine swordsmen might even be expelled from the sect. At this moment, because of this sword technique's failure, divine swordsman's meticulously brewed sword technique was like a stone sinking into the ocean. This caused divine swordsman's entire body's blood and immortal chi to flow in reverse. Moreover, he was extremely angry and ashamed. Divine swordsman actually spat out a mouthful of blood. To be continued. Chapter 571. The divine sword sun had descended from the heavens and wanted to destroy Xiao Han's faith with one sword strike. Then, he would be able to control Xiao Han. However, he did not expect that his sword strike would be useless. This caused the divine sword sun to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Xiao Han, after dodging this sword strike, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. To be able to dodge this sword strike was not easy. It practically squeezed out all of Xiao Han's potential. It even caused Xiao Han's essence, qi, and spirit to be greatly consumed. The solid mental power star in his sea of consciousness was slightly deflated. He needed a lot of rest to recover the damage to his mental power. Facing this sword strike just now, Xiao Han knew that it was the closest he had ever been to death. Even if it was just a little bit earlier or a little bit later, his body would still be injured. The immortal is too powerful. Really too powerful. It was just a casual sword strike, but I had to exhaust all of my strength to be able to dodge it. Xiao Han was not complacent. However, after successfully dodging this sword strike, Xiao Han seemed to have completed an unbelievable experience. In his body, the position of the 71st true meridian actually transmitted a vague throbbing. It was as if the 71st true meridian had been stimulated by this sword strike. It actually showed signs of breaking out of its cocoon. The immortal sword strike caused Xiao Han, who had fallen into a bottleneck and could not advance an inch in his true qi realm, to be in a trance. There were signs of a breakthrough. At this moment, bastard! Mortal! Ant! The divine sword sun was here at this moment. His face was covered in blood and his appearance was extremely hideous and terrifying. His eyes shot out a demented and ruthless light. He had lost all of his face and a huge flaw was left in his heart. An immortal not being able to kill a mortal was simply a disgrace to the entire immortal world. This kind of thing had probably never happened since the existence of the immortal world. The current divine sword sun could not only be described as flustered and exasperated. He was like an emperor sitting on his throne. He was slapped in the face by a beggar. He was also like an arrogant young lady of a rich family being trampled on by a farmer who worked in the fields. If he did not strike Xiao Han's sword strike and eliminate his inner demons, from today onwards, the divine sword sun was crippled. With this demonic barrier, even if the divine sword child could enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure after a few years, he would definitely be killed by other immortals. Cut the crap. Your spot to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is revoked. Furthermore, you must die. Xiao Han would never yield. Ha ha ha. Mortals like pigs and dogs. Now, I want to see whether you or I will die. The divine sword prince had completely thrown caution to the wind. All the immortal chi in his body gathered at the tip of his sword. The space shrank and collapsed. He raised his sword and slashed at Xiao Han. This sword was powerful enough to kill an ordinary level 2 true immortal. Just now when he slashed out, the entire plane space crystal barrier was shattered. They were all in a terrifying state of being caved in. The sun and moon had lost their light. Although my thoughts can keep up with this sword, my physical body has already been sealed. There's nowhere for me to dodge. What a pity. If my fleshly body was twice as strong, even 3 times stronger, in that case I can also dodge this sword. Xiao Han sighed inwardly. Yes, Xiao Han's soul-mind power was strong enough. The speed of his thoughts could definitely keep up with the divine sword sun's invincible sword technique. However, because his body and true chi were too weak, they did not match his soul-mind power. Therefore, his soul-mind power could not control the true chi in his body immediately. He dodged the divine sword sun's furious sword strike. I'll kill you with one strike. The divine sword sun was furious. At this time, Jia Lanzi finally broke his silence. Enough. Divine sword sun. You're a disgrace to us immortals. Jia Lanzi's right hand reached out. This grab did not have the slightest fluctuation of immortal chi. In fact, it did not look fast. It was like a casual grab from an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. However, with such a casual grab, the domineering sword light that filled the sky evaporated and disappeared without a trace. The space crystal barrier that was cut into pieces by the sword light was instantly repaired. What? The divine sword son was shocked. His eyes bulged as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head slightly and took a step forward. The wind blew, causing the veil covering Xianxia's face to flutter slightly, revealing a bit of his original appearance. Xianxia. Xianxia. So it's you. You've actually been hiding beside Xiao Han. You. Good, Xiao Han. So it turns out that the reason why your expression hasn't changed is because you're relying on Xianxia's power. At this moment, deep fear and even fear appeared in Shen Jianzi's eyes. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid of Xianxia. Divine Sword Son, do you have any shame? Brother Xiao is immortal. Your sword strike was countered by Brother Xiao. You actually have no grace and used your immortal chi to forcefully kill Brother Xiao. You want to destroy the hundreds of spots to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, right? If you really do such a thing, not only will you die, but your entire sect will be instantly destroyed. Killing Brother Xiao is a heinous crime. Xianxia scolded coldly. This. Being scolded by Xianxia, Divine Sword Son seemed to wake up from a dream. His heart was filled with lingering fear. Yes, if Xianxia did not stop him in time and allowed him to kill Xiao Han, then the sect he was in the immortal world would definitely be destroyed by the immortal emperors. Xianxia, I was just scaring Xiao Han. I definitely wouldn't kill him. My sword technique is very flexible. At the crucial moment, even if you didn't stop me, I wouldn't really. Shut up! Xianxia shouted. Divine Sword Son, let's not talk about the matter of plotting against Brother Xiao for now. However, as an immortal, you actually disobeyed the rules after descending to the mortal realm, massacring nations and cities. Why is that? Who gave you the guts? Xianxia. Divine Sword Son was still arrogant just now, but now, he was trembling in fear of Xianxia, like a mouse seeing a cat. Xiao Han, who was watching from the side, was amazed. It seemed that Xianxia had quite a high position in the immortal world. However, it could also be said that Xianxia's sect was very powerful in the immortal world. Ordinary sect disciples did not dare to provoke Xianxia. The current Xianxia had a domineering aura. Divine Sword Son tried his best to argue. Xianxia, why are you so serious? They're just mortals. Their lives are like pigs and dogs. It's not a big deal to kill them. Xianxia, I know that you've always been upright. However, even if I kill a nest of ants, you don't have to argue with me, right? How about this? I'll give you face. From now on, before entering the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, I won't kill these mortals. How about it? I'll stop. You won't have the chance to enter the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, Xianxia said coldly. What? Why? Impossible. Why is that? Divine Sword Son argued in horror. I only killed some mortals. Why did you deprive me of my quota? Mortals are also living beings. Divine Sword Son, you used your strength to bully the weak. That's a heinous crime. Moreover, the sect master, elders, and even the immortal emperors have already given the order. The quota to enter the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault will be given to Brother Xiao. No one is allowed to object. Brother Xiao's words represent the sect master and the various elders of our sect. Even the words of the immortal emperors above. Divine Sword Son, you don't have the quota anymore. Moreover, Brother Xiao said that he wants to punish you. Then, let me, Xianxia, clean up the sect. You want to kill me? Divine Sword Son was extremely frightened. However, Xianxia was also decisive. As soon as his voice fell, his right hand directly grabbed towards Divine Sword Son. It's not that easy to kill me, Divine Sword Son. Divine Sword Son was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He bared his teeth and summoned his immortal force. His sword swept towards Xianxia. This sword contained endless transformations. It completely displayed the power of a sword immortal. One sword to break 10,000 laws. One sword to subdue 10,000 demons. One sword to intimidate 10,000 immortals. Insignificant skill. Once he made his move, the usually gentle Xianxia was incomparably domineering. Absolute power directly suppressed his opponent. Above his right hand, countless holy light and immortal characters burst out, instantly shattering Divine Sword Sun's killing sword technique. Then, his hand grabbed Divine Sword Sun's chest. Pucci! A piece of flesh on Divine Sword Sun's chest was ripped off, causing blood to burst out. Roar! Divine Sword Sun burst out with a heart-wrenching scream. In the blink of an eye, Divine Sword Sun's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless sword lights that flew in all directions. What a great life-saving treasure! I didn't expect that the Immortal World Sword Sect would actually give this treasure to you. Xianxia was shocked, but very quickly, his right hand repeatedly grabbed out. After images flickered, instantly destroying countless escaping sword lights. However, there were still a few sword lights that disappeared without a trace. In an extremely distant place, as if in the crevice of space, Divine Sword Sun's weak and resentful voice came out. Xiaohan! 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 I will kill you! I will definitely kill you! Just you wait! I will kill your entire family! Puff! Xianxia used holy light to evaporate a bloody thing in his hand and then moved to Xiaohan's side. Brother Xiao, he ran away. Ha! Xiaohan snorted with slight dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. Xianxia blushed with shame. Originally, when it came to killing immortals, I would do my best if I could avoid killing them. However, this Divine Sword Sun has indeed gone too far. That's why I did my best just now. However, I didn't expect the Celestial World Sword Sect to hand over their strongest life-saving treasure to Divine Sword Sun. Once this treasure is activated, it will turn into countless rays of sword light that will scatter in all directions. Then, the rays of sword light will reform into a physical form. Unless all the sword lights are destroyed, even if one sword light escapes, Divine Sword Sun will not die. However, Brother Xiao, I destroyed 3/4 of the sword lights just now. Even if Divine Sword Sun uses the remaining sword lights to reform his body, his cultivation will definitely fall. His immortal power will be damaged. Xianxia said with certainty. After being injured, Divine Sword Sun will probably fall from a level 2 true immortal to a level 1 true immortal. Moreover, Brother Xiao, don't worry. I have already locked onto Divine Sword Sun's divine soul. Unless he hibernates, I can chase him for 1,000 miles if he appears. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Then, Brother Xianxia, after I settle the Dragon Scale Empire, I will continue to search for immortals in the eastern region with you. As he spoke, thoughts surged in Xiaohan's mind. No. My battle power is too weak compared to immortals. Forget it. I must refine the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. I must condense an immortal body. Otherwise, competing with immortals is tantamount to asking for humiliation. In Xiaohan's heart, a roar and a cry erupted. I must increase my battle power. I cannot delay. Chapter 572. After the confrontation with Divine Sword Prince, Xiaohan's heart was filled with anxiety and unease even though he managed to block Divine Sword Prince's first strike. If Xiaohan were to truly face an immortal, or even fight with him, it would indeed be very difficult for him to shake an immortal if he couldn't reveal his demonic energy and demonic techniques. He might even be killed in a second. Even if he used all kinds of demonic powers and demonic techniques at will, he would only end up running for his life. Aggrieved. Deeply aggrieved. If it weren't for Xianxia, Xiaohan would have been killed by the enraged Divine Sword Prince. In the next few years, I'm destined to have dealings with more immortals. These immortals couldn't all be as kind as Master Godly Diviner, Master Tao Tai, and Master Xianxia. There would definitely be people like Master Godly Sword, or even immortals even more savage than Master Godly Sword. Could it be that I, Xiaohan, have to rely on Master Xianxia to step forward and protect my life every time? This is no different from charity. How can I, Xiaohan, tolerate charity? How can I, Xiaohan, rely on others? Xiaohan's heart was filled with ruthlessness. It's urgent to increase my combat strength. If I can refine the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl, that would be the best. If I can't, I'll refine it by force. After spending several days, Xiao Han and Jianghu finally settled the disaster in the Dragon Scale Empire. Moreover, during these days, Jianghu's mind wandered and his divine soul searched for divine sword prints in this realm, but he found nothing. This made Jianghu extremely confused. It's really strange. After being beaten by me, Divine Sword Prince didn't even reveal a trace of his aura. He hid himself very well. Did he leave this realm? Did he go to another realm, or did he return to the immortal realm? Or is he hiding in some cracks in this realm that I can't find him? It's okay. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with determination. Divine Sword Prince is just an arrow at the end of its flight, and his rank has dropped. Even if he's still hiding in this realm, he won't dare to come out and cause trouble. If he really comes out again, I'll definitely kill him. I'll avenge the people of the Dragon Scale Empire. Jianghu could feel the hatred and determination in Xiao Han's voice. He couldn't help but feel suffocated. Xiao Han took a deep breath and said slowly, "Brother Jialan, I've been thinking hard these few days. I've decided, before I continue to search for the scattered immortals, I'll find a place to cultivate for a short period of time." Jianghu understood the meaning behind the song and looked deeply at Xiao Han. If I'm not wrong, Brother Xiao is preparing to refine that Earth God demon-subduing pearl in order to forcefully create an immortal body, right? Xiao Han remained silent. The determination in his eyes became even more intense. It was the Divine Swordmaster who provoked Brother Xiao. Jianghu also sighed. Yes, Brother Xiao is a peerless genius. He could not tolerate any grievances in his life. Even in the face of an immortal, Brother Xiao still has his own pride. However, Brother Xiao forcibly refined an immortal artifact with the body of a mortal. This. Brother Jialan, I have made up my mind. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. I just want to maintain my dignity in front of the immortals. I can even kill those immortals who commit atrocities in the mortal world. For this, I will do whatever it takes. Let's return to the Devil Hero region secretly. I'm going to choose a spirit house in the Devil Hero Pagoda and abandon all distracting thoughts. I'll focus on refining the Earth God demon-subduing pearl. Xiao Han said decisively and paused for a moment. If Brother Jialan is worried about me, you can protect me. At this point, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. With Brother Jialan's ability, even if I'm in the process of refining, I won't die. If something goes wrong, I think he definitely won't die. Brother Jialan will definitely be able to remedy the situation in time. In that case, let's stop searching for the scattered immortals and return to the Devil Hero region. Jianghu did not say anything else and agreed with Xiao Han's idea. Devil Hero region. Devil Hero Pagoda. 12 elders surrounded Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han, that immortal Jianghu, we've already properly settled him down. An elder said timidly. Although he's an immortal, Mr. Jianghu is very kind and doesn't put on airs at all. If every immortal who descends to our plane is like Mr. Jianghu, it would be great. However, we heard that an evil immortal appeared in the Dragon Scale Empire in the eastern region. He tortured and killed us mortals at will. Fortunately, Leader Xiao Han and Mr. Jianghu attacked and injured him. It was Brother Jialan who repelled the Divine Sword Prince. As a mortal, it's really difficult for me to fight against an immortal. If we really fought, I would be killed instantly. Xiao Han laughed at himself. Hiss! The 12 elders were all shocked. With Leader Xiao Han's combat strength, he still can't fight against an immortal. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll enter the spirit house and focus on cultivation now. You guys wait outside. Xiao Han waved his hand and left directly. In a spirit house in the Devil Hero Pagoda. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and murmured in a low voice. Then, Xiao Han took out the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl from his storage ring. The Earth God's demon-subduing pearl floated in front of Xiao Han. An earthy yellow aura spread out wantonly. It contained a great thousand world and hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains, passing through it continuously. It was incomparably heavy and domineering. This is an immortal artifact Dharma treasure. If an immortal uses it, it can shatter a planet and directly crush a huge planet into powder. However, if I use this Dharma treasure, it'll be a waste. I won't be able to unleash much power. It's better to refine it into my body so that I can create an immortal body. Xiao Han released his mental strength and covered the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Although the Earth God's demon subduing pearl was only a little bigger than a fist, Xiao Han's mental strength could barely cover it completely. Hiss! How magical! My psyche waves can easily cover the entire plane, and I can even slightly extend it to other planes. However, it's extremely strenuous to cover this Earth God's demon subduing pearl. It's many times heavier than our entire plane. Xiao Han calmed his mind and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He began to use his mental strength to penetrate the Earth God's demon subduing pearl bit by bit, looking for a way to refine it. At the same time, he also activated the indestructible golden body to protect his blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and cells. First, I have to break down the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Then, I have to refine it like how I refined the Thunder God's body tempering pill and the Earth Emperor's body tempering pill. Xiao Han's mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. This Earth God's demon subduing pearl is an immortal artifact refined from the essence of hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains. It's an immortal artifact that was refined from the essence of a few tens of thousands of immortal mountains. If I want to break it down, I absolutely can't do it forcefully. I'm afraid that even Brother Jialan would have to expend a great deal of effort to break it down. With my strength, forcefully breaking down the earthly god devil subduing pearl is absolutely impossible. Xianxia Tower. In a clean and refreshing resting room, Jialan Zi was drinking tea alone. His immortal sense covered the entire Xianxia Tower. To refine the Earth God's demon subduing pearl, I have to break it down first. Why did I say that Brother Xiao is immortal? It's almost impossible to refine an immortal treasure. It's because the first step, breaking down an immortal treasure, is extremely difficult for mortals. I wonder how Brother Xiao will deal with it. Jialan Zi frowned slightly. Xiao Han's mental strength constantly observed the Earth God's demon subduing pearl and learned some things. The immortal talisman sealed the essence of hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains. Moreover, it absorbed endless earth energy from the celestial realm to create this treasure. To break it down, I have to do 2 steps. First, use the earth elemental energy in my body to actively attract the earth elemental energy contained in the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Attract it out. Second, the immortal talismans are connected, but there must be a loophole. I have to find this loophole and use my saber intent to cut it. As long as I cut the connection between any 2 immortal talismans, this immortal treasure will become unstable and then collapse. Xiao Han's thoughts were extremely clear. He found a way to break down the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the surface of Xiao Han's body, yellow energy spots suddenly bloomed and seeped into the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. As expected. Soon, Xiao Han's earth physique resonated with the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. The originally motionless Earth God's demon subduing pearl began to move rhythmically. Vaguely, the Earth God's demon subduing pearl had a sign of pouncing on Xiao Han. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental strength was completely focused, searching for the immortal talismans on the Earth God's demon subduing pearl that were not connected tightly enough. He searched for a full hour. Finally, found it. Hundreds of millions of immortal talismans were used to create this immortal treasure. Originally, the connection between each immortal talisman was perfect, but I still found it. There's a tiny gap between these 2 talismans. Break it! Break it! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han took out his saber intent, condensed it into a point, and directly cut the gap between the 2 immortal talismans. Poof! The saber cut through. Boom! 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 The sound of something collapsing came from the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Suddenly, a gap appeared on the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. A small part of the sphere began to break down. The bigger part of the sphere that was connected to the immortal talismans did not break down immediately. Instead, it began to loosen. Boom! First, a small part of the broken sphere was directly attracted by the earth physique in Xiao Han's body, and directly pounced at Xiao Han. Refine! Xiao Han took out his indestructible golden body, and golden light surged. It wrapped around the small part of the sphere. However, bang! In an instant, Xiao Han was directly blown away by this small part of the sphere. Poof! Xiao Han looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were already seriously injured. It's just a small piece of the sphere. Even I can't handle the energy contained in it. Xiao Han was shocked. This Earth God's demon subduing pearl had only been broken down by Xiao Han into 1% of the fragments, but Xiao Han still could not refine it. Not only could he not refine it, but he was also in a state of being suppressed to death. Boo! The small fragment that had been broken down, without any deviation, directly pounced towards Xiao Han again. Boom! This small fragment had crushed Xiao Han to the ground. Ah! Xiao Han felt that he was being suppressed by the mountains. He could not turn around at all. All the bones and meridians in his body had exploded, and he was seriously injured. He kept spitting out blood. Moreover, what shocked Xiao Han even more was that the remaining sphere was also rumbling and shaking, and gradually, it was about to break down. Once the entire sphere broke down and exploded, Xiao Han would definitely be crushed to pieces. Moreover, perhaps the entire Devil Hero region would be blown to pieces. Chapter 573. Ka ka ka, ka ka ka, ka ka ka. Just a small piece of Earth God's demon subduing pearl was enough to crush Xiao Han. Many of his bones were crushed and even some of his meridians were broken. Roar! At this moment, Xiao Han was filled with grief, disappointment, and unwillingness. I can't refine this immortal artifact? I'm immortal. I really can't refine an immortal artifact? Am I going to be imprisoned and unable to condense an immortal body in the mortal world? My combat power is stagnant and I'm being played by an immortal? No! I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In the lounge. It's broken down. Jia Lanzi put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Brother Xiao is indeed an anomaly among mortals. You actually forcefully broke down the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. TSK. Breaking down an immortal artifact. Even a level 1 or 2 perfected immortal can't do this. I didn't expect a mortal like Brother Xiao to be able to do this. However, even though it's broken down, Brother Xiao can't refine it. Looking at it now, Brother Xiao is already in imminent danger. The broken down immortal artifact fragment is going to crush Brother Xiao into powder. I can also feel Brother Xiao's resentment and unwillingness. Brother Xiao, you shouldn't be like this. You should know that this is a magic treasure that can kill immortals. This is not something a mortal can refine. Brother Xiao, you shouldn't be resentful and unwilling. Now, Jia Lanzi gathered all his immortal power and essence, ready to save Xiao Han at any time. The entire Xianxia pagoda seemed to be under a huge gravity and began to shake, showing signs that it was about to collapse. This was because Xiao Han had endured most of the pressure from the immortal artifact fragment, and only a little bit of the gravity wave leaked out. Otherwise, the entire Xianxia tower would have exploded. Xiao Han was under heavy pressure. Now, Xiao Han was under heavy pressure. A small piece of immortal artifact fragment was equivalent to thousands of immortal mountains, crushing Xiao Han to death. He couldn't breathe. If it wasn't for Xiao Han having a special dual attribute immortal body and the protection of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han would have been crushed into a meat patty. Moreover, the biggest hidden danger was that the entire Earth God's demon subduing pearl was about to explode. Rumbling could be heard, similar to the sound of mountains collapsing and stars disintegrating. Xiao Han was determined. The invincible golden body technique was pushed to the limit. Golden light surged out from his entire body, enveloping the immortal artifact fragment and madly refining it. Unfortunately, the earth element contained in the celestial artifact fragment was too rich. It was so violent that even Xiao Han's indestructible golden body technique could not refine it as smoothly as he refined the Earth Emperor's body refining pill. This hard bone was extremely difficult to chew. Could it be that I'm too naive? Is it impossible for a mortal to refine a celestial artifact? Xiao Han bared his teeth. Just at the moment of imminent peril, suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Wait! The reason why I can't refine the celestial artifact fragment is because the earth element it contains is too strong. For example, If my body and the indestructible golden body are like an ant, I can't refine it. This celestial artifact fragment is like an elephant. An ant can't eat an elephant unless I break it down into countless ant-sized objects. Break it down into parts. At the critical moment, a bold idea was brewing in Xiao Han's mind. Since I can't refine such a big piece, then I'll break it. Kang. All of a sudden, the perfection stage natal saber intent that was entrenched in the solid mental energy planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness flew out like snowflakes. Tens of thousands of saber lights slashed at the celestial artifact fragment. This immortal artifact fragment had been formed from the essence of countless immortal mountains and earth elements. After Xiao Han's psychic power solidified, his carelessness in the great accomplishment stage had reached the acme of perfection. At this moment of life and death, he could slash out with his natal saber chi, which could slash anything in the void. Puff, 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 puff. Following that, the celestial artifact fragment bloomed like fireworks. The intense earthy yellow light mixed with the saber lights flew in all directions. Xiao Han's perfection stage natal saber intent could split a small celestial artifact fragment into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of pieces. It was equivalent to cutting the celestial artifact fragment into densely packed dust. In the shape of particles. All of a sudden, the gravity that was suppressing Xiao Han disappeared. Xiao Han felt relaxed. All right. Ha 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 ha. I think it's done. Xiao Han was overjoyed. It seemed that his intuition was correct. Xiao Han didn't have the ability to destroy this celestial artifact fragment. However, the perfection stage natal saber intent could cut this celestial artifact fragment into pieces. Because this celestial artifact fragment was composed of elemental energy, not a solid object. Since the perfection stage natal saber intent could even cut through nothingness, naturally, it could cut an entire element into countless densely packed elemental particles. Absorb. Refine. Xiao Han didn't dare to hesitate. He activated the immortal golden body incantation to the extreme again. The golden light swept out like a tornado, wrapping up the earthy yellow earth energy that was spreading out. Boom. Refine. Puff, puff, puff. As the golden light wrapped around the earthy yellow earth energy, it began to break down. Then, it turned into streams of heat that merged with Xiao Han's blood and genes. It merged with Xiao Han's cells and pores. It merged with Xiao Han's meridians and bones. It made Xiao Han feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. Because the celestial artifact fragment had been cut into pieces, it wasn't too difficult for Xiao Han to refine it now. Moreover, Xiao Han's body already had a certain level of foundation. With the help of the immortal golden body incantation, the densely packed earth energy quickly merged with Xiao Han's body. It constantly changed Xiao Han's bodily functions, causing Xiao Han's body and even his life level to continuously evolve. It was as if he was reborn. There was even a sense of transcendence. Streams of earth energy condensed into earth dragons, earth snakes, earth dragons, earth birds, and great walls. These earth dragons and earth snakes circled around Xiao Han. Powerful vitality and celestial aura were injected into Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han's flesh actually glowed with an intense earthy yellow color. Moreover, each piece of flesh was incomparably strong and impregnable. Xiao Han's entire body was glowing with an earthy yellow luster. It seemed like his body, cells, and meridians. His blood vessels had all evolved into celestial bodies, stars, meteorites, stars. It actually gave off a sense of immortality. Later on, Xiao Han's blood vessels and meridians also glowed with a divine luster. Every drop of his blood seemed to have evolved into yellow crystals. His blood had almost solidified. It was as solid as gemstones and heavenly crystals. The surface of his skin was even more dazzling. It released a terrifying defensive ability. Moreover, the current Xiao Han. Not only did his defensive ability increase, but his strength was also increasing. The power of his body broke through the shackles and continued to soar. Xiao Han's celestial aura became stronger and stronger. It shone brightly. At this moment, pooh! It was the earth god demon subduing Pearl. Once again, another fragment flew out. Boom! The fragment moved horizontally. It was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Han. This time, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He was very familiar with it. He activated his great accomplishment natal saber intent and once again cut this fragment into billions of earthy yellow light spots. He absorbed it again. Refine. Ha 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 ha. Nourishing. Who said that mortals can't refine immortal artifacts? Ha 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 ha. Finally, Xiao Han let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Of course, a mortal refining an immortal artifact was something that could only happen to Xiao Han. In the vast universe there were countless ordinary planes. No mortal, no matter if they were at the Tower Master level or the Elder level, could refine the Earth God Demon subduing pearl immortal artifact like Xiao Han. This was because Xiao Han had several prerequisites to refine immortal artifacts. None of them could be missing. First, the powerful strength of his flesh. Second, he had the starry sky and earth attributes in his body. Third, the great accomplishment saber intent, the supreme saber energy that could cut through the void. Fourth, the mental strength that was comparable to an immortal. These conditions had to be met at the same time to be able to refine this immortal artifact. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to refine it. Instead, he would go mad and self-destruct. Right now, Xiao Han was like a Tao Tai, gulping down the incomparably pure energy of the earth like a whale. His body was surrounded by yellow air currents, surging and filled with immortal energy that couldn't be found in the mundane world. This energy was bright, pure, noble, and holy. It was like heaven, like the world of immortals. Xiao Han's body was also becoming more and more detached from the mundane world. Deep in his pores, the purest immortal energy was born. Clouds shot out, immortal energy overflowed, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared. Xiao Han's body was being transformed. Every cell, every blood vessel, seemed to have been opened up into an independent world. Inside the blood vessels, the cell walls crystallized, forming a spatial crystal wall. This spatial crystal wall was 10 times, no, more than 100 times stronger than the spatial crystal wall of the mundane world Xiao Han was in. And the thickness was still increasing. The increase in strength was even more shocking. This is the body of an immortal? So magical. In the lounge where Xianxia was, he was about to make a move to save Xiao Han and prevent the immortal artifact fragment from shattering Xiao Han. At this moment, Xianxia's heart suddenly trembled. What's going on? Xianxia, who had always been calm, couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching howl. All the chaos, all calm. The entire Xianxia pagoda is peaceful. Moreover, the entire Xianxia region is now full of immortal energy. Where is this immortal energy coming from? Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han. He has successfully absorbed the immortal artifact. He is absorbing the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. Roar! What's going on? Brother Xiao is immortal. How can he refine and absorb an immortal artifact? There is absolutely no such logic in this world. Even I, who is known as a peerless genius in the vast celestial realm, can't refine and absorb the Earth God's demon subduing pearl. But Brother Xiao has done it. Xianxia had completely lost the demeanor and bearing of an immortal. He started barking at the top of his lungs, as if he had seen a great miracle that even the celestial realm had not seen in billions of years. Chapter 574. At this point, Xiao Han's cultivation in the secret mind room had gradually stabilized, and he was on the right track. He unleashed his saber intent, broke down the fragments of the celestial artifact, and activated the indestructible golden body incantation to refine them. Everything that was supposed to be heaven-defying and impossible for a mortal was accomplished by Xiao Han in one go. In just a few days, the Earth God's demon subduing pearl broke down into dozens of fragments, which were all refined by Xiao Han. Now, only a small half of the sphere was left, and it was preparing to fall off. Xiao Han's body, from the inside out, was filled with immortal qi. His body had been completely transformed, and he had completely ascended. He was no longer mortal, and had evolved into an immortal body. It was not the so-called half-immortal physique, but an authentic immortal physique. The supreme body that could only be created in the immortal world had now been created by someone in the mortal world. After I've completely refined the world origin energy of the celestial world, I'll look for Brother Jialan to evaluate my current celestial physique. However, I can feel that every single strand of my hair is filled with unimaginable power. If I were to encounter the divine sword sun again, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with an incomparably powerful and domineering confidence. In Jialanzi's lounge. After a few days of shock and barking, Jialanzi finally calmed down and stood by the window, looking out. I didn't expect Brother Xiao to succeed. The Earth God's demon subduing pearl was absorbed by him. Moreover, he refined the celestial weapon. The speed at which an immortal body was created. Very quickly. It had only been a few days. For example, in the immortal realm, it would take more than a few days to create an immortal body. Moreover, even a level 3 true immortal or a level 4 true immortal would need a few years to refine this magic treasure, which was quite famous in the immortal realm. Although I don't know how Brother Xiao Han managed to refine this magic treasure, I have no idea. However, to break up the whole into parts, Brother Xiao Han must have cut a celestial artifact into countless pieces before absorbing and refining it. Ha! Jia Lanzi seemed to have been inspired. His eyes glowed as he fell into deep thought. The highest floor of the Xianxia pagoda. The 12 elders and the rest of the ancient authorities were astounded. It couldn't be any better. Just a few days after Xiao Han cultivated in seclusion, the atmosphere of the entire Xianxia domain changed drastically. In the entire Xianxia region, immortal energy drifted about everywhere. Many immortal trees grew. The flowers and plants of the immortal world attracted colorful butterflies, and countless birds chirped as they wandered through the forest. The immortal flowers that covered the mountains and plains were as bright as clouds and brocades. Some young and beautiful female heroes walked among the flowers in the mountains curiously. They were like fairies walking on the waves. Walking in the picture. All kinds of colorful birds flew in the Xianxia domain. These birds were species that did not exist in the secular world. They were some sparrows and turtle doves. After entering the Xianxia domain, they were nourished by the immortal qi auspicious clouds and precious clouds and evolved into immortal birds. There were also some butterflies that had evolved. Their wingspans exceeded a meter, which was extremely magical. Even the soil of the entire Xianxia region became fragrant, colorful, and emitted the fragrance of medicine. This kind of soil could not be found anywhere else in the mortal world. It was already the soil of spiritual medicine. If mortals ate this soil, they would definitely get rid of all kinds of diseases and increase their lifespan. The warm air surged, and the Xianxia region was like spring all year round. The atmosphere of the immortal world. Finally, an elder said incoherently and tremblingly, "Look at the current Xianxia region. It's impossible to have such an atmosphere in the mortal world. Could this be the immortal world? Leader Xiao Han, what is he cultivating? He actually made our Xianxia region almost turn into the immortal world. Unbelievable. Leader Xiao Han is cultivating immortal skills?" Another few days passed. The Earth God Demon Subduing Pearl was about to be completely absorbed and refined by Xiao Han. Hey! Xiao Han stood up slightly and stretched his body. Rumble! Space exploded. Xiao Han stood up slightly and straightened his back. His aura suddenly soared into the sky like a mountain rising from the ground, towering, majestic, and imposing. The surface of Xiao Han's skin was shining, and every pore cell was enshrouded with immortal qi. The immortal qi rose above Xiao Han's head and condensed into immortal world runes. In the depths of these immortal world runes, a gate of the immortal world vaguely appeared. The patterns on it were very mysterious, and an ancient and supreme aura bloomed. Poof! Another fragment of the Earth God Demon Subduing Pearl fell off. Xiao Han's spirit wave wrapped around it, and then he skillfully activated his saber intent to cut it. Countless spots of holy yellow light surged toward Xiao Han like a swarm of bees, and then merged into Xiao Han's body in an extremely harmonious manner without the slightest rejection. This caused Xiao Han's body to become more and more dazzling, shining with boundless light. His immortal body became more condensed and solid. It was approaching perfection. As Xiao Han condensed his immortal body, the phenomenon of the entire Devil Hero domain also became more and more magnificent, causing this part of the secular world to completely evolve into a corner of the immortal world. Countless devil heroes came to pay their respects. As for Jia Lanzi, he also warned the 12 elders of the Devil Hero Tower to immediately seal the news and not let the people of the secular world come to disturb Xiao Han. Jia Lanzi also used a huge amount of immortal force to wrap the Devil Hero domain, so that the aura of Xiao Han condensing his immortal body would not spread out. Tao Meizi, who was residing in the Xianxia pagoda, was also startled as he ate and drank to his heart's content. He met up with Xianxia to witness this rare miracle. A mortal condensed an immortal body in the secular world. Cao Tai mumbled while gnawing on a piece of chicken leg. His eyes were blurry. Moreover, it's an immortal body created by refining an immortal tool. The foundation of this immortal body is incomparably strong. It seems that Brother Xiao Han is not only the king of the secular world. In the future, when he reaches the immortal world, he will also be able to command the world. Cao Tai patted his big belly. Even if I have the stomach of Cao Tai, it's also impossible for me to refine a great immortal weapon like the Earth God's demon subduing pearl in a short period of time. Brother Cao Tai, I have also been shocked for several days. Now, I am also numb. I will wait for Brother Xiao to come out of seclusion and see what degree of immortal body he can condense. Xianxia smiled slightly. Brother Cao Tai, you must know. Brother Xiao has a special immortal physique created by refining magic treasures. The Starry Heaven's sovereign physique. You should know what a special immortal physique is. Yes, a special immortal physique. It's much stronger than ordinary immortal physiques. Among the same level 1 immortal physiques, special immortal physiques were at least twice as powerful as ordinary ones. In terms of immortal physique alone, it was a level 2 special immortal physique. It's comparable to an ordinary level. For immortal physique, Cao Tai also had a rough idea. I reckon that it's about time for Brother Xiao to come out. Brother Cao Tai, let's get ready to welcome them. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia roared with laughter. The Eastern Region. A prosperous empire in the Eastern Region. The Prosperous Sea Empire. At this time, in the back garden of the Prosperous Sea Empire's imperial palace, several youths with immortal charm were casually sitting next to carved stone chairs. They were just casually sitting there, but they gave people the feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. The tip of their eyebrows and the corner of their eyes were like a sovereign overlooking the world, dominating the 8 desolates. Among them, the one with the most outstanding temperament was a young man wearing a light yellow robe. This young man looked to be in his early 20s. He had an extraordinary temperament. His face was angular, and his whole body was like a god. His eyes were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, able to attract countless rays of light. He stood up with his hands behind his back and his back straight. It was as if his body contained an immortal sword that could pierce the blue sky. His whole body seemed to be able to support the blue dome of heaven. The aura on his body made people want to kneel on the ground and deeply worship him. His willpower was extremely strong. Suddenly, the divine sword son, who was injured by Xianxia and forced to retreat, actually appeared here. At this moment, the divine sword son's aura was extremely dispirited. His eyes were filled with endless resentment and hatred, and his teeth were clenched. Ha ha ha, divine sword son. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to end up like this. Ha ha ha. This is really funny. A young man in red robes even had a terrifying scene of magma boiling in his eyes. Divine sword son, I didn't expect you to be crippled after coming to the mortal world. Ha ha ha, even your grade has dropped from a level 2 true immortal to a level 1 true immortal. Ha ha. How many dragons of immortal strength do you have now? I'm afraid there's not much left. Humph. The divine sword son snorted coldly and resentfully. The veins on his forehead were bulging. What? Divine sword son, you're not convinced? We just said a few words and you want to explode? Another young man in blue robes said coldly. If it wasn't for Heaven's Son who helped you hide your aura, I'm afraid you would still be chased to death. You, a dignified immortal, actually came to the mortal world and ended up in such a sorry state. You're like a stray dog. What else do you have to say? You're a disgrace to the geniuses of the immortal world. Roar! Xiao Han! Xiao Han! I, the divine sword son, will definitely not let you go. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to exterminate your entire family. I'm going to kill your entire family. The divine sword son finally let out a beast-like roar. Xiao Han? The young man in light yellow robes who was standing with his hands behind his back suddenly spoke. His voice was extremely indifferent, as if he was indifferent to everything. It made one's soul tremble and could not help but feel fear towards him. Divine sword son, what's going on between you and Xiao Han? He's immortal and his level of existence is very different from us. He's worse than pigs and dogs. Why would he talk back to you? Why would he have such guts? Xiao Han is a beast. He's nothing special, but he has Jia Lanzi's support. The Divine Sword Son said with deep resentment. Heaven's Son, with Jia Lanzi's support, Xiao Han will definitely not give you the quota. In the immortal world, you and Jia Lanzi are like fire and water. Now that Jia Lanzi has Xiao Han under control, he will definitely take the opportunity to suppress you. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a domineering aura burst out from Heaven's Son's body. It was as if an emperor had descended and looked down on everything. To be continued. Chapter 575. Divine Sword Son, what is the cause of this matter? Tell me in detail and don't leave anything out. Heaven Emperor Heaven calmed his aura and emotions and said coldly. Okay, I'll tell you. Divine Sword Son's eyes rolled a few times and he quickly said. This Xiao Han is just an ant-like mortal. However, his character is extremely arrogant and aloof. Arrogant? What right does a mortal have to be arrogant? As soon as these words came out, the immortals in the Imperial Garden all voiced their dissatisfaction at the same time. Heaven Emperor Heaven glared at them and these immortals did not dare to say anything else. Divine Sword Son, continue. Heaven Emperor Heaven said indifferently. Yes, in short, this Xiao Han is arrogant. He kept saying that after a few years, he would be the one to distribute the spots to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. If he wanted to give a spot, he would give it to whoever he wanted. If he didn't want to give it, then he definitely wouldn't give it. He can even use this matter to extort us to raise his own status and ruthlessly humiliate us immortals. What a wolf's ambition. Divine Sword Son gritted his teeth and said. Of course, a mortal would not dare to be so presumptuous in front of us immortals, even if he ate dog's guts. However, Jia Lanzi is supporting him. In the immortal world, Jia Lanzi is a person who thinks highly of himself. His sect is known as the #1 sect in the immortal world. He views all the other sects in the immortal world as evil devils. The current situation is that Xiao Han has been completely controlled by Jia Lanzi. The two of them are in cahoots with each other. They are roaming the entire plane, searching for immortals like us who have descended here to decide who the quota belongs to. If we immortals give Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han enough treasures, they will give us the quota. If we don't accept their exploitation, then they will not give us the quota. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given us a spot, causing us to descend and return empty-handed, wasting the sect's painstaking efforts. Before this, Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han took the initiative to look for me and demanded that I hand over all the treasures I had on me. Moreover, they want me to kneel. This is ridiculous. Of course I would resist. That Jia Lanzi was vicious and merciless, directly attacking me. If I hadn't used a life-saving magic treasure given to me by the sect in advance, I'm afraid I would have died. I've already died at the hands of Jia Lanzi. Even so, Jia Lanzi still beat me to the point that my grade dropped. Roar! How presumptuous! A mere mortal actually dared to force an immortal to kneel. How ridiculous! This is a provocation to the entire immortal world, said a pointy-faced man, his whole body surging with killing intent. Puny mortals, you should be respectful when you hear that we immortals have descended. Now, he still wants us to lower our status. Moreover, he wants to allocate the quota himself. Looks like this Xiao Han, we need to properly deal with him. Killing him was impossible, but he could bring his family back to the sect. All of his relatives were killed, tortured, and humiliated. However, the blue-robed youth who had mocked the Divine Sword Son earlier said. He frowned slightly and said. According to the Divine Sword Son, Jia Lanzi is currently controlling Xiao Han. Xiao Han's actions are very likely to be instigated by Jia Lanzi behind the scenes. After all, a mortal, a dog-like existence, could not possibly have such guts. Mortals are scared out of their wits when they see us immortals, yet they still dare to allocate the quota? It's obvious that Jia Lanzi is using Xiao Han to knock us down. Son of Heaven, you and Jia Lanzi are tit-for-tat in the immortal world. This time, I'm afraid that Jia Lanzi wants to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with you. If he treats you like how he treated the divine sword son and makes you kneel, then... Son of Heaven fell into deep thought. Son of Heaven, what should we do now? We have always followed your lead. You make the decision to deal with Xianxia and Xiao Han. We will listen to your arrangements. These few immortals, one by one, looked at Son of Heaven. Right now, the situation is unfavorable for us. Son of Heaven slowly said. The 2 immortal keys to enter the 2nd floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure have a protective effect on the mortals who obtain the immortal keys. This causes us immortals to be cautious and not dare to kill these mortals. If not for this, I would have gone to take Xiao Han's head right now, cut him into 8 pieces, and execute his entire family. However, we cannot act recklessly against Xiao Han now. Moreover, with Xianxia protecting Xiao Han, it will not be that easy for us to succeed. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Allowing a clown like Xiao Han to come and look for us? Allocating the quotas? If he does not give us the quota, are we going to return to the immortal world with our faces covered in dirt? If that's the case, when we return to the immortal world, we will have no face left. We will be laughed at by the other disciples of the sect. We must get the quota. Moreover, we are not begging Xiao Han to lower our status to please him, but to control him. Son of Heaven's eyes were brewing with a taste of conspiracy. Son of Heaven, what brilliant plan do you have? This matter is not difficult for me, Son of Heaven. Listen, contact some of the immortals who are on good terms with us to deal with Xianxia and Xiao Han together. We will lure Xianxia away and then capture Xiao Han alive. As long as we capture Xiao Han, I have at least 1,000 ways to torture him and make him obediently listen to our orders. At that time, we can order Xiao Han around like an animal. Moreover, after we enter the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure and Xiao Han loses his value, we can directly torture him to death. Son of Heaven's eyes reflected an extremely sinister and cruel expression. As for Xiao Han's family, relatives, and even anyone related to Xiao Han, all of them must die. Now, go to the secular world and check on Xiao Han's information. If he has a wife and children, then we can find some of the dirtiest beggars in the secular world and ravage his wife in front of him. We will let Xiao Han know the consequences of offending us. We will also let him know that following Xianxia was a mistake. When Emperor Tsong uttered such malicious words, his emotions were actually very calm. It was as if he was just talking about some trivial family matters. This made this person even more cruel and terrifying. After we control Xiao Han, I will deprive Xianxia of the right to enter the 2nd floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. We will counterattack this arrogant Xianxia. Son of Heaven revealed a demonic smile. Good. Emperor Tsong, let's act according to your plan. We'll find a chance to lure Xianxia over and capture Xiao Han like a little chick. As long as we capture Xiao Han, we'll have a firm hold on everything. We'll rule over everything. The immortals nodded in agreement. At this time, Son of Heaven looked at Divine Sword Prince with a mocking gaze. Why, Divine Sword Prince, you should have returned to the immortal world by now, right? You can no longer obtain the right to enter the 2nd floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Moreover, even if you go to other mundane worlds, you will not be able to compete with the immortals from other mundane worlds. You will also not be able to obtain the right. Even if you are lucky enough to enter the exploration a few years later, with your current strength, I'm afraid you will inevitably die. Yes, I have no fate with the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. All of my dreams have been shattered. All of this was caused by Xiao Han. I will not return to the immortal world for the time being. I will stay in this world and hide in the dark. I will find a chance to torture and kill all of Xiao Han's family members. I will ravage all of Xiao Han's family members. I will rape all of Xiao Han's wives and concubines. The resentment and hatred in Divine Sword Prince's eyes could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Xianxia region. Xianxia Tower. Xiao Han was in the spiritual secret room. At this moment, Xiao Han naturally did not know that Divine Sword Prince had colluded with Son of Heaven and was plotting against him. Xiao Han was completing the final refinement of his immortal body. The entire Earth God's demon subduing pearl was almost completely broken down and refined by Xiao Han. Only a small fragment was left. Ha ha ha! It's done! Xiao Han suddenly roared. His mental strength surged out like a wave and wrapped around the last fragment, absorbing and breaking it down, completely refining it. Boom, boom, boom. As of this moment, every cell in Xiao Han's body was thrumming with the power to dominate the wildlands. For some reason, he felt like he could rip open the gray space of any plane of existence in the mortal world and reach the world of immortals. This is what Brother Jialan was talking about, the second method of ascension for mortals. The first is to cultivate true qi, open the heavenly eye, and then comprehend the laws of the immortal world. Once you pass the heavenly tribulation, you can ascend and become an immortal. The second is to cultivate the immortal body and use the immortal body to tear open the space barrier between the immortal world and the mortal world. However, I am not sure if my immortal body can force my way to the immortal world. However, with my current strength, even if I can reach the immortal world, I will definitely not go. If I go to the immortal world, I will also be weak. It is better to temporarily stay in the mortal world. Xiao Han's mind was filled with thoughts. Now, Xiao Han's body had completely condensed into an immortal body. His lifespan, power, and intelligence were all rising steadily. Holy light shot out of Xiao Han's eyes. It was vast and boundless, as if his gaze could see through the blue dome of heaven and see the scene of the immortal world. If Xiao Han didn't intentionally restrain his aura, it would be possible to see streams of pure immortal energy erupting from him, forming numerous immortal dragons above his head. They swirled about, roiled about, and seemed capable of plucking the stars and the moon, shattering the river of stars. Every single pore on Xiao Han's body emitted a blinding divine light. With every step he took, the space around him would tremble and even shatter. With every breath he took, the airflow in the entire space would become violent. With my current strength, a casual breath of air can kill a tower master in the mortal world. With a slap of my palm, I can kill thousands of tower masters. Moreover, if I meet the divine sword son again, I will not need Brother Jialan to do anything. I will be able to deal with him. Xiao Han was satisfied and officially came out of seclusion. Immortal body. The condensation was successful. Chapter 576. Xiao Han became the first mortal to create a perfect immortal body in the mortal world since the birth of this world. Out of seclusion. Welcome back, Leader Xiao Han. Congratulations, Leader Xiao Han. Your cultivation has risen again. Leader Xiao Han's immortal aura is extraordinary. We sincerely worship you. Leader Xiao Han is invincible. Long live. Glorious. The 12 elders led a large number of ancient giants outside to welcome him. All of them knelt and bowed their heads deeply, their faces full of pride and submission. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao. I didn't expect you to succeed. This is truly a heaven-defying matter. Jia Lanzi and Tao Tai also stood side by side, sincerely congratulating Xiao Han. Brother Jia Lanzi, Brother Tao Tai. Xiao Han gestured for the elders and all the ancient giants to stand up and go about their own business. Then, Xiao Han also walked towards the two immortals, Jia Lanzi and Tao Tai. Gentlemen, let's find a lounge to talk in. I've just condensed an immortal body, and there are many things I don't understand. I'd like to ask you too. Good good. Jia Lanzi and Tao Tai nodded repeatedly in agreement. In a quiet, spacious lounge with a beautiful environment. Before this, Jia Lanzi had already used some methods to test Xiao Han's immortal body. After the test, Jia Lanzi was completely stunned. Perfect. This immortal body is simply perfect. Jia Lanzi repeatedly exclaimed. Brother Xiao, this is the earth attribute of the special immortal body, the starry sky dominator body. With this kind of immortal body, its defensive power is extremely tyrannical. Xiao Han looked at Jia Lanzi with a face full of curiosity. Jia Lanzi sorted out his emotions and took a long time to calm himself down. Then he took a sip of tea and slowly said. In terms of the quality of this immortal body, it is not inferior to Tao Tie's ancient Tao Tai immortal body. However, Tao Tie's ancient Tao Tai immortal body. It has the divine ability of devouring. And Brother Xiao, your starry sky dominator body specializes in defense. Brother Xiao, listen carefully to what I have to say. Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a serious expression. I've told you before. A level 1 true immortal must have a level 1 immortal physique. A level 1 immortal physique represented the physical strength of 1 to 10 immortal dragons. Moreover, the strength of 1 to 10 immortal dragons was needed to break the defense of a level 1 true immortal. It broke through the defenses of their immortal bodies. Similarly, a level 2 immortal body of a level 2 true immortal would have the strength of 11 to 20 immortal dragons. Xiao Han nodded slowly. Yes. 1 immortal dragon power is equivalent to 10 trillion cauldrons of power in the mortal world. Brother Xiao, you are now a level 2 starry sky dominator. Jia Lanzi said excitedly. Level 2 star dominator body? In other words, a level 2 immortal physique? Xiao Han was surprised. A level 2 starry sky dominator body is naturally a level 2 immortal body. However, it is not an ordinary level 2 immortal body. Jia Lanzi explained vividly. An ordinary level 2 immortal physique. That's about the physical strength of 11 to 20 immortal dragons. Brother Xiao, your level 2 starry sky dominator body only has 11 to 20 immortal dragons in terms of pure strength. In other words, a level 2 star dominator body and a level 2 ordinary immortal body were equally matched in terms of power. But the defense of a level 2 star dominator. It's equivalent to an ordinary level 4 immortal physique. Jia Lanzi's eyes lit up. I understand. The star sky dominator body wasn't outstanding in terms of strength, but its defense was strong. The defense of an ordinary level 4 immortal physique? In other words, only someone with the power of 31 to 40 immortal dragons can hurt me? Only then can you break my defense? Xiao Han was completely excited. Brother Jia Lan. The immortals who descended here today are all level 2 true immortals. Their immortal energy does not exceed 20 dragons. In other words, the true immortals who descended here are all true immortals. You can't even break my defense? Brother Xiao, that's not the case. Tao Tai also expressed his opinion. First of all, in terms of offense, Brother Xiao, you have a level 2 immortal physique, so you can unleash the strength of 11 to 20 immortal dragons. However, the immortals that descended here have all cultivated immortal spells. Among them, there are all sorts of defensive methods and their lightning-fast movement techniques. If you really fought them, you might not be able to defeat them. You only have a strong immortal physique, but you know nothing about techniques and immortal spells. I understand. It's like in the mortal world, a barbarian with infinite strength is fighting against a martial arts expert who is very agile and skillful. Although the barbarian has great strength, he might not be able to hit the martial arts expert. Xiao Han nodded. So, Brother Xiao, in the celestial world, celestial energy, celestial arts, and Dharma treasures are the mainstream. Once a celestial body is strong enough, there must be a corresponding celestial energy. Unless the immortal just stands there and doesn't use any immortal spells or Dharma treasures, allowing you to attack them freely. In other words, the level of the immortal physique is so high that it can crush the immortal spells and Dharma treasures of low-level immortals. Secondly, Brother Xiao, although your defense is as strong as a level 4 immortal physique, when facing the immortals who descend, their immortal chi power is less than 20 immortal dragons. However, they can use immortal techniques to increase their attack power. Moreover, they can use their treasures to tangle with you continuously. I'm afraid that you will also be injured, Tao Tai continued. I understand. Xiao Han nodded again. Immortal chi power is flexible and changeable. Combined with immortal spells, it's infinitely powerful. I only have brute force and a strong body. I should have no problem protecting myself, but it's difficult to defeat the immortals. Yes, with the level of your immortal physique, it's almost impossible for any of the immortals who descended here to defeat you easily. Of course, you won't be able to defeat these immortals easily either. Self-defense is definitely not a problem, Jia Lanzi said seriously. But if I completely condense the Thunder God Tyrant body and reach level 2 or 3, I'll be able to defeat some of the immortals who descended here. After all, the Thunder God Tyrant body's attack power and tearing power are definitely much stronger than the Star Dominator body, Xiao Han thought. Brother Xiao, I can't hurt you with ordinary immortal chi attacks, Jia Lanzi said with a smile. Jia Lanzi paused for a moment, then continued. Brother Xiao, if you can reach level 3 or 4, then your body will be able to tear through the spatial crystal wall between the mortal world and the world of immortals. you'll be able to reach the world of immortals and become an immortal. You're only a little bit away from that. Plus, you'll have to restrain your current body. The aura of your immortal body can shatter the spatial crystal wall of this plane. That's not a problem, Xiao Han said with a smile. I've cultivated a special type of true qi, the spirit turtle true qi. It can also seal off the aura and power of an immortal body, allowing me to walk through this mundane plane without worrying about damage. As he said that, the talismans on Xiao Han's body surged, conjuring the true qi of the spirit turtle and wrapping around the aura of his immortal body. Immediately, the glistening immortal qi on Xiao Han dimmed, and his presence returned to ordinary. The spirit turtle's true qi really was wondrous and wondrous. In particular, after Xiao Han converted his true qi into a talisman and drastically increased the quality of his true qi, the spirit turtle's true qi that he produced could even shield him from everything, leaving behind no traces. Tisk tisk, there's actually such a mysterious technique in the mortal world. How powerful, extremely powerful. Jialanzi could not help but praise in surprise. Brother Xiao, even I can't easily see through your immortal body now. The other immortals who have descended are probably even more difficult to see through. Ha ha ha, if you keep hiding your true strength like this, if you encounter another arrogant person like the divine sword child who provokes and looks down on Brother Xiao, I'm afraid they'll suffer a great loss. Ha ha ha. Tao Meizi also laughed loudly. The three of them chatted and laughed in a relaxed manner. Now, Xiao Han deeply felt that Jialanzi and Tao Meizi's attitude towards him was becoming more and more equal. They almost completely regarded him as a friend. There was no longer any barrier between humans and immortals. At this point, Xiao Han had completely won the respect of the immortals. Brother Xiao, since you've already condensed your immortal body, then next, let's continue to look for the scattered immortals. There are still many quotas that have not been released. Jialanzi said with a smile. Xiao Han smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Brother Jialan, there are still several years before the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is opened. It doesn't matter if the quotas are released earlier or later. Now, I have a plan." Oh. Jialanzi and Tao Meizi were both stunned. "I'd like to hear the details." Jialanzi said. "I'd like to ask Brother Jialan and Brother Tao Tai to help me release a message so that all the immortals who have descended to this plane know about it," Xiao Han said with a confident tone. "What message?" Tao Meizi licked the grease on his fingers. "Now, I'm willing to take out 10 quotas to carry out the bounty." Xiao Han's eyes lit up. 10 quotas to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. These 10 slots could be purchased with Earth Elemental Celestial Pills, Lightning Elemental Celestial Pills, and Psychic Energy Elemental Celestial Pills. Then, they could be purchased with Earth Elemental Celestial Artifacts, Lightning Elemental Celestial Artifacts, and Psychic Energy Elemental Celestial Artifacts. 10 quotas, first come, first served. At the same time, Xiao Han looked at Jialanzi. "Of course, while offering the immortal pills and magical treasures, we also have to check if they have committed crimes in the mortal plane. If they are like Divine Sword Son and commit crimes, then even if they have immortal pills, magical medicines, immortal treasures, and magical treasures, they will not be given a quota. Instead, they will be expelled. Those who have committed the most heinous crimes will be killed." "Oh. Brother Xiao, you want to obtain more magical treasures and condense a more perfect immortal body? Good. You really have great ambitions. I also support your plan. As for investigating the character and behavior of the immortals, leave this matter to me." Jialanzi smiled and said. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility and he said fiercely, "Other than these 10 quotas, I'll take out another 2 quotas for the bounty. Bounty for Divine Sword Son. If you can capture Divine Sword Son alive, I'm willing to give you 2 quotas. If you bring Divine Sword Son's head, you can take 1 quota from me." Chapter 577. With great rewards, there will always be brave men. This time, that Divine Sword Son is dead for sure. Moreover, the Divine Sword Son has already been injured by Brother Jialan, causing his rank to drop. If the immortals who descended wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Now, as long as he dares to show himself, he will be in grave danger. Looks like he can only secretly return to the immortal dimension in order to escape this predicament. Very well. Brother Xiao, I already understand your thoughts. Then, you can just wait here for good news. Tao Tai and I will spread the news to all immortals who descend upon this plane, Xianxia said with a smile. After a pause, Xianxia asked curiously. Brother Xiao originally had a special dual attribute embryonic immortal physique. In his bloodline, aside from the earth and starry sky attributes, there is also the lightning attribute. Now, Brother Xiao has already perfected the starry heaven's sovereign body. If I can obtain a lightning-attributed immortal pill or dharma treasure and forge the mighty body of the thunder god, I will have a dual elemental immortal body. That would be amazing. After hearing Xiaolanzi's words, Xiao Han's curiosity was aroused and he could not help but ask. Brother Jialan, you have a dual attribute immortal physique. What is your status in the immortal world? Brother Xiao, true dual attributed immortal bodies are highly sought after in the immortal world. The various sects of the immortal world will fight to recruit them. However, there are also many geniuses in the celestial world. For example, there are those with dual attributes, or even those with 3 or 4 attributes. However, no matter what, if Brother Xiao really manages to refine a dual attribute celestial physique, then when you ascend to the celestial world, I can act as a middleman so that Brother Xiao can join my sect. Heh, my sect is known as the #1 sect in the celestial world. Countless young celestials are trying their best to enter my sect. Oh. Xiao Han nodded. It seemed that a dual attribute immortal physique had a certain status in the immortal world. Let's see if I can create a dual attribute immortal body. Are there any immortals willing to take out lightning attribute immortal pills and treasures in exchange for a spot? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation. After a full 7 days. The Eastern Region. Haichong Empire. Imperial Garden of the Imperial Palace. Led by Sun Firmament, a group of immortals gathered together. Prior to this, there were only a few immortals around Heaven Emperor. But now, there were at least 40 to 50 immortals, like stars surrounding the moon. They clustered around the Son of Heaven. His body was as sharp as a sword. His eyes were filled with the domineering aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. He had the demeanor of a leader, even if he was standing amongst the group of immortals. Even the Son of Heaven had the grace of a crane in a flock of chickens. This person seemed to be born to be a leader. He had a domineering demeanor. However, the 40 to 50 immortals surrounding Emperor Chong all had one thing in common, and that was, their eyes were filled with a strong sense of defiance, deep wildness, and even unscrupulous cruelty and ruthlessness. Of the immortals Xiao Han had encountered before, such as Master God Diviner and Master Tao Tai, Master God Diviner and Master Tao Tai, Xianxia, Jialanzi. These immortals all had the demeanor of sages. They were kind and aloof from worldly affairs. On the other hand, the immortals surrounding the Son of Heaven were too ruthless and violent. They had the ferocity of devouring the void and slaughtering all living things at any time. Everyone here is quite friendly with each other in the immortal world. Although I don't have much interaction with some of my friends, I believe that all of you should have heard of my name, Son of Heaven, the Son of Heaven said coldly and arrogantly. Although this group of immortals was arrogant and unruly, they were obedient in front of the Son of Heaven and under the deterrence of his aura. So much so that they even revealed a deep fear toward Son of Heaven. And fear. Son of Heaven, let's cut the nonsense. You're known for being ruthless in the immortal world. You even dared to kill a level 3 true immortal. You're a ruthless character. If you don't agree with your words, you'll cripple an entire family. Of course, we admire your cultivation base and the many magical treasures you have. We're far from being your opponents. Since you've gathered us here today, just announce whatever plan you have in mind. We'll all comply. Heh. A one-eyed young immortal said with a cold and stern expression. I think if we don't agree, I'm afraid you'll immediately turn hostile and kill us. So, a wise man submits to circumstances. We all respect you. With that said, the other immortals also nodded their heads. Oh. Since everyone is so agreeable, then it saves me, the Son of Heaven, some trouble. The Son of Heaven smiled coldly. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Originally, I was planning to kill a few people to establish my authority. But now, it seems that there's no need for that. Then I'll be straightforward. The reason why we descended this time is to enter the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure to search for opportunities. However, if we want to search for treasures, we must go through a mortal called Xiao Han. Xiao Han holds the quota to enter the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. However, Xiao Han is now under the control of Jia Lanzi. When the quota is allocated, he wants to extort us, and even humiliate us. Humph. Jia Lanzi is a hypocrite. I believe that all of you are already very clear in the immortal world. You fellows have also committed some crimes after descending. As he spoke, the Son of Heaven's gaze swept across the group of immortals. Futa Zi, after you descended, you carried out a massacre in an empire in the western region and killed hundreds of thousands of mortals. Gue Sha Zi, after you descended, you wantonly plundered the beauties of the mortal world and ravaged them. You even kept some female slaves. Rakshasa Zi, as a female immortal, you are also extremely lascivious. You actually ravaged the boys among the mortals. In this short period of time, the number of boys who were ravaged and sucked to death by you must have reached 1,000. The Son of Heaven spoke as if he was counting his family's treasures. Obviously, he had already grasped the various crimes committed by these immortals after descending to the mortal world. Mortals are like pigs and dogs. In the eyes of us immortals, they are even worse than beasts. In my eyes, it's understandable for you to descend to the mortal world and ravage these insignificant mortals. Trampling some ants to death won't hurt your merit. However, Jia Lanzi, that sanctimonious hypocrite, will definitely not think so. He will definitely deprive you of your spots. Yes, I, Shen Jianzi, have only killed some mortals and beasts in the mortal world. Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han actually insulted me and deprived me of my spot to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Not only that, Jia Lanzi even tried to kill me. Fortunately, I used a magical treasure and saved my life. The Son of Heaven's sword walked out. His eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke while gritting his teeth. Everyone, which of the things you have done in the mortal world are not more rampant than me, the Son of Heaven's sword? Ha ha ha. Massacring a city? Raping and pillaging? Ha ha. Not only will you not get a spot, but you will also be killed by Jia Lanzi. It seemed that this group of immortals was also very afraid of Jia Lanzi. Now, they looked at each other with a hint of anxiety. Everyone, don't worry. I, the Son of Heaven, have gathered all of you here to form an alliance. We, the immortals, will form a small group to fight against Jia Lanzi. Moreover, as long as we capture Xiao Han, we will be able to completely control the situation. The Son of Heaven smiled with satisfaction. After all, Jia Lanzi is the only one guarding Xiao Han. It won't be difficult for us to lure Jia Lanzi away and capture Xiao Han alive. Since things have come to this, then let's listen to the Son of Heaven. If we don't join forces and wait for Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han to find us one by one, then with Jia Lanzi's ability, he can kill us if he wants to. He can almost destroy all of us one by one. We can only unite and fight against them. With the Son of Heaven leading us against Jia Lanzi, we may not necessarily lose. Instead, we have a great chance of winning. Yes, it is imperative for us to join forces and form a small group. Recently, I heard Jia Lanzi release a message saying that we can use celestial pills, celestial treasures, and magical treasures to go to Xiao Han's place to exchange for a spot. How greedy! If we don't join forces, we, the immortals, will be taken advantage of by a mortal. What a scandal! These immortals nodded and then formed a group with the Son of Heaven as the leader. At this time, an immortal looked at the Divine Sword Prince mockingly. Divine Sword Prince, I heard that if we kill you and take your head to see Xiao Han, we can get one spot. If we capture you alive and hand you over to Xiao Han, we can even get 2 spots. Hee hee. Hee hee. A large group of immortals looked at the Divine Sword Prince. The Divine Sword Prince's hair stood on end. All right, don't scare the Divine Sword Prince. It's just 1 or 2 spots. We don't want to deal with the Divine Sword Prince and compromise to get them. We want all the spots. We want to control Xiao Han. We want to kill Xiao Han's entire family. We want to make Jia Lanzi suffer. The Son of Heaven's face revealed a trace of fierceness. The Devil Hero region. The Devil Hero Pagoda. For the past few days, Xianxia had been cultivating in the Devil Hero Pagoda. Xianxia and Tao Tai had already released the news of the exchange spots, so that all the immortals who had descended to this realm knew. What Xianxia had to do now was to wait. Immortal pills and Dharma treasures are indeed precious. Those immortals must be reluctant to use them to exchange for the spots. However, I'm fishing for those who are willing to take the bait. Xianxia thought. On this day, Xianxia, Jianghu, and Tao Tai were sitting in an elegant resting room, casually sipping tea and chatting. Brother Xianxia, the news has been out for a few days. However, there are still no immortals with immortal pills and Dharma treasures coming to exchange for the spots. Tao Tai mumbled. It seems that these immortals are also very patient. Not necessarily. Jianghu smiled slightly. The key problem is that Brother Xianxia only wants Thunder attribute, Starry Sky Earth attribute, and Mental Force attribute. These are the 3 types of immortal pills and Dharma treasures. Brother Xianxia doesn't want any of the other attributes. Suddenly, Xianxia gathered his mental force. They're here. Several immortals are approaching the Devil Hero region. Chapter 578. In the past few days, Xianxia's spiritual fluctuation had always enveloped the Devil Xia region. He was always hoping that the immortals who had descended to this plane would bring him immortal pills and magic treasures. Xianxia had tasted the sweetness of successfully forging an immortal body with the help of a Starry Sky Earth attribute magic treasure. This had also greatly increased his expectations. However, after waiting for several days, no immortals had come to the Devil Xia region. This inevitably made Xianxia feel a little helpless. But today, a total of 7 immortals have entered the Devil Xia region. Xianxia looked excited. Get ready to welcome them. Jianghu also noticed it immediately. At the same time, whoosh, 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 7 immortals, 5 male and 2 female immortals, entered the Devil Xia region almost at the same time. These 7 people also knew each other. After greeting each other, an extremely shocked expression appeared on their faces. These immortals were completely shocked by the atmosphere of the Devil Xia region. Rainbow butterfly. Immortal bird. Immortal plant. Golden soil with a strong medicinal fragrance. Immortal aura. A strange phenomenon in the sky. The scene of the immortal world? Unbelievable. The Devil Xia region in the mortal world actually showed the scene of the immortal world. Just now, when I suddenly entered this place, I actually had some illusion that I had returned to the immortal world. A white-clothed young man's face was filled with traces of laziness, but now his eyes were protruding, making him look very funny. You Xianxia, don't always have such an exaggerated expression, okay? A girl in colorful clothes with a noble temperament covered her mouth and smiled. Then, she said to a young man in green clothes beside her, My living immortal senior brother, what do you think of this place? Oh, that's right, big brother Su Huizi. After you descended to this mortal world, you prescribed medicine for mortals in the western border of this plane. You're at the border of the western region of this plane, prescribing medicine for mortals. You've really accumulated virtue and done good deeds. Your merits are immeasurable. You Xianxia complimented. Heh, I'm just doing some things that I should do, the young man in green clothes said humbly. Then, he slightly frowned. What a strange person. I didn't expect that Xianxia would actually make the Devil Xia region in the mortal world so prosperous. It already has the glory of the immortal world. Good. I should take this opportunity to pay a visit to Xianxia. I believe he is a refined man. The scene here doesn't seem like something that Xianxia could create. This is clearly an environment created by the purest immortal qi. An old and wise young man with white eyebrows and black hair carried a long sword on his back. The sword energy around him was ethereal and ethereal. He smiled. Xianxia and Brother Jialan are together. In my opinion, it must be Brother Jialan who used his supreme immortal power to destroy the demon hero domain. He created the atmosphere of an immortal. Tiska. Brother Jialan is worthy of being the leader of our generation of young immortals. Also look, the immortal qi here is wrapped up by an invisible force, not leaking at all. This must be Brother Jialan's trick. Ha! Back then, when I was with Brother Jialan, we drank for 7 days and 7 nights, falling drunk in the immortality peach pool. It has been 10 years since we parted. I did not expect that I would be able to meet Brother Jialan today. Reuniting in this mortal realm, I must drink with Brother Jialan for 10 days to half a month. Ha 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 ha. Count me in as well. One of them had fair skin, but between his eyebrows, there was a faint smile on his face. A valiant female immortal said with a smile. This time, everyone must be here to exchange for a spot to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, right? According to Brother Jialan's message, as long as we follow the rules in the mortal realm and do not commit crimes, then we will all be able to get a spot. However, the spots are limited. It is also very good to be able to get a spot first and not have to queue up. Therefore, I am not sparing any capital. The green-clothed youth said seriously. Big brother Su Huizi, what treasure are you preparing to give Xiao Han? Is it an immortal pill or a magic treasure? Yu Lang was very curious. Well, this is a secret for now. Yu Lang, you will naturally know later. In short, it will definitely satisfy Xiao Han. Yu Lang, what gift did you prepare for Xiao Han? The green-clothed youth, Su Huizi, asked with a smile. Me. It is just a small bottle of Thunder Attribute Immortal Pills. I obtained it when I went out to train in the immortal realm. There are about 100 pills. Yu Lang took out a jade bottle. Anyway, I do not cultivate Thunder Attribute Immortal techniques. Therefore, I will give it to Xiao Han and exchange for a spot first. It is also a profit for me. Then let's go and meet Brother Jialan and Xiao Han. Let's go. Xianxia Pagoda. In the largest and most comfortable lounge. 7 immortals, Xiao Han, Jialan Zi, and Tao Tai, officially met. Ha 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 ha. Brother Jialan, hello, hello. Tao Tai, I did not expect you to be here. You are Xiao Han, right? You are indeed young and promising. Ha ha ha. Immortals, I am Xiao Han. Welcome to our human realm, Xiao Han said politely. After looking at their faces, Xiao Han found that the 7 immortals before him were all kind and friendly. Between their brows, there was a first-class temperament. Compared to the divine sword prince's sinister and cruel face, it was like heaven and earth. Indeed, there are good and bad immortals. Xiao Han sighed repeatedly. At this time, Xiao Han was playing the role of a host and treated these immortals with great hospitality. However, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle True Qi to envelop his life aura, so these immortals did not discover anything mysterious about him. The secret of the immortal body was kept to himself. Moreover, Jialan Zi and Tao Tai would not reveal it. The gathering of Xiao Han and the immortals made the entire Xianxia region feel honored. Outside the Xianxia Pagoda, there were auspicious clouds and spirit birds flying in for a pilgrimage. The elders in the Xianxia Pagoda and many Xianxia warriors were shocked and proud. They did not expect that the leader of their plane, Xiao Han, would attract so many extraordinary immortals to the Xianxia domain. They did not hesitate to condescend and come to the Xianxia domain. Brother Jialan, I have missed you since we parted that day. The young man with white eyebrows and black hair looked at Jialan Zi with a smile. Then he looked at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao is the #1 genius among the mortals of the countless ordinary realms in this universe. Now that I have met you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Black and white, you really know how to flatter people, Tao Tai teased. How can you see that Brother Xiao Han is extraordinary? Ha ha. Brother Tao Tai, don't tease me, Black and White said with a serious face. Although this is the first time we have met, Brother Xiao gives me an unfathomable feeling. I can't see through Brother Xiao. Ha ha ha. Black and White, you have good eyes. Jialan Zi laughed. By the way, Brother Jialan, I heard that Son of Heaven has also come to this realm. Moreover, this guy seems to have gathered a large group of black sheep. It is obvious that he wants to fight against you, Brother Jialan. Black and White said with a serious face. Brother Jialan, you and Son of Heaven were enemies in the immortal world. However, due to the immortal rules, your battle was not very fierce, but it was still turbulent. Now that you have arrived in the mortal world, you are no longer under control. With Son of Heaven's unscrupulous and vengeful nature, I am afraid. In short, Brother Jialan, you have to be more careful. If you need my help, let me know. It's fine, Jialanzi said lightly. Brother Jialan, who is this Son of Heaven? Hearing this, Xiao Han could not help but ask curiously. Just an old friend. Jia Lanzi smiled slightly, then looked at the 7 immortals. Everyone, the purpose of you coming to find Xiao Han is to obtain a spot to enter Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Before this, I have already spread the news that in order to obtain a spot, you must pay a price. Brother Jialan, we naturally know. Since we are already here, we all came prepared. The green-robed Su Huizi also looked at Xiao Han curiously. Brother Xiao, you are now immortal. What do you need immortal pills and magic treasures for? Immortal pills. I am afraid Brother Xiao cannot perfectly absorb the medicinal power within them. As for magic treasures, although Brother Xiao can drip a drop of blood and refine them for your own use, you cannot perfectly unleash the power of the magic treasures. Su Huizi, you don't have to worry about this. Jia Lanzi smiled. In short, if everyone can take out immortal pills and treasures that satisfy Xiao Han will naturally give you a spot. After a pause, Jia Lanzi turned to look at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, Black and White, Yu Yangzi, Su Huizi, and the others are good people in the immortal world. They have never bullied the weak. After they came to the mortal plane, they have always followed the rules and even performed many good deeds. For example, Su Huizi is at the border of the western region, treating the suffering people. As long as they can take out immortal pills and magic treasures that satisfy you, then there is no problem giving them a spot. They should all get a spot to enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Alright, in that case, I naturally have no objections. Xiao Han nodded. Then, he spoke humbly to the immortals. I have offended everyone. I am not a greedy person, but I am in urgent need of immortal pills and magic treasures to increase my ability to protect myself. Everyone, please rest assured. Today, I will owe you all a favor. When I enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, I will definitely repay all of you if I have any gains. Brother Xiao, there is no need for that. The Black and White smiled at Xiao Han. I can see that Brother Zhao's eyes are clear, and you are definitely not a greedy person. Moreover, Brother Xiao and I hit it off at first sight. Here, this is a bottle of Universe Earth Attributes Sacred Medicine. A small greeting gift. I hope it will be beneficial to Brother Zhao's cultivation. Soon, the other immortals also took out the treasures that they were about to give to Xiao Han. Xiao Han accepted them one by one. In the end, Xiao Han obtained 5 bottles of Universe Earth Attribute Immortal Pills. 1 bottle of Thunder Attribute Immortal Pill. Among them, the most precious was a Thunder Attribute Supreme Grade Immortal Pill that the valiant female immortal gave Xiao Han. This Thunder Attribute Supreme Grade Immortal Pill was a divine pill from the primordial era. It contained a vast world of thunder and lightning. Countless divine lightning bolts shuttled through it. Dragons and snakes writhed in it, and lightning struck. It was extraordinary. This Thunder Attribute Supreme Grade Immortal Pill contains extremely domineering medicinal power. I wonder how many Thunder God body tempering pills it contains. Xiao Han licked his lips. If I absorb and refine it, I should be able to perfectly create the Thunder God Tyrant body. Chapter 579. From the 7 Immortals, Xiao Han obtained 5 bottles of Starry Sky Earth Attribute Immortal Pills, 1 bottle of Thunder Attribute Immortal Pill, and 1 Thunder Attribute Supreme Grade Sacred Medicine. It was quite a bountiful harvest. Although he did not obtain Earth and Thunder Attribute Immortal Treasures, the quality of the Thunder Divine Pill from the primordial era was not inferior to the Earth God's demon subduing pearl that Xiao Han refined. This made Xiao Han extremely satisfied. As for immortal pills and Dharma treasures with mental energy attribute, they were extremely rare and precious in the immortal world. According to Jia Lanzi's description, the many immortals that descended to the lower realm this time, not only the immortals that came to Xiao Han's plane, but even the immortals that came to other planes would not have mental energy attribute treasures. According to Jia Lanzi's words, Brother Xiao, I know that your mental energy is unparalleled and comparable to an ordinary perfected immortal. However, it is extremely difficult for you to obtain a mental energy attribute treasure to increase your mental energy realm. Because in the immortal world, mental energy attribute treasures can only be possessed by immortal emperors. If an ordinary perfected immortal holds a mental energy attribute treasure, it will instead become a crime and may bring about a fatal disaster. However, In Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, there must be a mental energy attribute treasure that you want. Forget it. I am already lucky to be able to obtain these immortal pills. Xiao Han was also extremely satisfied. After he put away the treasures, he distributed the spots to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure to the 7 immortals. Jia Lanzi took out a jade book and a jade brush and carefully recorded it. The 7 immortals also heaved a long sigh of relief. Brother Jia Lanzi, Brother Tao Tai, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to properly receive the guests. I will immediately enter seclusion to cultivate. After obtaining a treasure that could refine an immortal body, Xiao Han was naturally anxious and wanted to enter seclusion immediately. No problem. Brother Xiao, go ahead. Jia Lanzi smiled and paused for a moment. Heh. After Brother Xiao comes out, I'm afraid you will shock me again. Ha. Go. After Xiao Han left in a hurry, Black and White Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the other immortals asked Jia Lanzi in confusion. Only then did he ask Jia Lanzi in confusion. Brother Jia Lan, could it be that Brother Xiao is really going to consume those immortal pills that we gave him? This is truly inconceivable. Although Brother Xiao's qi and blood are vigorous and his physical body is unparalleled in the mortal world, consuming a large amount of immortal pills is no different from digging his own grave. This is especially so for that nameless ancient thunder god medicinal pill that little sister gave Brother Xiao. Its quality is so high that even little sister consumes it. He also immediately exploded and died due to his immortal body. The valiant female celestial said worriedly. Isn't Brother Xiao being too rash? I hope he doesn't make a mistake. What is there to be afraid of? With Brother Jia Lan here to protect us, even if Brother Xiao mistakenly consumed the medicinal pill, he would not be able to escape. Nothing will go wrong, Su Huizi said. Both of you underestimate Brother Xiao too much. Since all of you are here, then, both of you shall witness this rare miracle together. Jia Lanzi and Tao Tai looked at each other and smiled. Inside Xiao Han's spiritual secret chamber, countless immortal pills floated around Xiao Han. Starry Sky Earth Attribute Immortal Pills, Thunder Attribute Immortal Pills. The violent, supreme, and invincible medicinal power was like a giant dragon. It lingered around Xiao Han endlessly. Xiao Han loosened his spirit turtle true qi and unleashed his level 2 Starry Sky Dominator body that contained the heavenly Tao. A powerful immortal body. It suppressed the medicinal efficacy of those immortal pills. It was as if a monarch had descended and his power overturned the court. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Han first absorbed a large number of Starry Sky Earth Attribute Immortal Pills. He absorbed all of them. With Xiao Han's level 2 Starry Sky Dominator body, absorbing these immortal pills was as easy as flipping his palm. Like a whale swallowing seawater, the medicinal efficacy swept into his body and was refined. In just a few hours, Xiao Han had completely refined all the Starry Sky Earth Attribute Immortal Pills. His level 2 Starry Sky Dominator body had reached its peak. Although I haven't broken through to level 3 Starry Sky Dominator body, my punch now has the strength of 20 immortal dragons. I've reached the peak of level 2 immortal body. However, I have a special immortal body that can withstand an attack with a strength of 40 immortal dragons. Alright, let's start creating the Thunder God body. Dual Attribute Immortal Body. Once I succeed, I will be able to tear apart the Divine Sword Prince's immortal body. Primordial Thunder Sacred Medicine. Xiao Han's mind power swept out like a starry sky storm and enveloped the extremely precious Primordial Thunder Sacred Medicine. The medicinal efficacy is indeed strong and domineering. This sacred medicine contains a huge world of thunder from the immortal realm. It's as deep as the sea and boundless. My mind power is like a lone boat floating in the middle of a vast ocean. If I'm not careful, the boat will capsize and I'll die. As long as I obtain the power of thunder in this divine pill, I won't have to fear any immortal who descends. Let's begin. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with unwavering determination. All of a sudden, Xiao Han released all the lightning attribute genes in his body. Seduce, the thunder attribute gene in the primordial thunder sacred medicine. Puff, 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 puff. Immediately, the stable primordial thunder sacred medicine began to emit terrifying sounds of thunder exploding from within. It was as if the order of the pill had been destroyed. It was about to fall apart. The sound of a star disintegrating came from within the pill. Xiao Han didn't dare to suddenly break down this primordial lightning sacred medicine. He was like a butcher dissecting an ox, slowly dissecting this divine pill inch by inch, just like how a butcher dissects an ox. Xiao Han's mental strength was too strong, allowing him to dismember the Thunder God's elixir, which was powerful enough to blow up an entire plane, at will. Finally, Poochie! A small piece of the pill fell off. Furthermore, this small piece of pill that had been peeled off was currently opening and closing, about to explode from within. You want to explode? Not so easy. Xiao Han was already prepared. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Thousands of strands of natal saber chi slashed out. At the critical moment, this small piece of pill was disintegrated into tens of thousands of thunder and lightning particles. Then, devour. His mind power wrapped around it. Xiao Han guided these thunder and lightning particles into his body. In this way, a large amount of thunder and lightning power, a huge amount of medicinal power, melted into Xiao Han's bones, blood vessels, and internal organs. It tempered every inch of Xiao Han's skin, every meridian, and every bone. Among them, Xiao Han's bones were especially refined. From a crystal-clear color, it turned into a green color, the color of lightning, and it emitted an extremely dazzling light. So dazzling that it blinded one's eyes. On every bone, some complicated Thunder God inscriptions were carved, promoting the achievements of the primordial Thunder God, and singing songs praising the Thunder God. Xiao Han's bones were gradually turning into primordial thunder bones. This caused every bone in Xiao Han's body to emit a strong tearing, destructive, and invulnerable force. Unbreakable. Indestructible. Xiao Han's power was strengthened. Now, Xiao Han understood that a casual punch from him would burst forth with a layer of destructive lightning. His fist would emit a layer of destructive lightning. Once it hit its target, the lightning would penetrate the target's body and destroy the internal structure of the enemy's body. The Thunder God Tyrant body is strong in offense but weak in defense. Its offensive power is probably stronger than many other special immortal bodies. It's a notch stronger. However, its defense is weak. But I have the Starry Sky Dominator body. One attack and one defense complement each other. Then, Xiao Han peeled off another piece from the primordial Thunder God pill. Absorb. Refine. Create the Thunder God Tyrant body. In the lounge of the Yaoxia Pagoda, many immortals, led by Jianghu and Tao Tai, were holding their breaths and watching Xiao Han's cultivation. They had been watching for several days. It seems that Brother Xiao has succeeded again this time. Jianghu said in a low voice. He succeeded again. Jianghu said in a low voice. Too amazing. Jianghu, am completely convinced. Hearing Jianghu's words, these immortals gasped. Jianghu was a genius in the immortal world. He was the focus of the biggest sects in the immortal world. In the immortal world, he was a leader among the younger generation and had the potential to become an immortal emperor in the future. In the immortal world, he was a leader among the younger generation and had the potential to become an immortal emperor in the future. Such a person actually said that he admired immortal. This was simply sensational. However, thinking about it carefully, it was no wonder that Jianghu admired Xiao Han. These immortals already knew that Xiao Han was refining the primordial Thunder God pill. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from the secret cultivation room, Xiao Han had already controlled the pill's ferocious medicinal properties and was now refining and absorbing them. Decompose? I think I understand a little. The valiant female immortal suddenly nodded. Brother Xiao didn't directly swallow the primordial Thunder God pill. He used the method of a butcher dismembering an ox. He first decomposed the divine medicine and then refined it bit by bit. His wisdom is indeed greater than the heavens. It's both wisdom and courage. The black and white man pondered. The primordial Thunder God pill is the most explosive. To decompose it, one must have extraordinary means. Otherwise, once it is decomposed, it will explode. Brother Xiao did very well on this point. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing what Brother Xiao will look like after he comes out of seclusion. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. I really didn't think that there would be such an extraordinary existence among mortals. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for a full 10 days. In these 10 days, Xiao Han had been absorbing the supreme medicinal power and refining the Thunder God Tyrant body at every moment. In the beginning, Xiao Han's entire body flashed with electric arcs. Every pore on his body emitted a deafening roar, like the terrible roar of a wild beast. But later on, the electric sparks that shot out from Xiao Han's pores were finally absorbed into the depths of Xiao Han's body. His entire body was smooth and glossy, but it didn't seem too tough and domineering. It had reached a level of returning to the natural state. Even the traces of immortal qi on Xiao Han's body were faintly discernible. Finally, all the divine medicines have been completely refined. I, Xiao Han, have finally forged the Thunder God Tyrant body. This is a real immortal body. Now, I also have a special dual attribute immortal body. Xiao Han suddenly stood up. The entire spiritual secret cultivation room showed an artistic conception of the sunny sky, the singing of birds, and the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, every pore cell of Xiao Han had evolved into a world of thunder. If someone used their spiritual power to penetrate into the cells of Xiao Han's pores, they would find that every pore cell of Xiao Han's was a vast sea of thunder. It was extremely frightening. Chapter 580. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, as Xiao Han moved his muscles and bones, terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard from within his body. It was as if thousands of wild beasts were roaring inside of him, or as if all the lightning in the world was exploding inside of him. Thunder God Tyrant Physique. I have finally created this immortal physique. Xiao Han was feeling a little proud of himself. Coupled with the starry sky dominator I created earlier, this is a true dual elemental immortal body. It's no longer an embryonic dual elemental immortal body. This way, if those beauties and young prodigies from the immortal world want to bully me or cause trouble in the mortal world, I, Xiao Han, have a certain foundation to stop them. The quota to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is completely up to me, Xiao Han. After refining and forging the immortal body, Xiao Han's every thought seemed to be filled with confidence. It had completely formed a domineering aura, especially after creating the mighty body of the Thunder God. This kind of ferocious, domineering aura that could destroy everything was overflowing with words. It could be said that Xiao Han's mind had completely transformed. The mortal heart had transformed into the immortal heart. Seriously speaking, with the quality of Xiao Han's current body, he was already an immortal, dual elemental immortal body. However, the way he became an immortal was not the traditional way of cultivating true qi, opening the heavenly eye, and welcoming the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, Xiao Han also deliberately controlled his body so that it would not pierce through the spatial barrier between the mortal world and the immortal world. Right now, Xiao Han would not forcefully ascend. He needed to train in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and increase his battle strength again so that he would not be oppressed or bullied in the immortal world. Only after settling everything in the mortal world would Xiao Han ascend to the immortal world. Ascension is still too far away. I won't think about it for now. Xiao Han smiled. He used the spirit turtle true qi to seal off the aura of the immortal body and everything. Then, he slowly walked out of the secret mental room. In the resting room where the 7 immortals were invited. At this moment, Heihei, Yu Yangzi, and Su Huizi were all staring at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han's entire body looked ordinary and extremely reserved. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, if these immortals carefully used their immortal senses to penetrate Xiao Han's body, they would discover that something was amiss. There was something unfathomable about Xiao Han, something that even they could not see through. Combined with all the strange phenomena that had occurred while Xiao Han was in seclusion, the 7 immortals were completely stunned. They stared at Xiao Han in a daze, their throats gurgling. They choked and could not speak. A thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be that Xiao Han really refined and absorbed all the immortal pills and saint medicines? In comparison, Jia Lanzi and Tao Mei were slightly better off. After all, the 2 immortals had witnessed the miracle of Xiao Han refining the Earth Attribute Deity artifact and Dharma treasure. Although his heart was filled with shock, he was still able to endure it. Brother Xiao, succeeded again this time? Jianghu could not help but lick his lips and ask Xiao Han. Even that ancient thunder attribute divine medicine, consumed and refined it to his heart's content? Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Hiss. Jianghu and Tao Mei looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. The valiant female immortal who gave Xiao Han the primordial lightning attribute divine herb blurted out in shock and horror. He actually consumed that ancient thunder attribute divine medicine and refined it perfectly. That is really a rare miracle. With my level 2 true immortal realm, it is absolutely impossible for me to enjoy that ancient divine medicine. If I forcefully consumed it, it would be as if my entire body was struck by lightning. My immortal body would be reduced to ashes and I would die for sure. But Brother Xiao could safely consume it. This way. There is no doubt that you will condense a thunder attribute immortal body. Her face was full of horror as she raised her eyes and stared at Xiao Han. At this time, Jianghu rushed to ask. Brother Xiao, you have a dual attribute immortal body? You really have a dual attribute immortal body. Fortunately, I did not fail to live up to Brother Jianghu's expectations. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han continued. However, at this moment, I still do not know much about this dual attribute immortal body. I hope Brother Jianghu can tell me. Good. Very good. Although I have befriended a few immortals with dual attribute immortal bodies when I was in the immortal world, out of courtesy, I have never seriously appraised their immortal bodies. Moreover, Brother Xiao is a mortal who condensed a dual attribute immortal body in the mortal world. This is the only one in the heavens and earth. I have the honor to see it and feel deeply honored. Now, even if Brother Xiao doesn't say it, I still want to carefully appraise it. As he spoke, Jianghu carefully and with full concentration. Without any distractions, he slowly penetrated his immortal sense into Xiao Han's immortal body and carefully appraised it. An hour later. Phew! Jianghu took a deep breath. There was an unconcealable horror in his expression. This. Brother Jianghu, how is little brother's immortal body? Xiao Han was very curious. Not only Xiao Han, but even Tao Mei and the other 7 immortals also had a look of curiosity. After all, among these immortals, Jianghu's talent and immortal force were the most vigorous. He stood out from the crowd. Therefore, only Jianghu could see through Xiao Han's immortal body without any distractions. The other immortals also tried to use their immortal sense to penetrate Xiao Han's body. However, the more they looked, the more they felt that Xiao Han's body was unfathomable. Including Xiao Han, everyone was waiting for the result of Jianghu's appraisal. It's too magical. This immortal body is unparalleled in the heavenly Son of Heaven. Once you reach the immortal world, Brother Xiao will definitely become the target that all the major sects in the immortal world will fight to win over. Jianghu's lips were dry and slightly trembling. Brother Xiao, I'm not exaggerating. With Brother Xiao's current talent, when you ascend to the immortal world, there will definitely be no problem for you to enter any immortal world sect. Ordinary people in the immortal world can only bitterly beg to enter the various immortal world sections. They pray for blessings, afraid of being rejected, and even kneel in front of the mountain gate. But Brother Xiao is definitely different. It will definitely be the elders of the various immortal world sects who will condescend, bow their heads, and beg. Invite Brother Xiao to join the sect. Moreover, after entering the sect, Brother Xiao will definitely be able to obtain the best resources and become the focus of the sect. Brother Jianghu must be joking. After listening, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Brother Xiao, Jianghu has always been meticulous with his words. He never lies, and he is definitely not a hypocrite. What he said must be the truth. It must be the truth. The black and white man said with a serious expression. Brother Xiao, I admire you. Admire you. Moreover, Jianghu's foresight was unique. He had his eyes on the right person. He can't be wrong. The moment he said this, all the immortals nodded their heads. Their expressions were very serious. Sweat. I'm indebted to everyone's praise. Xiao Han was surprised and happy. Brother Jianghu, what level of immortal physique is this little brother's current immortal physique? After refining the Earth attribute magic treasure, Earth God Demon Subduing Pearl, Xiao Han condensed a level 2 immortal physique. Now, with a special dual attribute immortal physique, Xiao Han guessed that the level of his immortal physique would most likely be superimposed. It might even reach the level of a level 3 immortal physique or a level 4 immortal physique. According to the immortal physique's level, Brother Xiao, you are still only a level 2 immortal physique. Jia Lanzi said seriously. Oh, still only a level 2 immortal physique? Xiao Han was slightly puzzled. This. Brother Jia Lanzi, before this, I had already created a level 2 immortal physique. Brother Xiao, don't be anxious. Slowly listen to this, brother. Jia Lanzi said seriously. Whether it is a dual attribute immortal physique, or a 3 attribute immortal physique, or even a 4 or 5 attribute immortal physique, any multi-attribute immortal physique will not superimpose. However, Jia Lanzi said with a smile. Brother Xiao, you are now a level 2 Star Dominator physique and a level 2 Thunder God Tyrant physique. When superimposed together, it will be a level 2 special dual attribute immortal physique. If Brother Xiao wants to create a level 3 immortal physique, you will need to reach level 3 with both the Thunder God Tyrant physique and the Star Dominator physique. Of course, a level 2 special dual attribute immortal physique will naturally be many times stronger than an ordinary level 2 immortal physique. First of all, a level 2 Star Dominator physique will only have the pure strength of 20 immortal dragons at its peak. However, its defense is equivalent to a level 4 immortal physique, and it can withstand the pure strength of 40 immortal dragons. Now that Brother Xiao has created a level 2 Thunder God Tyrant physique, its defense is equivalent to an ordinary level 2 immortal physique, and its attack is equivalent to the power of an ordinary level 4 immortal physique. However, the attack and defense of 2 immortal physiques cannot be superimposed together. For a dual attribute immortal physique, both attack and defense are taken from the extreme of each immortal physique. In other words, although Brother Xiao's physique cannot be superimposed with the Star Dominator physique and the Thunder God Tyrant physique, he can take the advantages of both and combine them. Simply put, Brother Xiao's current level 2 dual attribute immortal physique is based on the Thunder God Tyrant physique for strength, and the Star Dominator physique for defense. I understand now. Xiao Han's spirit was lifted. In other words, the maximum attack of my immortal physique can reach the extreme of an ordinary level 4 immortal physique, which is the attack of 40 immortal dragons. As for my defense, it can also reach the extreme of an ordinary level 4 immortal physique, and it can withstand the pure strength of 40 immortal dragons. Indeed. Jia Lanzi nodded solemnly. Both attack and defense are taken from the advantages of 2 special immortal physiques, and both are 40 immortal dragons. This immortal physique is terrifying. A level 2 special immortal physique has both attack and defense at the extreme of an ordinary level 4 immortal physique. In this way, not only is Brother Xiao invincible among mortals, but he can also fight against immortals like us who have descended. Before descending, I never thought that the so-called number 1 genius among mortals, Brother Xiao, could be so monstrous. Tao Tai and the other 7 immortals were now full of praise for Xiao Han's achievements. Every word they uttered was filled with incredulity and surprise. As for Xiao Han, he was also very satisfied. He could clearly feel the respect that Jia Lanzi and the other immortals had for him. So much so that these geniuses who had descended from the immortal world had a kind of admiration for him. Yes, admiration. Because Xiao Han knew that what he had accomplished was something that even these immortals could not achieve. At this point, Xiao Han's previous fear, and all kinds of helplessness towards the immortals who had descended from the immortal world had all disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of equality. A kind of unafraid of competition. Boom! A shackle on Xiao Han's heart suddenly exploded. Xiao Han raised his head slightly and only felt that above his head, there was a blue sea and blue sky. The sea and the sky were vast, and he could soar freely. Chapter 581. However, even though Xiao Han had broken the shackles of his heart and no longer thought that immortals were unreachable and insurmountable, he did not reveal the slightest bit of arrogance. Instead, he retained a bit of humility. Watermark advertisement test Xiao Han's face did not show any arrogance as he spoke humbly. Brother Jialan, I was lucky enough to cultivate a dual attribute immortal physique, but I dare not act recklessly. Moreover, I understand that every advancement of a dual attribute immortal physique is extremely difficult. It is much more difficult than an ordinary immortal physique. After all, every advancement of a dual attribute immortal physique requires 2 immortal physiques to upgrade at the same time. But it's still fine. For example, a triple attribute, 4 attribute, or even a 5 attribute immortal physique would be extremely troublesome to advance by 1 level. Hearing Xiao Han's mockery, the immortals also laughed. Moreover, Jianghu and the other immortals saw Xiao Han's calm and unruffled expression after achieving such a proud achievement. They all respected Xiao Han even more. Moreover, they deeply felt that with Xiao Han's temperament, he would become an extremely terrifying figure in the future. Brother Xiao, you're right. It's true that every advancement of a triple attribute immortal physique requires 3 physiques to upgrade at the same time. A 4 attribute immortal physique is even more exaggerated, requiring 4 physiques to upgrade at the same time. However, for these multi-attribute physiques, every advancement of a level is extremely terrifying. It's definitely incomparable to an ordinary immortal physique. Jianghu looked at Xiao Han seriously. Brother Xiao, if your dual attribute immortal physique really matures in the future, your future will be limitless. Xiao Han smiled. An immortal physique is just a foundation. For example, right now, my physical attack and defense have reached the peak of a level 4 ordinary immortal physique, which is 40 dragons of immortal energy. However, I have never cultivated immortal arts. Without flexible immortal energy, I can't effectively use immortal artifacts or dharma treasures. If I really fight against ordinary descended immortals, I'm afraid I can protect myself. But to kill them? It's almost impossible. Unless the descended immortals don't use superior immortal arts when facing an enemy. They don't even need to use their dharma treasures, but that's obviously impossible. Brother Xiao Han, don't belittle yourself. If you encounter us immortals, you won't be able to escape. If you encounter us descended immortals, you will definitely have no problem protecting yourself. If he could catch them off guard, he might even be able to kill some of them. Hehe. Moreover, with Brother Jialon by your side, it's almost impossible for any immortals to descend and pose a threat to you, Tao Tai said as he took out a greasy chicken leg from his bosom and nibbled on it. In that case, Brother Xiao. Now, we can leave the Devil Hero domain and travel this plane again to look for scattered immortals to distribute the quota. Or perhaps you've expelled and punished those black sheep. Jia Lanzi said with a smile. Xiao Han also laughed. Very good. Very good. Brother Jialon, then, let's go out again. Ha! The current Xiao Han also really wanted to go out again and travel around the plains. On one hand, it was to distribute the remaining slots. On the other hand, it was to search for immortals like the Divine Sword disciple who committed crimes and eliminated them, so that the plane and all living beings would not be harmed. Wait. The immortal, black and white, suddenly said. Brother Jialon, Brother Xiao, before coming to the Devil Hero domain, we all heard some rumors. Brother Jialon, your enemy in the immortal world, that Son of Heaven, has gathered a group of immortals who have behaved badly. Son of Heaven's behavior must be to deal with Brother Jialon, or even rob Brother Xiao. Brother Jialon, although you're brave, Son of Heaven's group has a lot of people, and all of them are immoral and unscrupulous. Why don't you also gather a group of immortals and form an alliance to fight against Son of Heaven? I'm willing to follow Brother Jialon. Yes. Brother Jialon, Son of Heaven must be guarded against this person. The other immortals were also worried. Haha. Unexpectedly, Jia Lanzi laughed heartily. Thank you for your kindness, but forget about the alliance. I was ordered by my sect to descend to the mortal world to assist Brother Xiao in distributing the quota to enter the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Reward the good and punish the evil. If I form an alliance with other immortals, it will become a laughing stock. Everyone will say that I, Jia Lanzi, formed a clique for personal gain, practiced favoritism, and acted unfairly. In this way, the face of my sect will be tarnished and disgraced. It's fine. Brother Xiao and I will go together. Even if Son of Heaven is plotting against me, I will still resist. As he spoke, Jia Lanzi's eyebrows and eyes revealed an unparalleled domineering aura. He was hardy and fearless, truly showing the demeanor and confidence of a young talent in the immortal world. This made Xiao Han secretly admire him. Subconsciously, Xiao Han seemed to be unwilling to be inferior to Jia Lanzi and blurted out, I'll go with Brother Jialan. I'm not afraid of those evil immortals. Although a mortal had condensed an immortal body, he had never been to the immortal world and had not received the cultivation of an orthodox sect in the immortal world. In terms of foundation, it was inevitable that he was somewhat lacking. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's bearing was faintly comparable to Jia Lanzi's, which made the other immortals click their tongues in wonder. Heh! Suddenly, Jia Lanzi laughed involuntarily. In fact, the reason why I'm so confident to bring Brother Xiao to roam the 4 regions and the great wilderness without fear of the Heaven Emperor's plot is not because I boast that my strength is outstanding and can crush everything. The real reason is because of Brother Xiao. Ha 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 ha. Now, Brother Xiao has formed a dual attribute immortal body, and both his attack and defense have reached 40 immortal dragon power. Any immortal that descends will pay a painful price if they look down on Brother Xiao. If Brother Xiao still had the body of an ordinary person, then I would not dare to be careless and bring Brother Xiao out to take risks. But now, Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Xiao, you're good at disguising yourself and can almost perfectly conceal the aura of your immortal body. In this way, if Son of Heaven and the others rashly attack and want to capture Brother Xiao, they will be greatly miscalculated. Hearing Jia Lanzi's words, Xiao Han also laughed. Yes. Heaven's Son and the other immortals would never have expected that my little brother had condensed a real immortal body in the mortal world, and they would never have expected that my little brother's attack and defense level had reached 40 immortal dragon power. That's right, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, even if I told them in person, they would never believe it. Humph. If that so-called Son of Heaven bullies me and wants to capture me, then I, Xiao Han, will definitely teach him a lesson. As he spoke, Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. A strange light flashed across his eyes as he thought, with my current strength, I can completely kill immortals when they are completely unprepared. Heh, what does it feel like to kill immortals? Xiao Han actually had an urge to give it a try. Jia Lanzi smiled and said to the other immortals. Now, everyone has obtained the quota to enter the 2nd floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure in a few years. You can leave the Wuxia region and play in this plane, or you can stay in the Wuxia region. However, I hope that everyone will keep the matter of Brother Xiao condensing an immortal body a secret. Of course. Brother Jia Lanzi, don't worry, we will definitely keep this a secret. Moreover, no one will believe us even if we go around telling everyone that Brother Xiao has formed an immortal body. Ha ha ha. The immortals laughed. Then, Brother Jia Lanzi, I will return to the Pure Cloud sect and then we will set off again. Xiao Han smiled. Jia Lanzi naturally agreed without hesitation. Immediately, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi bid farewell to the immortals and returned to the Pure Cloud sect to rest for a few days. Xiao Han was entangled with his wives, and he doted on his son as well. Several days later, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi rode the wind and auspicious clouds, leaving the Unity Mountain Range and heading for the eastern region. In the eastern region, the number of immortals who descended was the highest. Xiao Han spread out his spiritual force to search for the dormant immortal qi in the secular world. Eastern region. Haichong Empire. The Imperial Garden of the Imperial Palace. Son of Heaven stood proudly and raised his eyes slightly to look at the clouds in the sky. The corner of his mouth outlined a sinister smile. This smile actually caused the dozens of immortals standing behind him to involuntarily shudder. Son of Heaven. Can we move now? Finally, an immortal broke the dull atmosphere and said, We have released our immortal senses and almost covered this plane. As expected, we found something. Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han have already set off from the direction of the Yaoxia region and are heading towards the eastern region. The muscles at the corner of Son of Heaven's eyes slightly twitched a few times. His eyes became colder and colder. The air in all directions seemed to stiffen and freeze under his gaze. The matter of me, Son of Heaven, forming an alliance with all of you has already spread like wildfire among the circle of immortals who have descended to this plane. I think Jia Lanzi should also know about this matter. Now, he actually dares to single-handedly bring along a mortal ant like Xiao Han to swindle people everywhere. It seems that Jia Lanzi does not put me, Son of Heaven, in his eyes. Good, very good. While speaking, Son of Heaven's eyes were brewing many sinister plots, extremely cruel and abnormal. That Jia Lanzi is really arrogant. If he is alone, Even if we form an alliance, it is not impossible to defeat him, but it is almost impossible to make him stay or even kill him. But he has a mortal with him. A strange immortal with a golden horn on his forehead said fiercely. A mortal is a burden. How dare Xianxia be arrogant with such a big burden? What an idiot! It seems that this time I, Son of Heaven, will inevitably have to fight with this arrogant guy. Son of Heaven said coldly. Everyone, act according to the original plan. Lure Xianxia away and capture Xiao Han alive. Yes. Dozens of immortals roared with murderous intent. Chapter 582. The Son of Heaven and the group of cruel immortals wanted to carry out the plan that they had been planning for a long time to deal with Xianxia and Xiao Han. Their ultimate goal was to capture Xiao Han alive. All of you listen carefully. The Son of Heaven said with a sinister look. The plan this time is not to kill Xianxia. The main goal is to capture that ant, Xiao Han. As long as we capture Xiao Han, Xianxia will be at our mercy. Xianxia is arrogant and proud. This time, he must want to show off his skills in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Humph. If we control Xiao Han, if I want Xianxia to kneel, he will kneel. He can humiliate Xianxia. That's right. The other immortals echoed in unison. It won't be that easy to kill Xianxia. His immortal force is nothing, but he must have some extraordinary magic treasures on him. I do have a few magic treasures on me, but my sect is not as rich as Xianxia's sect. The Son of Heaven said indignantly. I need to keep my magic treasures. After a few years, I will use them to obtain opportunities in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I will even obtain the legacy of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The eyes of the Son of Heaven flashed with the light of ambition. Therefore, before entering the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, I don't want to compete with Xianxia with magic treasures. I must use the smallest price to control Xianxia. Many immortals nodded after hearing this. That made sense. Every immortal who descended had life-saving treasures bestowed upon them by their sections. These treasures couldn't be used up easily. Good steel should be used on blades. If they were used up prematurely, or even exposed, it would be extremely detrimental to the grand expedition in a few years' time. Let's act according to the plan. The Son of Heaven ordered. His entire body suddenly burst out with immortal chi and turned into a palm-sized black crow that soared into the sky. Let's go! Dozens of immortals. Each of them used their divine abilities and flew high into the sky. The divine sword child shrank in a corner and did not move. However, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Divine sword child, you've fallen in rank and are now a cripple. Hurry up and scram back to the immortal world. You absolutely cannot participate in the plan this time. Otherwise, you will be directly killed by Xianxia. Dying in the mortal world was also a matter of great shame and humiliation. Ha ha ha. An immortal whose feet were like vortexes flew into the sky. He looked down at Divine Sword Child and laughed in disdain. Humph. Master Divine Sword coldly harumphed. The resentment in his eyes intensified as he gritted his teeth. Naturally, I won't go with you. However, I won't return to the world of immortals right away either. I've already investigated Xiao Han's base. It's in the southern region's cloud sect. A bunch of ants were Xiao Han's relatives. In fact, Xiao Han had 4 wives and a newborn son, all of whom were in the pure cloud sect. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. This time, I want your family destroyed. I'll immediately infiltrate the pure rain sect and slaughter them to the ground. The entire sect would be annihilated. I will also ravage your wives to death. Ha ha ha. Your son will be killed. I'll let you, Xiao Han, feel the greatest pain in the world. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Master Divine Sword condensed all the immortal force in his body and turned into a golden sword light. He directly flew in the direction of the southern region's cloud sect. The eastern region. In the sky. An ice hornless dragon soared in the sky. Xiao Han and Xianxia stood on top of the dragon's head. Brother Xianxia, I've sensed something from the fluctuation of my spirit. It seems that there are many immortals secretly watching us. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Jianghu also nodded. Many extremely familiar immortal senses. Most of them are infamous people in the world of immortals. Son of Heaven. Are you ready to make a move? Son of Heaven. Brother Jianghu. It seems that this fellow has gathered a large number of immortals with bad conduct and is about to make a move against us. Xiao Han's voice was completely devoid of fear. In fact, it was even a hint of eagerness. Jianghu couldn't help but laugh when he saw his expression. Brother Xiao, I can feel that you're actually very excited. This little brother's immortal body has just been formed and I'm a little impatient. I want to find an opportunity to test my strength against the immortals. Xiao Han chuckled. Jianghu laughed involuntarily. Brother Xiao, you'll probably get such an opportunity. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, he urged the spirit turtle True Qi to wrap the aura of his immortal body and the demon emperor's palm tightly. After that, Xiao Han's eyes also flashed with a trace of craftiness. When Jianghu saw it, he was also shocked and blurted out. Brother Xiao, your disguise is indeed too perfect. I can't even see through it. Tiskeze. Now, I'm starting to sweat for Son of Heaven and the others. Well said, well said. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. Then he muttered. While they're unprepared, I can kill a few immortals and plunder some immortal artifacts and magic treasures. This. Brother Xiao, you're wishful thinking. You actually dare to directly kill the immortals. Jianghu was horrified. At this moment, Jianghu's expression slightly changed. They're coming so fast. Brother Xiao, we've already been surrounded. Xiao Han's spirit spread out. Sure enough, from all directions, waves of immortal qi surged over like a tide. Within these immortal qi fluctuations, there was a fierce and ruthless aura. There was a kind of domineering aura that swept in all directions. Among these immortal qi fluctuations, there was an extremely noble immortal qi. With a slight sweep, it could create a strong spatial storm. It had the bearing of a monarch overlooking the world. Xiao Han's heart moved. A name suddenly flashed in his mind. Son of Heaven. According to Jianghu, among the younger generation of the immortal world, Jianghu and Son of Heaven were almost the most outstanding group of talents. However, the two of them were also natural enemies. That noble fluctuation of immortal qi must be Emperor Tsong. It is indeed extraordinary. In terms of aura alone, he does not lose to Brother Jianghu. If Brother Jianghu is said to be awe-inspiring and peaceful, then this Son of Heaven is arrogant and unruly. Both of them have their own advantages. Xiao Han's mind flashed. However, Xiao Han was not afraid of this Son of Heaven now that he had a dual attribute immortal body. Boom! A glazed immortal qi barrier descended from the sky and directly enveloped a large space where Xiao Han and Jianghu were. At the same time, dozens of immortals had already appeared in all directions. These immortals surrounded Xiao Han and Jianghu in the center. Among them, a man who looked like a noble walked out from the crowd. Above his head, there was a strange phenomenon. Countless stars and streaks of light appeared. As soon as he walked out, his immortal sense unscrupulously swept towards Xiao Han. Then, he sneered at Jianghu. Jianghu, I didn't expect that both of us would descend to this plane at the same time. You are Xiao Han? A little ant, relying on Jianghu's power, actually dares to insult an immortal? Acting as an accomplice to a villain. Indeed, among the mortals, you are considered a first-class expert. However, in front of us immortals, you are no different from an ant. This Son of Heaven's immortal sense swept around Xiao Han's body but did not discover the secret of Xiao Han's dual attribute immortal body. At this time, the immortals led by Son of Heaven were like wolves and tigers. They fiercely glared at Xiao Han. Their eyes revealed a hint of greed as if they could not wait to swarm up and swallow Xiao Han alive. Son of Heaven, don't be rash. Jianghu raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly. This is the mortal world, not a place for us to fight. Ha 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 ha. Jianghu, you hypocrite. Son of Heaven suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Sanctimonious. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? As soon as you descended, you controlled Xiao Han. You want to use Xiao Han to suppress us immortals who don't get along with you, right? Ha ha ha. How hypocritical. After a pause, Son of Heaven looked at Xiao Han with a pitiful gaze. Xiao Han, You are really pitiful. Do you know that? You are just a clown being used by Xianxia. How ridiculous. How foolish. When you have lost your value, Xianxia will only kick you away. Poor you are still hell-bent on following Xianxia's side. Hearing this, Xiao Han pretended to be frightened. He lowered his head slightly and did not say a word. Seeing Xiao Han's embarrassed appearance, Xianxia could only sneer. Hearing Son of Heaven's filthy words, Xianxia was not angry. He smiled indifferently. Son of Heaven, my purpose is not up to you to judge. However, if you want to stir up trouble in this plane, you must first go through me. Xianxia, I know that your sect has a strong foundation and must have given you a lot of magical treasures. But Son of Heaven's eyes were extremely sharp. Xianxia, enough with the idle talk. Now, hand Xiao Han over to us. Otherwise, this matter will not end well. Son of Heaven, don't push your luck. Suddenly, Xianxia's body erupted with violent immortal qi. In an instant, Xianxia's aura covered the sky and the wind and clouds changed color. The aura of Xianxia and Son of Heaven were equally matched. When they clashed, heaven and earth shook. It was as if the crystal wall of this plane could not withstand it and was about to collapse. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, I know you are very strong, but if we fight now, I am afraid that our immortal qi will cause this plane to shatter. Ha ha ha. Billions of lives in this plane will die a violent death. Son of Heaven sneered. Xianxia, haven't you always been kind and benevolent? Very well, I will give you two choices now. First, hand over Xiao Han obediently and we will avoid fighting. Second, fight directly. Fight until the sky falls and the earth shatters. Blow up this plane. Annihilate all the lives in this plane. I don't mind killing mortals like pigs and dogs, but Xianxia, if countless mortals die because of you, I am afraid that you will also be punished when you return to the immortal world. Ha ha ha. Two choices. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, I will take out my magical treasure and break through the crystal wall of this plane to fight to the death with you. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 583. Xianxia and Heaven's Son, this pair of archenemies in the immortal world, finally confronted each other in front of Xiao Han. Heaven's Son gathered dozens of immortals and surrounded Xianxia and Xiao Han. In terms of immortal qi, Heaven's Son and Xianxia were almost on par. The two of them could compete with each other. Now, Heaven's Son had the advantage in numbers and there was no lack of powerful immortals to help him. Xianxia's advantage was his foundation. The foundation of his sect. The magical treasures he carried. Trump cards. If they were to fight, Heaven's Son's side did not have absolute confidence in keeping Xianxia here, let alone killing him. At most, they could repel Xianxia. However, if Xianxia did not care about the price and took out all kinds of magical treasures, the situation would be unpredictable. However, no matter what the outcome of this battle was, the aftermath of the battle would be enough to destroy this plane. The living beings of this plane would be like ants under a collapsing building. They could only accept the fate of being crushed and destroyed. Heaven's Son was extremely intelligent. In order to achieve his goal, he would use any means necessary. He saw that Xianxia was in the secular world and did not dare to attack to his heart's content. Therefore, he directly used this weakness to suppress Xianxia. Heaven's Son, you are really despicable. If you want to fight, I can fight with you. No matter how many helpers you gather, I am not afraid. If you have the ability, let's fly out of this plane and fight in space. Xianxia was also angry. Ha 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 ha. Heaven's Son laughed loudly. The immortals in the surroundings also joined in the uproar. Idiot! If you want to fight, then fight in this secular world. Why do you have to waste your immortal qi and fight in space? You're really taking off your pants to fart. What an unnecessary move. We immortals see mortals as pigs and dogs. When immortals fight, why do we need to consider the life and death of mortals? Xianxia, you are too hypocritical. He probably doesn't dare to fight with Heaven's Son. That's why he came up with all kinds of excuses. Enough. Xianxia, 10 breaths of time is almost up. Do you hand over Xiao Han or do you want to fight? Make your decision. The Son of Heaven looked at Xianxia coldly. Immortal energy surged from his body, causing heaven and earth to tremble. On the ground, many mountains and cities experienced earthquakes as people wailed in fear. Despicable! Xianxia gnashed his teeth. Indeed, the Son of Heaven had grasped his weakness. In this mortal plane, he indeed did not dare to fight. Just then, Brother Jialan, I also don't wish to make things difficult for you. Suddenly, Xiao Han took a step out. He had an impassioned expression on his face as he looked at Heaven's Son with a determination to die. Son of Heaven, I, Xiao Han, will go with you. Xiao Han paused for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. He looked down at the land and said leisurely, "What a pity for the state of the universe. This is my hometown. I was born here and grew up here. There are my family and friends here. How can I, Xiao Han, watch them die in front of me? Fine. Son of the Heaven, I will go with you. However, you have to promise me that you will not harm the creatures of this plane." The expression on Xiao Han's face was one of utmost righteousness, as if he was ready to die for the cause. It was simply touching the world. However, Xiao Han also had his own plan. If I let Brother Jialan and the Son of Heaven fight, my plane will definitely be destroyed. If I let Brother Jialan and the Son of Heaven fight, my plane will definitely be destroyed. Why don't I take a risk and beat him at his own game? This Son of Heaven? He doesn't know anything about me. I have condensed a dual attribute immortal body. My physical body's offense and defense have reached 40 immortal dragon power. Any immortal who underestimates me will pay a heavy price. If they don't guard against me, then I, Xiao Han, will have the chance to kill immortals. Brother Xiao Yu. Xianxia's expression changed. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Zhao's acting is really good. Dual attribute immortal body, offense and defense of 40 immortal dragon power, but it is perfectly hidden. This is no different from a ferocious tiger taking a nap in the forest. Once it pounces, it can tear apart all its prey. The Son of Heaven and the others thought that they were clever and wanted to kidnap Brother Xiao, treating Brother Xiao as a sheep. However, they never expected that the true face of this sheep was actually a ferocious and hungry tiger. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts appeared in Xianxia's mind. It's impossible to fight the Heaven Emperor. I can only beat him at his own game and let Brother Xiao follow the Heaven Emperor. With Brother Zhao's ability and adaptability, it won't be a problem for him to protect himself. Moreover, I can also protect Brother Xiao in secret. Listening to Xiao Han's impassioned speech, coupled with Xiao Han's solemn expression, the immortals led by the Son of Heaven burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! How tragic and stirring! How touching! Sacrificing oneself for a noble cause? Ha 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 ha! In order to protect the plane, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Even this immortal is moved to tears. Wahahaha! Idiot! Pedantic! Enough! The Son of Heaven waved his hand to stop the clamor of the immortals and smiled at Xiao Han. All right, Xiao Han, a wise man submits to circumstances. You can come over now and follow me. Don't worry, after all, the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is in your hands. I will not kill you for the time being. As long as you follow me obediently and be a well-behaved and loyal dog, maybe I will reward you with a few bones in the future. Hearing the insult from the Son of Heaven, Xiao Han's heart was bursting with killing intent. However, he forcefully endured it and calmly took a step forward. He tilted his head and said to Xianxia, Brother Xianxia, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. I will go now. Brother Xiao, Xianxia sighed slightly. You have to take care of yourself. Don't worry. Brother Xianxia, we will meet again. Xiao Han cupped his fists slightly. From the corner of his eyes, he gave Xianxia a meaningful look. Xianxia nodded slightly and no longer spoke. Xiao Han slowly walked towards the Son of Heaven. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia, you have lost this time. The Son of Heaven laughed sinisterly. You have completely lost. Then, the Son of Heaven glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Han, there is no future for you to follow a hypocrite like Xianxia. It is better for you to follow me. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Xiao Han arrived beside the Son of Heaven. Two immortals immediately stood on either side of Xiao Han and locked their auras onto him, completely restraining him. Son of Heaven. Let's go. The immortal standing on the left side of Xiao Han nodded to the Son of Heaven. Let's go. The Son of Heaven also nodded. He was also a little afraid of Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would suddenly attack and snatch Xiao Han. Therefore, with a single order, the group of immortals grabbed Xiao Han and immediately retreated. Humph. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia did not make any movements. After watching Xiao Han, Son of Heaven and the others leave, he let out a slight snort. Then, Xianxia flipped his left hand and some light spots like fireflies appeared on his palm. Son of Heaven, don't be complacent. I have already left some marks on Brother Zhao's body. No matter where you take Brother Xiao, I will be able to control him. Once Brother Xiao is in danger, I can rescue him immediately. Son of Heaven, have you won? It is still unknown who will be the winner. Whoosh! On a huge immortal cloud, Son of Heaven stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His angular face revealed a high-spirited smile. A large group of immortals surrounded Xiao Han. They surrounded Xiao Han, and all of them burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! Son of Heaven, I didn't expect that the plan this time would be so successful. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han was directly captured. Seeing Xianxia's helpless expression. That was so cool. Humph! Xiao Han, a mere mortal. How dare you use Xianxia's power to bully us immortals? How dare you make decisions on your own? Allocating the quota? I originally thought that in order to capture Xiao Han, I would need to fight Xianxia. In the end, it was a situation where no blood was shed. This time, I have grasped Xianxia's weakness. Son of Heaven nodded with great satisfaction. Then, he looked at Xiao Han indifferently. Xiao Han, insignificant mortal, now that you are in front of me, behave obediently and let me order you around, it will be fine. If you have any evil thoughts, I have at least 1,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. With that said, Son of Heaven grabbed with his right hand. A mass of air condensed in his palm and compressed to a high degree, forming an air bomb. The power of this air bomb could almost kill an immortal. Amazing. This Son of Heaven is really amazing. With just a few tricks, he can almost kill an immortal in an instant. Any mortal in front of him will be turned into ashes. Xiao Han secretly praised in his heart. However, the expression on his face did not change. He did not respond and only slightly lowered his head. A female immortal in black clothes giggled. She had voluptuous breasts and large buttocks. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes gave off an unrestrained aura. Brother Son of Heaven, don't scare this mortal kid silly. Look at him now, he is so scared that he doesn't even dare to speak. Ha 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 ha, the group of immortals roared with laughter. Then, they stared at Xiao Han aggressively. The current situation was like a sheep that had entered a wolf's den. He was coveted by a pack of wolves. They are treating me, Xiao Han, as the flesh of Tang Sanzang. Xiao Han lowered his head speechlessly. Son of the Heavens, that brat Xiao Han seems to be very slippery. Even though he has fallen into our hands, for the sake of safety, I hope that Son of the Heavens can use some tricks to control that ant. A one-eyed celestial said to the Son of the Heavens. I already have a plan. Son of Heaven smiled coldly. Now, I'll make some preparations. In a moment, I'll cast a special celestial art on Xiao Han. This celestial art can forcibly plant an enslavement mark in Xiao Han's soul. This way, this ant will never be able to resist me for the rest of his life. He can only be my slave. Even if I ask him to kill his parents, he won't even bat an eyelid. However, this immortal technique is very rare and I rarely use it. Now, I will carve some immortal talismans. After saying that, Son of Heaven sat down cross-legged. All of you, keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him escape. Son of Heaven, don't worry. He is just a mortal. He won't be able to run away even if we let him. Son of Heaven nodded. Then, he concentrated and waved his hands continuously. In front of him, immortal chi rose in spirals and strange immortal runes were outlined one after another. Chapter 584. An immortal cloud leisurely floated in the sky of the eastern domain. Above the cloud stood a group of immortals and Xiaohan. At this moment, Heaven's Son was concentrating on drawing immortal runes. Strings of jade immortal talismans flickered between his hands. Each jade immortal talisman contained a profound immortal aura. Moreover, there was a subtle connection between each jade immortal talisman. It was as if these immortal talismans, when linked together, formed an essay of the immortal world. A complete elegiac text. The eyes of the group of immortals were filled with amazement and admiration as they watched Heaven's Son cast the technique. Big Brother Heaven's Son's elegiac text is written so naturally. Some immortals couldn't help but blurt out. Xiao Han was also quietly observing Heaven's Son's actions. Although Xiao Han couldn't understand the content of the elegiac text, he could feel that there was a kind of domineering intent in the elegiac text that could drive all things. Could it be that after this immortal text is completed, it can enslave all things? Directly enter my soul, erase myself, and make me a slave of Heaven's Son? This is similar to the extinguishing heaven and earth mental art that I cultivate. However, my extinguishing heaven and earth mental art isn't so complicated, so there's no need to write any elegiac text. Xiao Han's mind flashed. I must escape before Heaven's Son finishes writing the elegiac text. Otherwise, he does have the ability to forcibly plant an enslavement mark in my soul. Xiao Han had the thought of retreating. At this moment, although he didn't have Jia Lanzi's backing, Xiao Han's dual attribute immortal physique was enough for him to go all out against this group of immortals. As a thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Han carefully released his spiritual wave to observe the immortals who were monitoring him. In fact, the immortals who were mainly responsible for monitoring Xiao Han were now. Their minds were not on Xiao Han. They were all watching the immortal text written by Heaven's Son with fascination. That's right, Xiao Han was just a mortal. They thought that even if Xiao Han escaped, he would never be able to escape from their palms. After all, the gap between mortals and immortals was too big. Even the difference between heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. They are indeed very disdainful of me. Xiao Han had already expected this attitude from the immortals. Xiao Han immediately began to think about how to break out of the encirclement and escape with his life. The southern region. **** Mountain Range Pure Cloud Sect. At this time, everything in the sect was as usual. All the disciples of the sect were cultivating their true qi. Wu Yu and Yen Lang were discussing some problems related to elixirs. Xiaoming Chu, Dongfeng Qin, Feng Ling and the other core members of the Pure Rain sect also cultivated on their own, not daring to slack off. With the help of the immortal pills that Xiao Han retrieved from the Genius Zone and the godly medicine that Yen Lang refined, most of the core members of the Pure Cloud sect had cultivated their zhenqi to the 10th stage. He opened his heavenly eye and achieved the half-immortal body. He was truly a Tower Master-level figure in the secular world. However, all of them did not forget to cultivate and strive to improve themselves. Because in a few years, they would follow Xiao Han and enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Looking for immortal fate. They were about to face countless immortals, as well as mortal elites who'd stood out among the geniuses and obtained immortal keys. Therefore they had to cultivate, sharpen, and improve their combat power at all times. Only in this way could they have a little more capital to protect themselves. However, boom! A huge and domineering immortal chi suddenly descended. It directly enveloped the entire Pure Rain mountain range. In an instant, the huge Pure Rain mountain range seemed to be about to disintegrate and fall apart. It was as if a disaster had suddenly befallen the entire Pure Rain mountain range. Pure Rain Palace. What's going on? Wu Yu suddenly stood up. He felt that his true qi was completely suppressed by a kind of supreme power. In the face of such a powerful pressure, even with Wu Yu's ability, he actually produced a feeling of complete helplessness and even despair. It was as if an ant had suddenly encountered an ancient giant beast. Two creatures of completely different levels of life suddenly met. Yen Lang, who was drinking tea and chatting with Wu Yu, was even more suppressed by this powerful force. His face turned ashen and his body trembled. He could not control himself. In this plane, apart from Xiao Han, no one among the mortals can suppress me like this. Wu Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. It must be an immortal. An immortal. has arrived at my Pure Rain mountain range. Wu Yu immediately came to a realization. At the same time, the entire Pure Rain mountain range was shrouded in a layer of deathly gray. The vibrant mountains seemed to have turned black and white, losing all color. It seemed like the entire mountain range would turn into ashes in the next moment. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, woo 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 woo. Above the Pure Rain mountain range, waves of shrill, ghostly wails and wolf-like howls could be heard, making one's hair stand on end. Then, streaks of domineering sword chi appeared. These sword chi were densely packed, forcibly cutting cracks in the void. Vaguely, some bright red color flowed out of these cracks in the void. It looked like blood. It seemed like the sky had been cut by these sword chi, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Even the sky was cut open, and blood was flowing out. It was as if an apocalyptic disaster had appeared out of nowhere above the Pure Rain mountain range. Blood rained from the sky, ghostly wails, doomsday arrived, and the void collapsed. Sect leader Wu. Is it the demon race's attack? Is it the demon race? This atmosphere is too evil. Yen Lang was also a tower master who had opened his heavenly eye, but at this moment, his heavenly eye was completely closed. Wu Yu's foundation was much stronger than Yen Lang's. At this moment, the heavenly eye between his eyebrows could still release a weak light. He said in shock. No, it's not demon aura. It's sword chi and immortal aura. However, this immortal aura is filled with resentment and hatred, as well as a monstrous evil aura. Therefore, it made us feel an aura that is even more evil than demon aura. An immortal has arrived. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Han must have offended an immortal that descended here. Master, Xiao Han is in charge of the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, and the number of immortals that descended here far exceeds the number of quotas. Therefore, Xiao Han will definitely offend some immortals. What we need to do now is not to compromise. Do not become Xiao Han's burden. Once we are threatened by an immortal, we must not yield. At a critical moment, we can kill ourselves. Suddenly, Wu Yu released the true energy that had been firmly suppressed in his body. He mobilized some of it and sent a message to the entire sect and all the disciples. Disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, listen up. Now, an evil immortal has descended. Our sect's disciples, as long as they are threatened, will never compromise. Maintain your strength of character. If necessary, do not hesitate to die. In every corner of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Yu's resolute voice began to echo. Many panic-stricken disciples were panicking. After hearing Wu Yu's voice, they quickly calmed down. There was less panic in their eyes, and more determination. At this moment, in the sky, a sword light flew over like a flying immortal. A tall, murderous figure, bathed in the sword light, flew over. Ha 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 ha. Sect. This is the sect of that ant, Xiao Han, right? Ha 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 ha. The divine sword sun's almost perverted hysterical voice exploded above the Pure Cloud mountain range. The hatred contained in his voice could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Not bad. I didn't expect that all the mortals in this secular sect are at the true energy realm. Among them, there are many who have cultivated their true energy to the 10th level. Very prosperous. Xiao Han's wives and his son are among them, right? Good. Excellent. Today, this immortal, the divine sword sun, announces. All the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect. All die. All the women will be played by this immortal. Especially the wives of that bastard, Xiao Han. This immortal will ravage them to death. This immortal will personally cook his only flesh and blood and feed it to the dogs. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. This immortal will let you taste the greatest pain in the world. Let you sink and die bit by bit in remorse. I will let you regret offending this immortal. Ahahaha. Far in the sky of the eastern region, above the immortal clouds, Heaven's sun was still writing the sacrificial text of the immortal world. The densely packed and complicated immortal characters were arranged together according to a special pattern. This immortal text was about to be completed and it was at the most critical moment. Therefore, Heaven's sun was also concentrating without any distractions. As for Xiao Han, he was trying to think of a way to escape. If I use my true energy, it is almost impossible to escape under the eyes of these immortals. Using demonic techniques is tantamount to exposing my biggest secret. Since it is a matter of life and death, demonic techniques can't be used casually. It seems that I can only use my immortal body to teleport. After condensing the true immortal body, Xiao Han's body was as strong as the sun, moon, and stars. His body moved so fast that it was almost instantaneous. Moreover, if the immortal body suddenly teleported and caught off guard, these immortals might not be able to see through the secret of Xiao Han's condensed immortal body. It was very likely that they would think that Xiao Han had a magical treasure that could help him escape. After thinking about it, Xiao Han finally made up his mind. He would activate his immortal body and teleport directly. After making up his mind, Xiao Han looked around and scanned the surroundings with his psychic waves, observing the situation of the immortals. At this moment, Heaven's Son seems to have reached the final stage of writing the sacrificial text. I want to leave, and he has no time to distract me. The other immortals are a little weaker and look down on me. Their monitoring of me is very sloppy. Good. At this moment, I, Xiao Han, will calmly escape under the eyes of these immortals. I'll make them suffer. Xiao Han silently prepared himself and was ready to teleport away. At this moment, Suddenly, on the solid mental power planet in Xiao Han's Sea of Consciousness, some of the situation of the Unity Mountain Range appeared. When Xiao Han left the Pure Cloud sect, he also left some psychic waves to guard the Unity Mountain Range at any time. Therefore, at this time, once the Unity Mountain Range encountered a crisis of life and death, Xiao Han would be able to know the situation as soon as possible. At this moment, in Xiao Han's Sea of Consciousness, the crazed and hysterical figure of the Divine Sword Prince appeared. His distorted facial features, his monstrous evil aura, and his voice was filled with curses and hatred. Not bad. I didn't expect that all the mortals in this secular sect are at the true Qi realm. Among them, there are many who have cultivated their true Qi to the 10th level. How prosperous. Oh. Xiao Han's wives and his son are among them, right? Good. Good. Very good. Today, this immortal, the Divine Sword Prince, announces that all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect are dead. All the women will be played by this immortal. Especially the wives of that bastard Xiao Han. This immortal will ravage them to death. This immortal will personally cook his only flesh and blood and feed it to the dogs. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. This immortal will make you taste the greatest pain in the world. I will make you sink and die bit by bit in regret. I will make you regret offending this immortal. Ahahaha. Damn it. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Han stood up. His aura skyrocketed, and he shouted angrily. Chapter 585. At this moment, Xiao Han's rage was indescribable and unimaginable. His emotions had reached the pinnacle of anger in his life. Murderous intent filled the air. He had never wanted to tear someone into pieces like this before. The words spoken by the Divine Sword Prince in the Pure Mountain Range and his roar had completely touched Xiao Han's bottom line. The Divine Sword Prince actually threatened to destroy the entire Pure Mountain Range and even wanted to rape Xiao Han's wife and cook Xiao Han's son. At this moment, regardless of whether the Divine Sword Prince was a human, an immortal, a demon, or a demon, Xiao Han swore to kill him. All of a sudden, Xiao Han stood up and cursed angrily. Trash! Why are you balking here? Get lost! The immortals standing next to Xiao Han had been paying attention to Emperor Heaven's drawing the immortal runes, but they didn't take Xiao Han seriously at all. Now, Xiao Han suddenly stood up and cursed angrily, causing these immortals to be both surprised and anxious. He scolded Xiao Han, "You dog. Why didn't you just stay here and wait for Big Brother Heaven's Son to finish writing the sacrificial rites to refine your soul and turn you into a slave? Why are you shouting now? Kneel down. Do your duty as a dog." Xiao Han, on the other hand, did not listen to these immortals at all. His heart had already returned to the Pure Mountain Range. All of you get lost! All of a sudden, Xiao Han let out a roar, and his entire body moved. Boom boom boom. Rumble. In less than 1,000th of a second, Xiao Han had forcibly torn open the space crystal barrier and escaped far away. Presumptuous! How dare you escape under our eyes? The moment Xiao Han escaped, several immortals finally reacted. They immediately stretched out their hands to grab Xiao Han back. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han's immortal body teleported at an extremely fast speed, causing their hands to fail to catch Xiao Han. Ha! There's actually immortal energy emitting from him. Emperor Heaven suddenly stopped writing the inscription and directly grabbed the direction where Xiao Han escaped. Hong! Emperor Heaven's grasp. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and there was even a feeling of time going backwards. Thousands of miles of air and space. They were all destroyed by Emperor Heaven's grasp. Roar! During the process of teleporting, Xiao Han suddenly felt an enormous pressure behind him. It was like a primordial beast had descended and was about to devour him, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Xiao Han was well aware that it was the tyrannical Son of Heaven who had made his move. However, Xiao Han was eager to return. No matter who it was, they would not be able to stop him. Get lost! Xiao Han roared. Dual attribute immortal body. He pushed his energy to the limit and darted forward, barely dodging Heaven Sun's grasp. The Emperor of Heaven's grasp missed. Damn it! At this moment, the Son of Heaven's mind was in a mess and he couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, the immortal characters that he had drawn with great effort actually collapsed and were completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. One had to know that this immortal text that could enslave all living things. It had to be completed in one go, without any pause in the middle. Heaven's Son of Heaven watched Xiao Han escape right under his nose. It was the same as losing a duck that was already in his grasp. Given his conceit, he couldn't help but jump up and stop writing the immortal text. Son of Heaven, he escaped. Escaped. A large group of immortals murmured in an incredulous tone. How is this possible? Just now, his speed was as fast as an immortal, and there was clearly immortal chi flowing out of his body. There were traces of an immortal body being condensed. But that's not right. When we caught him just now, we used our immortal senses to scan his body. It's just a mortal body. He didn't condense an immortal body. That's not right. When we caught him just now, we used our immortal senses to scan his body. A bunch of trash. Heaven's Son of Heaven was furious. His body suddenly erupted with an invincible aura, causing many immortals standing on the immortal cloud to fly away. What immortal physique? A mortal condensed an immortal physique in the secular world? Are your heads clamped between the door planks? It must be that bastard, Xianxia, who gave an escaped Dharma treasure to that little bastard, Xiao Han. No wonder Xianxia allowed us to take Xiao Han away. Chase! We must catch Xiao Han again at all costs. Damn it! This time when we catch Xiao Han, I will make him hover between life and death. The Firmament Emperor howled and led a group of immortals in the direction that Xiao Han had escaped to in an aggressive manner. Boom! Xiao Han's immortal physique had been deduced to the extreme. With the speed of teleportation, he returned to his own sect, the Pure Cloud sect. Right now, Xiao Han's eyes were almost burning and his killing intent had been brewed to the extreme. Calm down. Calm down. My current speed is not inferior to the teleportation ability of an immortal. I can rush back in time. However, Xiao Han also reminded himself to restrain himself and remain calm and collected. At this moment, Xianxia's voice suddenly reached Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Brother Xiao, I know what happened in the Pure Cloud Mountain range. However, Brother Xiao, please don't panic. I left an immortal sense imprint in the Pure Cloud Mountain range and can return in an instant. The Divine Sword Sun. He will never hurt anyone in the Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, that evil creature the Divine Sword Sun will definitely die. Brother Xianxia, please help me trap the pursuers. I will personally kill the Divine Sword Sun. Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Xianxia. All right. The Divine Sword Sun is indeed a man who will bring about his own destruction. His grade has fallen and his immortal strength has fallen to the standard of a level 1 true immortal. If Brother Xiao wants to kill him, it is more than enough. Then, I will use a small magical treasure to set up an illusion to trap Heaven's Sun and the others first. After Brother Xiao kills the Divine Sword Sun, I will meet up with Brother Xiao. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. Xiao, Xiao Han's body turned into a stream of light and shot towards the pure cloud mountain range. Behind Xiao Han, a large group of immortals were full of killing intent. They urged their immortal chi and chased after Xiao Han with the speed of teleportation. However, at this moment, boom, 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 a huge immortal pillar descended from the four corners of the north, south, east, and west. On top of each pillar, there were runes engraved on it. A kind of reversal of time and space, a trace of chaotic space, trapped Heaven's Son and the other immortals. Magical treasure? Heaven's Son was slightly stunned. Then, he led the immortals to charge left and right, but they were still unable to rush out of the area covered by the four immortal pillars. Damn it! It must be Jianghu's doing. All of them took out their magical treasures and immortal techniques to break this illusion. Jianghu, this idiot, in order to protect Xiao Han, he actually used such a magical treasure. This magical treasure should have been given to him by his sect for him to use in the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, right? But it was wasted here. No matter, let's break this magical treasure first. Xiao Han, this evil creature. As long as he is still in this plane, he will not be able to escape from our palms. Under Heaven's Son's command, dozens of immortals each used their immortal techniques to attack the immortal pillars. Pure Cloud Mountain Range. The huge Pure Cloud Mountain Range. It was shrouded in a dark and austere atmosphere. The divine sword sun stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The corner of his mouth was pulled into an incomparably ferocious smile. In his eyes, there was a kind of pleasure of revenge. Kill all the men. Ravage all the women. Especially Xiao Han's wives. Kill all of them. Xiaoan, don't cry. Mo Qingtong hugged her son and gently stroked his smooth and tender cheeks. Then, she raised her head and looked at Princess Mo Hen, Xianxia, and Lan Shirong. Sisters, we are all Xiao Han's women. We are all Xiao Han's women. This time, this immortal has come to our door and wants to humiliate us. We must not let Xiao Han lose face. Later, we will end it ourselves. After saying that, Mo Qingtong looked at her son in her arms. 2 lines of tears uncontrollably fell down. This immortal Jianghu, once left a spiritual mark in our Pure Cloud Mountain range. Wu Yu raised his eyes to the sky and said in a clear voice, "If there is any danger in our Pure Cloud Mountain range, Immortal Jianghu will lend a helping hand. I hope this immortal will not be too unscrupulous." Ha 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 ha. The divine sword sun laughed wildly. Jianghu? Ha 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 ha. Yes, if Jianghu is here, he can indeed protect you. However, at this moment, Jianghu is being entangled by the Son of Heaven. I'm afraid Xiao Han has also been captured. Who do you think can protect you? Forget it. Kill tens of thousands of people first and bathe this Pure Cloud Mountain range in blood. As he spoke, every pore on the divine sword sun's body blossomed with supreme sword intent. Many profound sword principles were brewing. Needless to say, once the divine sword sun unleashed his sword chi, this Pure Cloud Mountain range would be filled with rivers of blood and corpses. At this critical moment, divine sword sun. Xiao Han's indifferent voice suddenly appeared behind the divine sword sun. Xiao Han. The divine sword sun was shocked and quickly turned around. He saw Xiao Han walking in the void, walking towards the divine sword sun step by step. Finally, Xiao Han returned to the Pure Cloud Mountain range right before the divine sword sun began his massacre. At this moment, Xiao Han had completely concealed the aura of his immortal body. The spirit turtle true chi wrapped around him flawlessly. Xiao Han. You actually returned. Jianghu. Where's Jianghu? The divine sword sun was terrified. He was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He was afraid that Xiao Han and Jianghu would return together. In the blink of an eye, the divine sword sun scanned with his immortal sense. Phew, Xiao Han, so you returned to the Pure Cloud Mountain range alone. The divine sword sun carefully scanned the surrounding 10,000 li but did not find Jianghu's aura. His heart calmed down and the panic in his eyes turned ferocious. Xiao Han! You bastard! You caused my grade to drop. You came back empty-handed. Originally, you relied on Xianxia's protection. This immortal really could not kill you. I could only kill the people around you to vent my anger. However, since you came back so eagerly then, this immortal will kill you. Since this immortal could not enter the second floor of the immortal emperor's treasure, I might as well kill you. So that all the immortals who came to this plane, whether it was Xianxia or Heaven's Son, could not enter the second floor of the immortal emperor's treasure. Ha 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 ha. If worst comes to worst, after this immortal returns to the immortal world, I will roam the world and avoid the pursuit of Xianxia and Heaven's Son. Ha 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 ha. In the eyes of the divine sword son, there was an almost perverted joy. As for Xiao Han, his face was cold. He turned a deaf ear to the words of the divine sword son. He walked straight towards the divine sword son and said coldly, "Divine sword son, you are the first immortal that I, Xiao Han, have killed with my own hands. I will blast you into pieces. Your immortal body will be reduced to ashes." Chapter 586. Xiao Han's entire body was filled with a murderous aura that was as violent as lava. He flew through the air and walked towards Xianxia step by step. However, Xiao Han still did not release any aura of an immortal. This caused Xianxia to repeatedly scan with his immortal sense, but he still thought that Xiao Han was just a mortal. The entire Nine Peaks mountain range was also silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Han and Xianxia. Moreover, everyone was worried for Xiao Han. Xiao Han's entire body is filled with murderous aura. He actually wants to use his own strength to kill this immortal in front of him. Wu Yu was filled with shock. Although the entire Nine Peaks sect regarded Xiao Han as their spiritual leader, and during the battle to repel the demon army from the foreign plains, Xiao Han had displayed an unparalleled domineering aura that was unstoppable even against millions of enemies. However, at this moment, Xiao Han was facing an immortal. A real immortal. A mortal killing an immortal. This had never happened in any history, in any unofficial history, or in any legend. It was absolutely impossible for this to happen. This was a battle between two life forms that were as different as heaven and earth. It was impossible for a miracle to happen. No, Xiao Han, don't take the risk and fight with an immortal. Wu Yu was almost roaring. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the auras of the Divine Sword Master and Xiao Han, the people of the Pure Cloud sect, from the Crow tribe to the ordinary disciples, were all suppressed, unable to speak. However, strange sounds could be heard coming from their throats. Xianxia. Immortal Xianxia. Quick, come and help. Everyone in the Nine Peaks sect roared in their hearts. Above the void, Xianxia was also extremely cautious. He was afraid that Xianxia was secretly protecting Xiao Han. After all, he had suffered a great loss in Xianxia's hands. Once bitten, twice shy. However, when his immortal sense spread out, it covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There was no trace of Xianxia's aura. Gradually, Xianxia also relaxed. He looked at Xiao Han with an extremely exaggerated expression and let out a hysterical roar. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I know. I know. It must be Emperor Tsong and the others. You trapped Xianxia so that he could not protect you, Xiao Han, you little evil creature. Ha ha ha. And Xiao Han, you couldn't just sit back and watch the safety of your family and fellow disciples. Therefore, you rushed back to die. Ha ha ha. This is called Heaven's Net has long arms, but nothing escapes. Xiao Han, today I want you dead. Heaven's Net has a long way to go? Xiao Han was getting calmer and calmer. Yes, it's true that Heaven's Net has long arms, but it never escapes. Divine Sword Son, you have committed countless crimes in the mortal world. Today you will be punished. Let's settle it all together. You must die, and so must Heaven's Son and the other unforgivable immortals. Any immortal who comes to the mortal world and wants to trample on mortals as he pleases. All of them will perish here. Ha 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 ha. Is there something wrong with his brain? Ha ha ha. The Divine Sword Master threw his head back and roared with laughter. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out of his eyes. Insignificant mortal, inferior to pigs and dogs, You actually dare to say that you want to slaughter immortals? Ha 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 ha. Although this immortal's rank has fallen to the first level of the true immortal realm, I still want to kill you, Xiaohan. In other words, it's just a thought. Jia Lanzi probably gave you some immortal treasures, which is why you dare to be so arrogant here. However, a mere mortal, even if you have a supreme immortal treasure, you definitely can't unleash its true power. Xiaohan, if you kneel in front of me and kowtow, I can give you a dignified death. Otherwise, I will ravage your 4 wives in front of you and make them suffer. You took turns to ravage them, making them wish they were dead. Your son. The divine sword child completely disregarded Xiaohan. No matter how powerful a mortal was, he could not pose any threat to an immortal. While divine sword son was talking non-stop, humiliating Xiaohan to his heart's content, Xiaohan had already approached divine sword son. All of a sudden, Xiaohan let out a roar. Divine sword son, you piece of *T. Die! At the same time, Xiaohan's immortal physique aura was no longer suppressed. The radiance of the dual attribute immortal physique suddenly bloomed. Divine rays of light rolled, and Xiaohan's entire body seemed to become tall, invincible, and dominating everything. Above Xiaohan's head, the veins of the immortal realm appeared. A deep space-time wormhole appeared above Xiaohan's head, connecting to the immortal realm. What? In an instant, divine sword son's body shook violently, and he fell into a completely unbelievable whirlpool of confusion. Immortal physique? Such a powerful immortal physique? What is this? The moment Xiaohan released the power of his immortal physique, his right fist had already punched toward divine sword son. This punch was not held back at all. This punch was a punch that Xiaohan had prepared for a long time, a punch that concentrated the power of his immortal physique. This punch had reached the peak of the attack power of an ordinary level. 4 true immortal. This punch had the terrifying power of 40 immortal dragons. Dragons and snakes coiled around the fist, and electricity crackled. It was as if a world of lightning from the immortal world was brewing within it, capable of devouring and ripping apart everything. This punch was like the descent of a demon god, the birth of heaven, the beginning of chaos, the roar of heavenly dragons, the apocalypse. This was definitely not the power of a mortal, but the pure power of an immortal. Caught off guard, coupled with the shock, Xiaohan's punch, which had been at its peak, actually landed on the body of the divine sword prince. Hong! Thousands of mushroom clouds bloomed from divine sword son's body. From inside his body, there was even the terrifying sound of thunder and the collapse of the world. In an instant, divine sword son's eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Then, numerous cracks appeared on his face and body. The next moment, bam! 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 Divine sword son's immortal physique fell apart like broken jade tiles, shattered, and shot out in all directions. Immortal blood sprayed everywhere like water from a well. It was broken. Blown up. With one punch, Xiaohan had blown up divine sword son's immortal physique. The entire mountain range was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the end, no one expected Xiaohan to be able to blow up an immortal with one punch. Moreover, there were even clouds of immortal qi rising from Xiaohan's body just now. Xiaohan's body seemed to have transcended the scope of a mortal body, which was completely incomprehensible to Crow and the others. And at this moment, Xiaohan. But he was also relatively calm. Because Xiaohan knew that with his full strength, the ultimate power of 40 immortal dragons, he could definitely kill an immortal. Divine Sword Son's rank had already fallen, and his strength had sharply decreased. In addition, he was completely unprepared, so it was reasonable for him to be killed by Xiaohan. So, this is the feeling of blowing up an immortal? Although he was calm. At this moment, Xiaohan's heart was still a little surprised and a little strange. So, killing an immortal is not a big deal. Although the immortal physique is impregnable. But it can also be smashed like an egg. Cool. This feeling is really cool. After Divine Sword Son was blown up, the fragments of his immortal physique scattered in all directions like pieces of broken glass gems, sparkling, and rippling in the sky above the mountain range, like a dreamy starry radiance. This was the life of an immortal. After the end, the only evidence of his existence was fleeting, like a shooting star. Many disciples of the Pure Cloud sect stared at the starlight in a daze. An immortal has fallen. He was a supreme immortal. He has fallen into our mortal world. At this moment, among the fragments of the immortal physique that filled the sky, a sea blue ring was shining brightly. Xiao Han scanned it with his mind. Storage ring. An immortal storage ring? In the next moment, Xiao Han stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. This storage ring was firmly grasped in his hand. At this moment, buzz, 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 something strange happened. The demon monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm actually transmitted waves of soul throbbing. Puff! The demon monarch's palm on his left arm that was firmly suppressed by Xiao Han suddenly appeared. The densely packed tentacles extended in all directions and actually caught all the fragments of the immortal physique that were scattered in the sky, like a spider web catching insects. Then, something that shocked Xiao Han even more happened. Those sticky tentacles all caught all the fragments of the immortal physique in the sky and then devoured them. The divine sword prince's exploded immortal physique was absorbed by Xiao Han's demon monarch's tentacles. Boom! 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 The fragments of the immortal physique were refined one after another and became nourishment for the demon monarch's palm. This caused the demonic veins of Xiao Han's left arm demon monarch's palm to awaken again. The quality of the demon monarch's palm changed again and again. What? After my demon monarch's palm was modified by the demon gods last time, it absorbed and refined a large amount of essence of the demon monarch's corpse from the other planes. There were many changes, and now it can even forcibly refine and absorb the corpse of an immortal. And Xiao Han deeply felt that when the demon monarch's palm refined the fragments of the divine sword prince's immortal physique, the nourishment it received was much more abundant than when it refined the corpse of the demon clan's army from the other planes. This caused the number of awakened demonic veins in Xiao Han's left arm demon monarch's palm to break through from 80 million to 100 million within a few breaths. At this moment, Xiao Han frowned slightly and swept his mind. The aura of Jianghu was sweeping over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Xiao Han made a prompt decision and immediately activated the spirit turtle true qi to seal the aura of the demon monarch's palm. He also completely retracted the demon monarch's palm. Brother Xiao, the divine sword prince has been killed, right? Jianghu's voice came from afar. Xiao Han said calmly. The divine sword prince deserved to die. He was already blown up by my punch. The immortal physique turned into powder. Whoosh! A cool breeze swept past, and Jianghu had already arrived in front of Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, Sun Song and the others have been temporarily trapped by me. Jianghu smiled and then said after a pause. Just now I seem to feel a faint demonic aura. Demonic aura? Xiao Han pretended to be surprised and said. To be honest, Brother Jianghu, I had some fortuitous encounters in the past and knew a little bit of the demon clan's techniques. But now that my immortal physique has been formed, that little bit of demonic aura has long been thrown beyond the clouds. Could it be that when I killed the divine sword prince just now, I released a little bit of the demon clan's techniques in my aura? At this moment, Xiao Han's immortal physique was strong, and his entire body was as still as a mountain. His body emitted the aura of treasures. It was really difficult to associate him with the demon clan. Jianghu did not ask further and nodded. Brother Xiao, in a while, Sun Song and the others will be free. Let's take our time to think about how to deal with those despicable people. Chapter 587. Xiao Han took advantage of the moment when the divine sword prince was unprepared and punched him into powder. However, what surprised Xiao Han the most after killing the divine sword son was that the countless tentacles of the monarch beast left arm that had evolved were able to capture the fragments of the immortal body and refine them. Moreover, after refining the immortal body fragments, they were very effective in nourishing the left arm demon emperor palm. It could awaken countless demon veins in the left arm demon emperor palm. Increased demon power. This was no small matter. However, at this time, Jianghu rushed over, forcing Xiao Han to give up on the in-depth study of the left arm demon emperor palm. Instead, he used the spirit turtle true qi to wrap the demonic qi in his left arm and gave a perfunctory reply to Jianghu. Fortunately, Jianghu did not pursue the matter further. Moreover, Jianghu invited Xiao Han to discuss how to deal with Heaven's Son and the other immortals. Then, Brother Jianghu, Please come to the inner sanctum. Xiao Han smiled. After the death of the Divine Sword Prince, the entire inner sanctum returned to its usual peace and tranquility. Xiao Han, Jia Lanzi, Wu Li, and the others gathered in the inner sanctum. At this time, Xiao Han could vaguely feel that the left-arm demon Emperor Palm was secretly devouring and refining the immortal body fragments of the Divine Sword Prince. It was constantly evolving. It was really amazing. Thank you, Brother Jia Lanzi, for holding off Heaven's Son and the other immortals for me so that I could personally kill God's Sword Prince. Xiao Han expressed his gratitude. Brother Xiao, you're welcome. Jia Lanzi frowned slightly. However, Brother Xiao, Heaven's Son and the other immortals are now making it clear that they want to control you. This makes it difficult for us to give out the quota to enter the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Although Heaven's Son and the other immortals are temporarily trapped, they will be able to kill their way out of the illusion soon. In this way, they will definitely hunt you down. They will definitely not let you go. Yes. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. No matter where I hide in the inner sanctum, they will definitely hunt me down. Even if I hide in the Devil Hero region or even roam the world, I will still be hunted down by Heaven's Son and the other despicable immortals. They are determined to kill me. This. Jia Lanzi's brows were also tightly knitted together. He used his right index finger to lightly tap the table. His entire person had also sunk into deep thought. After a few dozen breaths, Jia Lanzi finally spoke. Brother Xiao, I have thought of a few ways to deal with the Firmament Emperor. Now, tell me about it so that Brother Xiao can study it. Brother Jia Lan, please speak, Xiao Han said at once. The first method is for me to invite a group of immortals to fight against Heaven's Son. If necessary, he would kill Heaven's Son and the other immortals. The second method is for me to help Brother Xiao leave this plane and reach the vast universe or other planes in the mortal world. Hearing this, Xiao Han also pondered for a few breaths. He then shook his head slightly. Brother Jia Lan, these two methods aren't a foolproof plan. The first method was to fight against the Heaven Emperor. This way, the space crystal wall of the mortal world would be destroyed. They would inevitably be blasted apart. The aftermath of the battle would also cause the death of countless creatures. The second method is to hide, but this is also not a long-term solution. As the saying goes, a monk can run away, but the temple can't. If I run away, then with the nature of wolves like Heaven Emperor, they might threaten my family and relatives like the Divine Sword Son. They might even kill their way into the Xianxia Tower and slaughter the elites of my plane. I can't possibly take away all the creatures in the entire plane. Can I? This. Jia Lanzi heard this and kept nodding. Obviously, Xiao Han's concerns were not completely unreasonable. Brother Xiao, we can't fight or hide. Are we going to give the quota to these ambitious fellows? The quota definitely can't be given to Heaven Emperor and the others, Xiao Han said decisively. The quota should belong to kind immortals like the marvelous mathematician and Tao Tai. I don't care how the quota for other planes is distributed, but when they come to my plane, they must be honest and test their character. After a pause, a strange light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. This little brother has an idea. Oh. Jia Lanzi and Wu Yu both turned to look at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao has always been full of tricks. Please tell me. Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a serious face. Why don't I make a bet with Heaven Emperor and the others? Xiao Han suddenly said. A bet. Jia Lanzi and Wu Bingyao were both shocked. Yes, a bet. Xiao Han had a look of planning before taking action. Brother Jia Lanzi, you will be in charge of this matter and inform the immortals of the bet. From now on, I will hide in this plane. Heaven Emperor and the others can find me at will. If they can capture me within half a year, then I admit defeat and am willing to give them 100 quotas to enter the second floor of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. These 100 quotas will be distributed by them. However, if they can't capture me within this half a year, then all of their quotas to enter the second floor of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure will be revoked and they will immediately go back to the immortal world. Xiao Han hid in the plane of mortals. Let Heaven Emperor and the others search. Half a year. Jia Lanzi was stunned and immediately fell into deep thought. Also, Brother Jia Lanzi, please tell Heaven Emperor and the others that within this half a year, they must not cause any damage to the plane or harm the living beings of the plane. Otherwise, the bet will be cancelled and I will not give them the quotas to enter the second floor of Jianghu Immortal Emperor's treasure. Xiao Han said seriously. Xiao Han was also taking a risk with this bet. Given the current situation, Heaven Emperor and the other evil immortals were already in a situation where they would not rest until Xiao Han was dead. They would definitely not let this matter rest. Xiao Han had some scruples. It was inconvenient for him to fight and he could not run away. Therefore, he could only think of such a bet to restrain Heaven Emperor and the other immortals. Moreover, Xiao Han already knew that his Demon Emperor left arm could devour the corpses of immortals and obtain the opportunity to evolve. In this way, Xiao Han vaguely had a plan to slaughter immortals and continuously feed the Demon Emperor left arm palm. Such a plan was very bold. Using the corpses of immortals to nourish the Demon Emperor left arm was tantamount to a heinous crime and an insult to the entire immortal world. Even if Xianxia knew about this, he would definitely intervene. However, in order to increase his combat strength, Xiao Han did not care at all. Only with tyrannical strength could he win his dignity. At the very least, he could protect his family and loved ones. Therefore, Xiao Han must stay away from Xianxia's protection and kill the evil immortals under Heaven Emperor one by one in order to realize this bold and heaven-defying plan. Vaguely, Xiao Han also guessed that as long as there were enough immortal corpses to nourish the Demon Emperor left arm palm, then the Demon Emperor left arm palm would evolve to a whole new level. Brother Xiao, this is really too risky. Xianxia slightly frowned. However, I can always protect Brother Xiao in the dark. That's not necessary. Xiao Han tactfully refused. Brother Xianxia, if you protect me from the side, this bet will lose its fairness. Heaven Emperor and the others will definitely not agree to it. Moreover, I also want to use this half a year to properly sharpen myself so that I can improve again. In order to make the final preparations for entering the second layer of the Jianghu Immortal Emperor's treasure a few years later. When he heard that Xiao Han did not need his protection in the dark, Xianxia also hesitated. Brother Xiao, Heaven Emperor is extremely cruel and cunning like an old fox. If you're not careful and fall into his hands, I'm afraid. Ha! Xiao Han smiled casually. Brother Xianxia, Heaven Emperor is indeed extraordinary, but I'm not bad either, right? I have a dual attribute immortal physique, and my physical strength has reached 40 immortal dragon strength. Moreover, Heaven Emperor and the others have yet to discover this secret. In this way, it's equivalent to me being in the dark while Heaven Emperor and the others are in the light. Moreover, I have the ability to conceal my own aura, which is considered to be unique. As he spoke, Xiao Han's entire body was filled with spirit turtle true qi, and his entire aura became like stone and wood, indistinct. I have the intention to blend into the mortal world. Even if Heaven Emperor and the others use their immortal senses to scan, they may not be able to find me. Xiao Han's two greatest assets were: first, the dual attribute immortal physique. Second, the spirit turtle true qi. These were his assets on the surface. In addition, he had a mental strength that was comparable to an immortal's, which allowed Xiao Han to anticipate the enemy's every move, and the demon monarch palm that was hidden deeply. These few trump cards also gave Xiao Han a little confidence in dealing with Heaven Emperor and the other immortals. If I can safely survive this half a year and win this bet, then I will once again ascend and transform, Xiao Han said decisively. At this moment, Wu Yu, who had been silent all this while, also spoke seriously. Brother Xianxia, Xiao Han grew up in the Pure Cloud sect. From a living target, he became the current master of the plane. His life has been extremely legendary, and he does not lose to any immortal. During this period, Xiao Han has also experienced various experiences, and many times he was on the verge of death. However, every time he was in danger, Xiao Han was able to escape. And every time he escaped danger, Xiao Han was able to greatly improve. This time, I have a vague feeling that Xiao Han will succeed in the bet with Heaven Emperor and the other evil immortals. Xianxia thought for a few breaths and finally nodded. If that's the case, Brother Xiao should be careful. In order for Heaven Emperor to agree to this bet, I will not secretly protect Brother Xiao during this half a year. Brother Xianxia, please do not worry about me. Xiao Han had completely let go of his mind and was ready to accept this experience and deal with a group of powerful immortals. Good. Now, I will go and inform Heaven Emperor and the others of this bet. Jia Lanzi nodded slightly at Xiao Han and Wu Yu, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. Sect leader, if I can come out unscathed after half a year, then I will completely compete with these immortals. Xiao Han said solemnly. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.